think everything should be working. I will admit, I'm a little bit tired. And my throat has decided to, I don't know, already start dying before even starting the stream, which is always a good sign, considering I have a lot ahead of me still. I mean, we just started. Today, I'm going to be doing something revolutionary, something never before seen on this channel. I'm going to be leveling a Horde Guardian Druid from level 10, because it's an allied race, up to the current max, which is currently 80. Revolutionary content, never before seen. I know we haven't done this like a billion times, but the way that I thought about it, I was like, we could do some like cool new speedrun. Like, I've technically in the past speedrun every class and spec at this point, so like nothing is new per se, except Devour, which obviously we did already. But you know, I thought I could do a rogue speedrun maybe. But before I do anything crazy, I think we need to get a baseline established, because I keep seeing people doom about like, oh my god, it's so slow, and it's really not. It really, oh, there goes my voice. It's too early for that to be happening. I really need my throat to not be shit today. But yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, I proved that on the Devourer run. The problem is, it's like, I can do a run and like know, oh my god, this is like really slow for me, like because of all these factors. Like, the leveling isn't slow, it's just the factors around the run make it slow. Like, you look at that run, and if you know anything about speed leveling, like, so many things weren't working. I was also not just trying to be incredibly fast, I was like intentionally taking my time. That one is more like, you can kind of tell that there wasn't a sense of urgency, but obviously I know that, maybe people don't know as well. But also, if you just look at the gameplay, like, Devour is slow. And I think a lot of people don't really understand how much the difference between like a bad leveling spec and like the best leveling specs can make. That's why like I have a tier list, right? But some people might think like, oh, it's not that bad, and I'll see people say like, oh, this spec that you put in like low B tier, like we're talking back in Dragonflight when I made the tier list, and of course I will remake it at some point. But people will say like, ah, oh, this deserves to be like A tier at the very least, blah blah blah. I'm just like, you've never fucking played any of the specs in A tier if you think that like this thing that's like low B tier. Like, people genuinely argue to me that like Resto Shaman should be in A tier. It's like, just because you've never played a good leveling spec doesn't mean that you can try and say that Resto Shaman is like up there. People just don't get it until they've like played it all. But when you've like played Windwalker Monk, Guardian Druid, and you can literally just pull the entire world, never die, and kill everything super quickly, and then you play something like Devour, which is single targeting down mobs, and killing mobs slowly on single target, and is made of paper, the difference is night and day. That is a drastic change to your leveling speed. Now, at a certain point, like, the difference between Guardian, Prop Pally, etc., like, they can all kind of do the same thing. How much does actual kill speed matter? I think if you can pull basically a near infinite number of mobs and kill them in a reasonable amount of time, your leveling speed is going to not vary by much, and at that point it's more like, how familiar are you with the spec? But some specs cannot do that. They just can't. They will die. And Devour is firmly in that category. So, like, yeah, it took me 5 or so hours with like considerably less XP modifiers than we have even this week. And Darkmoon Fair, mind you, is just in a few days. I didn't want to wait to do this run because like that's not the point. But if you look at that run, 5 hours with everything that went wrong, and think, oh yeah, leveling is just really, really, really slow right now. I don't know what to tell you. It's fine. From what I've seen, when we have the Chromie time scaling, like, technically speaking, 1 to 80 might be slightly slower than like 1 to 80 was in War Within. But you also can't really compare like the average leveling time to like my speedrun times, because surely we're going to have some events like Winds of Mysterious Fortune throughout Midnight that make leveling there really fast. I think if you look at the trend, consistently leveling has just gotten faster and faster. I don't really think that will change. So, if anything, if it's like, what, 10 minutes slower, who gives a shit? It's really not going to make that much of a noticeable difference. Anyways, wanted to like throw that little rant in there at the start, just because it's something that I keep seeing, like, not only in my comments section, but just like in discussions online. And then of course, like, online and like Reddit posts and stuff, people are like, "Oh, you just spam time walking dungeons." Like, no, you fucking don't. Yeah, absolutely no, you don't. The solution to slow leveling is not to do something that is extremely slow right now, with all of the problems that time walking currently has, and it was never that fast, mind you. And then there's the classic, oh, I got 2 to 3 levels per dungeon. Like, wow, great, that's fucking shit. I get 2 to 3 levels per, like, stacked series of quests that takes me a fraction of the time to complete. It's, yeah, people just don't have frames of reference built up a lot of times. But, you know, that's kind of what I'm hoping to showcase here. So, I've definitely put more effort into preparing the speedrun than the previous one. I've done all my prep ahead of time, right? Which is why I'm just kind of running in circles, because I don't have anything that I need to set up in advance. I did everything. I'm not doing, like, the prep that I would do for a world record attempt or anything like that. I mean, if I was, I would just wait until Darkmoon Faire. But I don't really care about trying to get, like, oh my god, a super duper fast 10 to 80 time. We're probably going to get a fast one right now, but that's not the point. And frankly, any number that I get at this point in time is like, it'll pale in comparison to like the remix speedruns, so it's not even going to look that impressive. Like, let's say I finish this run in like 3 hours something. I don't know. I think that's actually a very achievable number. Let's say that happens. Would there be like a noticeable difference to a viewer if this run is done in like 3 hours 40 minutes, and then like if I waited for Darkmoon Faire, I do it in like 3 hours 15 or something like that? I don't really think to the average person that would mean much of a difference. It would just show like, hey, yeah, leveling's actually faster than you may have thought it was. But in either case, it's still much slower than Remix. So the people who are like, oh man, I miss Remix, which honestly valid. I'm giving it like the kind of funny haha voice, but like, yeah, it is kind of a bummer to go back to leveling like this when you're used to leveling characters consistently in under an hour. So like nothing is going to feel that fast. And the people, I don't know, like if a 340 time also doesn't convince somebody that like leveling is just faster than doing the crappy pre-patch event, then I don't know what will. So it's we'll see what the final time ends up being. But that's why I'm not really concerned with doing like the Darkmoon Faire stuff, because like I'm not trying to do this to get like a fast time, right? But when I say that, I mean like a quote unquote world record time, because like what does that even mean in this context? I'm not going to try and improve it. I don't know if anybody will even try to contest it, because again, it's so meaningless at this point in the patch. It would just be a way of saying like, hey, look at how I could do this exact same route, but with like 10% additional experience. And at this point, you guys have all seen me do the exact same route that I'm going to do in this stream like 50 bajillion times. The only point is to demonstrate, just for an average person, how long does it take now at this general period of time. And like Darkmoon Faire only lasts a week, so if somebody watches this video like here, I guess, well, I am going to do some turbulent time waste dungeons, so I guess if they watch it here, they won't have that, but like it's the same shit, really. I can't account for everything, but I'm just gonna do the best run that I can with what I have, and all we're trying to do is set a benchmark. Anyways, rant over. Oxara, I did see you sent that before the stream started. You're about to run and grab dinner. Nice to see you. So if you watched the recording, then glad you were able to swing by. Yin Dao Luxe? I don't know if I pronounced that right. Said, yo, what is going to be the way of speedrun? The way of speedrun is going to be basically the exact same thing that it's always been. We're just doing my standard Chromie time route. So if you didn't watch like the Void Elf Demon Hunter run, or if you just haven't followed like my posts and stuff about Chromie time leveling, I guess that's probably something I should do here. So this is, I'm going to skim this because it is kind of repeating information that I already discussed in my Alliance run. But in case somebody doesn't want to watch the Alliance run and just watches this, I want to make sure that you're like up to date. So for many previous expansions, I've always tried to do like an updated Chromie time route for the new expansion. The exception was kind of War Within, which was partially because I was wrongly banned, which I just had to, it fucked up my schedule, right? And I had to rearrange my priorities, and then that got delayed a little bit. But admittedly, when I did the updated War Within guide, it was like the exact same thing as it's always been. there were basically no changes. Same with like Dragonflight, but admittedly, the Shadowlands to Dragonflight transition was an important one because like my video quality was still getting better. Like I've kind of hit like the soft plateau for general like video making, I guess. I don't know a better way to say that. Obviously, when you're first starting off on YouTube, like your audio quality shit, you don't know how to use like Adobe Premiere really well. So my original guide, way back when, was just rough, right? Like the information was good, but obviously it was harder to follow, if that makes sense. So it was very important for me that I revamped it with Dragonflight, and that guy did really well. But then going from Dragonflight to War Within, that, man, it's been so long that I'm starting to, like, all the expansions are blurring together. Yeah, Dragonflight to War Within, that guide update was honestly, like, I don't know. I don't want to say it wasn't needed, per se, because I definitely, like, I don't regret doing it, but there's a reason why, among many reasons, the viewership of that guide was lower than my Dragonflight one, which passed 1 million views. It, like, didn't really add anything, which is, like, not really my fault. I think I did a slightly better job at, like, clarifying information. Like, it's not the exact same guide, copy-pasted. I redid all my testing. I rewrote the script, right? And there were certain things that people kept repeatedly asking on, like, the Dragonflight guide, and I incorporated that into, like, the new guide and tried to make sure that I covered some stuff that I already knew I was going to get 1 million questions about. So, like, the overall presentation of the information, I think, was better. Of course, you know, you have more time to test stuff. But it wasn't new. And the general video quality is, like, the same that people had come to expect from me, because by the time of, like, Dragonflight, I had kind of already, you know, gotten into, like, my groove of editing, thumbnail design, all that stuff. So it wasn't that much different. And, this time around, I'm not only in the exact same position as I was before, where, like, I already made an updated guide where you can go watch my War Within Chromie Time guides, and it's the same thing. Like, I'm going to be doing the exact same, like, route that I did for that, so nothing really changes. And in this case, my guides have even less reason to be updated because they're not even adding War Within to Chromie Time. Now, Dragonflight, we didn't really use in Chromie Time at all, even when it got added. Technically, you can include Dragonflight crafting, which I'm going to test again, just because I didn't test that in the Void Elf run, but I will test it here. I suspect it will be faster for 60 to 70, at least part of it, than the respective quests, which historically has been the case. I don't know what the values are going to be like. I don't know if you can literally do entirety 60 to 70 with it like you now can with War Within crafting, which that'll be interesting to test. Maybe you can't. I don't know. But it definitely will be good. So I'll test it. It's going to be part of the run. But that at least was a minor shakeup. And I suppose you could make the case that the existence of War Within Enchanting still being really good is probably going to be a staple of the guide going forward. So just like we included Dragonflight crafting, we'll include War Within Enchanting. And, like, even though it technically is not part of Chromie Time, you only do that, like, even in Dragonflight, we only did that from 60 to 70 anyway, even though it was part of Chromie Time. And War Within at least now scales from 70 to 80 still, so you can still do that. Even when Chromie Time extends to 80, like, that's still an option for you. So, in that sense, the guide will change, but effectively, it's kind of the same thing as it was in Dragonflight, where it's just, like, the best parts of my Dragonflight guide just kind of get plopped down into the exact same Chromie Time route that we've been using, and it doesn't change the routing. It's just you do the Chromie Time stuff, and then you finish with the Dragonflight stuff. So now you're going to do the Chromie Time stuff, you're going to do the Dragonflight crafting, and then you're going to finish with the War Within crafting, like we've been doing. But technically now it's all catch-up leveling, instead of, like, to max. So, I don't know, it's... Basically, you don't need an updated guide for that per se. And while I would still like to make one, just because having all of that information in, like, a clean, presentable, like, single video, I think will be helpful for people. Like, so I'm actually just seeing right now, Svaber said in Twitch chat, used your 70 to 80 enchanting leveling guide, worked like a charm. Yeah, so I'm glad. And frankly, one thing that has really surprised me is how many people were, like, unaware that that was a thing. when I made that like, how many views is that now? Like, I think it passed 10K, which for a second channel video is crazy. A second channel video that I thought would be repeat information. Like, I've had a few videos on my second channel do, like, well, but the entire reason I even posted it there is because I did not think anybody would really care. It's just I got a bunch of people asking about it, and I'm like, okay, there's a chance that some people may not know this. Like, maybe they weren't active during War Within, or they, like, forgot about this, or they're wondering if it still works. So I was like, yeah, I'll throw, like, a quick... I woke up, I pressed record, and, like, as I was having my morning coffee, I recorded that for, like, 25 minutes, and then just encoded it, sent it to YouTube, did zero editing, and I'm glad I did, because so many people have said, I had no idea this was a thing, thank you. Which, you know, cool, I guess. Makes me reevaluate, like, maybe in previous expansions I should have done that, like, during the pre-patch, a quick, like, very short recap of, like, hey, this is still the fastest way to level. Whereas, like, before, I've just kind of pointed people at my existing guides, which technically is what I'm doing now for the Chromie Time guides. Like, I'm not going to make a mini recap for that. The crafting thing is simple enough that I figured a short video just nudging people like, hey, this is still a thing, might help. And apparently it did, so that's good. But I guess that plays into the idea that an updated total guide for 1 to 80 would be good. Problem is, you know, I have to allocate my time somewhere. And just to reiterate, because actually another comment I saw, Chief Mango said, are you making an 80 to 90 speedrun guide this time around? Not only am I doing that, I am making an add-on this time around that you can follow in-game. So we're going to have the usual, like, I'm going to do speedruns. The first testing run, I should note, for 80 to 90, I'm going to stream it probably on Sunday. I don't want to, like, say 100% because there have been multiple times when I've said I'm going to do a speedrun on the beta, and it has been, like, completely unplayable for over a month now. At the moment, like, this exact moment in time, I am pretty sure that the entire campaign is finally unbugged and completable. But the problem is, there have been times where I'm like, oh yeah, we'll probably do a stream later in the week, and then I see a forum post of, like, this quest deep into the campaign is completely uncompletable and blocks progress. I'm like, well, that shit. Can't do that. So I haven't seen anything like that. I've been closely watching the beta feedback forums. I haven't seen any posts. The bugs that I know already existed, I checked, and they're fixed. So that's good. There was a bug on the beta. I don't know if it has been fixed, but it was causing, like, constant crashes. But as far as I can tell, either they fixed it or it only happens in Mythic Plus testing, which is where I saw it happen a lot. Because I did, like, 4 hours of endgame level 90 testing last night, and I didn't get a single crash. So in, like, solo content open worlds, it seems to be fine. The tree yeah, the tree, man, I have seen so many different, like, ways that campaigns have been bricked, and usually it's just, like, a quest tracker fails to flag, and you literally can't turn in the quest. That is one of the most interesting ways I've ever seen Blizzard brick the beta campaign, ever. I've been testing for a while. Some fucking intern dragged and dropped a tree on top of a questing hub. That was crazy. And I thought I was, like, so big brain. I found, like, a workaround where you use, like, the Orb of Translocation to actually teleport inside the tree, and you can get slightly further, and then there's another quest that prevents the NPCs from leaving the tree, so they just brick. And you can't go to Harrandar and finish that part of the campaign. I'm like, motherfucker. We were so close. I wouldn't have wanted to do a campaign even with the Orb of Translocation workarounds, but that one is like, how do you fuck that up? How do you just, like, drag a tree? Fucking hell. Yeah, I was pissed about that one too. You tried it with leatherworking for your rogue alt? It works with other professions? Yeah. So the crafting XP works with other professions. The main reason why enchanting is just kind of second to none is, one, because most of the items that you can craft for other professions require the work table in the major city. So you can't be in the Dream Surge zone while you're crafting it. And even though some of them, like some you can... I think leatherworking actually has a few, where you can learn it in Dornegal, and then there's, like, generic leatherworking tables in Onaran Plains or some other zones that work for War Within crafting, but then you would still need to go back to the trainer to learn the next few recipes, because you only learn them, like, 2 or 3 at a time. So the reason why enchanting is just so incredibly good is, A, you can do all the crafting just in the Dream Surge zone, no questions asked, And because most of your recipes come from the skill point thing, and you're just learning them automatically, you spend your knowledge points and it just deposits it into your journal, you don't need to run back and forth to the trainer. So, like, I saw some people saying, like, oh, it took you 20 minutes to do this, and I can do delves and blah, blah. And those people have never seen, when I did this in my actual War Within speedruns, where the entire process of heading to the Dream Surge Zone and doing the crafts is, like, under 5 minutes. Like, yeah, I kind of lollygagged around and, you know, checked my website and put the thing on screen because I was trying to explain it, and I walked it through step by step and showed where the quests were and blah, blah, blah. But when you're actually trying to optimize it, it's very fast. You don't even need to, like, when you go to the Dream Surge Zone, in my actual speedruns, I go just inside the zone, find the nearest cliff, land, and then start my crafting. The only reason I even flew all the way over to the Dream Surge area is because, again, I was trying to show how the buffs work and explain in the video. And, like, that wastes time, but that's not the point. So, yeah, it's very, very, very fast if you do it with enchanting. But obviously, if you're trying to, like, save money, like, let's say you just have a bunch of leatherworking mats left over, that could be a nice alternative. It really just depends on your goals, but it does work with any profession, yes. Let me just quickly read through YouTube chat before I continue rambling, just because I want to make sure I'm not falling behind on those messages. Who Am I said, A Baby. Is that Lub? Did you change your YouTube name again? I have no idea at this point. Andres said, howdy. Hello to you too, Andres. And Zarin said, really appreciate your style of videos and mindset. You think it's quite unique, especially in the WoW space. I appreciate that. I guess from a leveling side of things, I guess it probably is unique. I mean, I don't really think anybody covers it like I do, but obviously I'm biased, so I appreciate the flattery. You thought add-ons were illegal now? They've rolled back a lot of their restrictions on add-ons. And the restrictions that actually apply to add-ons, by and large, are like in-combat stuff and UI stuff. So leveling add-ons and stuff should work I mean, they will work perfectly fine. The only thing that I'm unsure about, which, like, when I really get into the weeds of, like, the nitty-gritty development stuff, I'll have to see, is I don't know how much will break, like, when you enter combat. So there'll probably have to be a decent amount of, after you exit combat, I run a scan to see, like, okay, what new information can I update for the tracker? So, you know, like the fancy little arrow that you need to follow, I need to make sure that that actually works in combat, or if it's like, when you get into combat, you're completely blind. I don't know exactly how that would work from a, like, quest tracker standpoint, but we'll see. When is the speedrun starting? Whenever I feel like it. I've already done all the prep, so the way that these streams usually go, if you're new here, is obviously people, you know, kind of trickle in as the stream starts, and a lot of people join, ask questions, and, you know, I want to give updates about important stuff early on, because when I'm in the speedrun, I want to focus on actually getting it done quickly, so I don't want to try to be, like, talking about something important while being half distracted. Sometimes that can take 2 hours, and if I need to sit here for 2 hours, so be it. You don't have to watch the stream. The recording will be up there. If all you want to watch is the speedrun, you can do that. But that is how I do my streams. I will not change it. Am I making the add-on myself? Yep, 100% myself. I've said this for years. I don't want to, like... People have reached out to me before. I won't, like, say the names of the add-ons. But a few of them have reached out and been like, hey, do you want to, like, help us develop a guide for your route or whatever? And the response that I've always given is like, look, nothing is stopping you from, like, taking the general route that I make and plugging it into your add-on. Like, I don't have a copyright on putting zones in a particular order. So, like, first off, you don't need to ask my permission. But basically, I've always said, if you want to slap my name on it, like, inspired by Harldan's route, like, sure, I won't say no. Like, cool. But am I going to, like, work with you hand in hand to, like, help design something for your add-on? No. I'm not going to invest my time in that. So there's always been an element of, like, if I'm going to do this, it's going to be done by me and me alone. I admittedly work way better on my own for stuff like this. I mean, in case it isn't obvious, by like 99% of the stuff I do on my channel, I prefer to do things solo whenever possible. You can't do everything solo, but when given a choice, I try to. Like, I was the person who in what's it called? Like in group projects in school, I would ask the teacher, can I just like be my own group of one person and just do my own project? So I have like full creative control. I usually did that if they let me. So I just prefer that. And it's like I'm very OCD about, you know, the creative direction of things. I don't really like to have anybody's oversight on things like that. And I mean, everything that I've ever done for my YouTube channel has always been just me. I do my own editing, I do my own thumbnails, I do my own literally everything, right? The only times I've ever gotten external help is like the group speedruns that you see in Legion Remix. Those people helping me out, which, like, mind you, those people are awesome. I could not have done runs like that without them. But assistance like that for group speedruns is the only thing that I ever really collaborate with people on for any video stuff whatsoever. And the add-on will be no different. Another reason is also I just want to learn how to do it. I like learning new things. So if I'm going to be like developing an add-on, quote unquote, and it's just like somebody else doing it and me giving them like notes or whatever, like I'm not really doing much there. There would be no point in that. If I'm going to make an add-on, I'm going to learn how to make an add-on, like myself. And I've already obviously done a lot of learning on that. I made some mini add-ons, including one that was used for the sub 2-minute speedrun for like manipulating my quest tracker to make the pet battle stuff easier. So like I already know how to do that. The stuff that I'm still working on, and I mean I should have enough time to get it all figured out by launch, is I've never published any of like the mini, you know, cantrip add-ons I've made for like one or two things. They're just running on my computer. And obviously there's a big difference between making like a really, really big involved add-on like this and, you know, a small add-on that only serves like a singular purpose. So we'll see. But like, I mean, I know how to code. Like I took a shitload of computer science classes in college. It was part of my major. So like I've always known that. Lua, obviously, I wasn't super familiar with, so I had to learn that to an extent, and I'm still learning that. But that's the thing. If I'm going to do the add-on, I'm going to learn how to do that. And one of the other things, right, is I've always had a lot of really cool ideas for something that can be done with an add-on like this. And although the core focus of the add-on, especially for the launch of Midnight, is going to be like basic functionality, like the stuff that you've come to expect from leveling add-ons, but in like a clean, presentable format with obviously all of the accurate information. The information at the end of the day is still the most important part of any leveling guide. So that is my core focus. There will still be a written guide. There will still be a video guide. But now you'll be able to follow along with it in-game. And another very, 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 very important thing, shots at other people intended, is it's 100% free. There's no fucking loophole bullshit of like, you know, pay XYZ here. It's just gonna be free. And I guess I'm just going to hope that people really like it and want to just donate to me as like a thank you. But I absolutely hate, well, so I have like my own personal moral stuff about like I really hate like charging for information and access to stuff like that. That's always felt grimy to me, just like on a fundamental level. But then I also just really hate how like in World of Warcraft, it's just explicitly not allowed. And a lot of add-ons get away with it because, like, Blizzard just doesn't have the spine to actually attack them. And, you know, it's just kind of the worst of both worlds because we still have paid add-ons, but, like, people aren't allowed to make paid add-ons, which, like, some people will argue that there's, like, certain add-ons that should, like, justify being paid or whatever. Like I said, that's a gray area for me, and I still don't agree with it. But I do think that if you're going to allow some paid add-ons, then you should allow all of them. But if your terms of service say that it's not allowed, and loopholes, by the way, every time this conversation comes up, people are like, but XYZ add-on uses this one loophole that technically allows them to do this. And it's like, no, if you look at the terms of use, it explicitly forbids all of the loopholes that people have, like, ass-pulled as a way to defend these add-ons. They are just breaking the rules. The only reason they are not taken down is because Blizzard does not give a shit. Because it probably makes them money or they're like friends with the developers. I don't know. Maybe a different reason for each of those add-ons that does it. But they are all against the terms of use. It's not really a gray area. in that sense. They are all just explicitly not allowed. They only exist because Blizzard allows them to exist, which pisses me off. Really pisses me off. So, you know, what am I going to do to combat it? I'm going to make my own fucking add-on, and I'm going to make it free. Good luck charging people for shittier information when there's a free version with better information out there. Good fucking luck. Have fun. And yes, I am bitter. There is absolutely, like, part of my logic for making this add-on is out of spite. And you know what? I'm not afraid to admit that. It's, like, as much as I do want to just have, like, a very helpful tool to, like, let people follow along with in-game, and, like, I'm partially motivated by, like, this will be helpful for people. I am also largely motivated by, like, fuck those other people, and I want to run them out of business, basically. So, like, I'm not going to pretend that it's, like, purely altruistic why I'm doing this. But, kind of backpedaling a little bit to the thing I was mentioning before, right? One of the other reasons why I've always wanted to develop my own add-on is because there's some stuff that I've kind of teased in the past of, like, cool ideas that I have that, like, wouldn't it be cool if I could, like, bring this to life one day? And those are, like, really big, grand ideas and projects that would require a lot of work. And a leveling add-on like this would be the perfect, like, stepping stone into something like that. And if all I'm doing is, like, helping another add-on get, like, a copy of my route, then I'm not really, A, developing the skills needed to bring that vision to life, or B, building a platform that I can then expand into the cool ideas that I then had. So right now, like I said, the focus is still a functional, clean leveling add-on. But once I have developed this, you know, toolkit, right, of I can do this thing now, and once, like, the leveling add-on hopefully is doing well, then I can be like, okay, how do I expand this? You know, can I actually add that thing that I always thought would be really cool? And we'll see. And then I can keep expanding on it myself, and if I have a new idea, I can just add it to the add-on. I don't have to, like, go through a shitload of red tape to do that. I hate that. And in the past, it hasn't necessarily been practical for me to do that, but going into this expansion, I don't know, figured, fuck it, why not? We'll try it. What's the estimated time? It's hard to say for sure, just because for the speedrun. Hard to say for sure, because obviously I don't have an exact frame of reference. Like, this is the run that will define the frame of reference, right? Based on my Alliance run, and generally speaking, my familiarity with the spec that I'm going to be playing, Guardian Druid and all that stuff, I suspect that, like, in the 3 to 4 hour range is likely. It could be slower, it could be faster. If anything, it might be faster. I feel like there's a chance that it could be really, really fast. But I would say sub 4 hours is a pretty safe bet in my mind. Pending any, like, major fuck-ups by me or something like that. Am I planning to do an 80 to 90 video? I think the ramble I was going on partially answers that, but yes. Yes, there will be an 80 to 90 video. Love subscribe with Prime. Awesome, thank you. At Pooty, why did you leave me? Boy. I'll catch up on Twitch chat in a second. I was just almost done reading through YouTube chat. Hate add-on info is so toxic. Yeah, I hate that shit. Man of the people, bro is our god. You guys are hyping me up way too much. Like I said, I mean, don't get me wrong. I really hope you will like the add-on. Like, I really, really, really do hope that it is useful for you. If I've done my job right, basically everybody should just install my add-on because, like, why not, right? It'll just help you. That's the idea. But obviously that's a pretty grand ambition. But, you know, it's... Like I said, it's not 100% altruistic. I do not want to pretend like, oh, I'm such a good guy. Like, you know, if you know me at all, you know I fucking hate toxic positivity, right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, oh, I'm such a generous, altruistic person. Like, no. I mean, I hope you like the add-on. I am doing it partially for you guys, but I am also doing it because fuck paid add-ons, and because, I mean, presumably it also will boost the rest of my stuff, right? It makes sense for, like, I've been doing video guides for so long, I should keep expanding it. And, like, do I hope that I'm going to make some money off it from, like, the boost to the views and the videos? And, you know, I'm probably going to make a Patreon, which will not have anything locked behind it, to be clear. I don't even know if I'll put anything in the Patreon. It might just be like an if you want to give me money type thing. But if anything, maybe I do like a fucking unscripted ramble about random stuff and throw it up there for people who just really like to listen to me talk about dumb shit. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, that, you know, like I'm pragmatic about it, I think is a good way to put it. But if you guys like the add-on, then huge W. Gotta love a man running on sheer spite. True. The man is not the problem. The main is not the problem of being paid for development or time. The problem is to steal, use poor knowledge around programming with AI, lying about ton of hour put in a dev, done, and also they're winning a ton of money from ads and subs. It's only pure greed from their part. Are you saying that Blizzard is greedy for not banning the developers, or the developers are greedy? I can't tell. I mean, technically, you could argue both in that case, but yeah. I'm not gonna I guess kind of since you mentioned some of like those like buzzwords, I suppose. Obviously, add-on drama is like, you know, in everybody's minds because of the stuff that happened with like the quasi add-on, and I don't really want to like throw all my thoughts out there like on YouTube, right? Because I have some very, very strong opinions that I think some people might not like if they don't understand the full context. I think I'm justified. Um, the very like uncontroversial takes I have is like the shit Quasi did is bad. Duh. I've already made it clear I don't like paid add-ons. I also think it's extremely cringe to like when you get called out for the slightest thing, just be like, "Oh, I'm quitting the game." Like, all right, bro. You know, zero fucking accountability can be taken. Sure, but that was really, really pathetic. But the other thing that I saw that I do think is worth touching on, that I think a lot of people really did not understand, is the difference between vibe coding, aka using AI, and directly plagiarizing. So, to be clear, I am going to use AI slightly. I'm not going to lie and say, oh yeah, I'm going to code it all by hand. You know, I will use AI slightly. I'm not going to develop the entire thing with AI, right? And that's a very big difference, right? Like, I've mentioned this in previous streams, but my dad works for Amazon. My dad is an AWS instructor, and one of the main things that my dad teaches courses on to like gigantic companies is how to use AI, especially to optimize programming. And my dad, the best coder I know, has basically told me if you don't use AI to some extent, you are a fucking moron. And having seen what it can do, having seen the things that my dad has been able to make in conjunction with AI, it's scary. Now, if you want to argue the ethics of AI and like whether or not it should be a thing at all, that's a separate debate, and I'm willing to have that debate, not right now on the stream, but like that is a very, very good topic of discussion where I think there are strong points on both sides. But the reality is, and I've like kept AI like far away from me for years now, whereas everybody is just like fucking gorging on it. Like even my dad, like I said, is doing a lot with it, but I think my dad is a lot better at using it like intelligently than, I mean, you see it used in a lot of places. I mean, he, like I said, literally teaches courses on it. And like actual Amazon like official courses, not like I'm selling a course online, you know, pay for my fucking Andrew Tate bullshit, that kind of thing. So there are like good ways to use AI. I think AI is like a tool, if anything, whether you want it to exist or not. It's here to stay. I've seen people refer to AI as a bubble, and those people are fucking dumb. The unfortunate reality is AI is not a bubble. The amount of money going into it, that's a separate story. Like, yeah, people are pumping way too much fucking money into it. So if that's the sense of like, oh, AI is like, you know, the market's going to crash because like a few companies are just going to implode when they can't keep up, like that's a separate topic from like, I don't know, like an investment standpoint. But a lot of people, I think, compare AI to like crypto here. And crypto, I've seen some people try and defend it. I've always thought crypto was the dumbest fucking shit in the world. Every time people try to argue, oh, technically speaking, there is some utility to cryptocurrency, and it justifies all of this money that goes into it. Like, fuck off. Like, you can argue that, like, some, like, the people who initially made cryptocurrency as, like, an idea, like, way back when, I don't fucking know the whole history, but I've heard some of the logic behind why cryptocurrency could theoretically be a good thing. But for its entire existence, it has just been a speculative investment tool. It has been nothing more than that. So people referring to that like AI is like the new crypto are just fucking dumb. AI has a lot of scarily practical uses. If anything, I'm really, really worried. I hope that AI will not be as strong as I think it is, but even in like the absolute weakest possible case for AI in the future, it's still going to change like all of our lives. Hopefully for the better. But it's it's freaky shit. And to a certain extent, I want to use it as minimally as possible. And the way that so far I've like used AI is whenever you're like learning a new language, right? Like I took a shitload of computer science classes in college, and you understand like basic coding fundamentals, but then I'm just like, okay, I know how to do this in like C++ or C sharp. I've done Java like in high school and stuff like that. How do I do this exact like concept in this new language? Like what is the syntax to do this? And it is so incredibly easy for you to just like, instead of having to search through like shitloads of documentation by hand to be like, okay, how do I do this one thing? You just like ask ChatGPT and it tells you like exactly the right syntax to use. And that makes it so much easier. So that's the kind of stuff where AI, at least for me, is probably going to save a lot of time, because like I'd like to think I'm not going to say I'm an insanely good programmer. I'm not. Like I took college classes. I've not done this for a living, right? But like I know it enough. And the main thing that has limited me for so long is like the amount of effort it would have taken to just like learn Lua from the ground up, especially because it works a bit differently than languages I'm familiar with. I've heard it's similar to Python, but Python is like one of the languages I didn't really take a lot of courses in, so wouldn't exactly translate super well for me. But now that I can just like have AI say like, this is how you do this thing, it's like, okay, well then I can think more about like the general architecture of the add-on itself and how I present the information, how to make like the user interface look good. Like that's going to be all me. I also I hate AI art. That's something that people still disagree on, right? Some people will defend AI art, but that's one thing that is a hard line for me. I will never use AI art. So I don't really know how many like custom art assets I will include in the add-on, if any, but if I do, I will probably like commission my sister to draw it, because like she does that for a living. So we'll see. But yeah. And so far, now that I understand it, Lua seems fairly intuitive. Like I said, I've at this point designed 2 miniature add-ons. I made one add-on during the sub 2-minute speedrun to help sort my quest log, so I could very easily click on the pet battle stuff, because they broke the old macros that used to work where you just press a button and autocomplete all of them. And I, like, way back when I was, like, first figuring it out, like, at the end of last year, I made an add-on called Harl Test, and it just like displays like information about my character on screen in like a little panel. The funny thing about that is I actually got a DM from somebody asking me, what add-on is that? They sent a screenshot of one of my runs, and they were like, hey, I saw that you were using this add-on. What gives you that information? Because it's like all the information you need about like recommended stats and stuff in one little area. That's so helpful. I'm like, I'm glad you think so. Unfortunately, it's a private add-on that is running on my computer, and I cannot share it with you because I'm not gonna, upload it and stuff. It's also not like ready to be publicly shared. It does the job fine, but that was actually a little bit reassuring that like somebody thought it looked good enough to be like an actual add-on. And I'm just like, this was my Hello World program. That's reassuring. But I've gotten a little bit of experience with Lua from those mini projects, so now that I understand it more, yeah, it definitely is pretty readable. Anyways, let me catch up on chats. The one who put the paywall behind the stolen add-ons program, it's normal to be paid for your time and work, but as a support, don't feel ashamed to ask for support, but not to make it mandatory. Yes, yeah. So that's the thing. So all that to say, like, I can see some of you guys are like talking about AI and stuff, and I'll respond to that. We can continue that discussion. But just as like returning to what I was saying before, I saw a lot of people misunderstanding the point of why what Quasi did was wrong. A lot of people are like, oh, he's using AI to develop his add-on, and because AI will always generate the exact same thing, he accidentally plagiarized, and he charged people for it. Like, everybody agrees the charging is bad, right? But people, the most brain dead take I saw, and this is people I imagine who just know A, nothing about AI, and B, nothing about programming. The people saying that if you ask AI to generate the same thing from two separate people, it's going to give you the exact same output. Like, no. Literally go and ask AI the same question twice, and it will not give you the same output. That's just not how AI works. But also, even in the context of programming, like, there's so many different small things that are different. Like, the order you declare variables, the name of the variables, basic shit like that, where if you, like, look at anybody's homework assignment or something like that in college, they'll have different variables, different orders of declaration for the variables, for the exact same homework assignment, because the odds that somebody names all their variables and calls them in the exact same order is, like, basically statistically impossible. And that is one of the many things that Quasi did, right? Because Quasi did not ask AI to code for him. He probably did in some areas. I think there was some evidence that he did that. But that's not even the point, right? Like, nobody who actually understands that is upset about that. The point is that he did directly just copy-paste plagiarize, like old-fashioned copy your homework plagiarize, a different add-on, and put it in his paywalled add-on. Like, that has nothing to do with AI. That is just simple, honest-to-God plagiarism. There's not really much more to it. So that was the biggest misconception I saw about that whole thing. And that's bad. Like, don't do that. Regardless of AI, don't plagiarize. So, yeah. That is kind of the biggest thing that frustrated me about that whole saga. And exactly, yeah, vibe coding add-ons is going to be in everyone's mouth with the recent drama, which is why I did want to make it clear right out of the gate, because, like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm, like, some fucking coding savant who's just going to, like, lock myself away and, you know, with zero prior knowledge, flesh out this, like, you know, earth-shattering add-on with, like, nothing but, like, the knowledge that I've gleaned from looking at, like, posts on Stack Overflow or whatever. Like, no, I'm going to use AI to do the basic stuff, the really, like, grunt work stuff, obviously, but the stuff that should make the add-on feel good, that will be done by a human. Thanks for the answer, no problem. If you do time walking dungeons that get gun track, are you going to do the water route? Probably. Is the water route bugged or something? Is that bad? It's sad to see that the community will only remember Quasi for the add-ons debacle and not for everything he did for the community throughout the years. I will say this, and I will leave it at that. I disagree. I think this is exactly the way he deserves to be remembered, and I have never liked the guy. And I will leave it at that. I'm not going to litigate my issues with Quasi, but needless to say, there are a lot of them. And that is why I said I'm not going to get into it, because I think, you know, and I respect your opinion, right? If you like the guy, I'm not saying you're wrong for that. Everybody has different taste. But there are very few WoW YouTubers who I genuinely dislike, and Quasi was one of them. And if anything, I'm kind of glad that this is his exit from WoW, because I think it is more reflective of the Quasi I always thought existed. And I'm just glad that, you know, he doesn't get to have his, like, guilt-trippy emotional blackmail exit, which is what he seemed to want, of, like, I've spoken with my family, and we've come to the decision that I need to step away from World of Warcraft. Like, yeah, fuck off. And I'm really glad that most people saw straight through that. So that's my take on it. I will not elaborate further. I discussed it a little bit more in my Discord if you want to, like, go in there and read it. But yeah, not a fan. Yes, of course, it's a tool and a powerful one, but looking honest in your project, you deserve support, help, and maybe giving you money for that. I mean, yeah, would appreciate that. But we'll see. Judge the final product, right? I don't want anybody to give me anything until the add-on is in their hands. And if they like what they have and they want to throw me money for it, then they are welcome to do so. Software engineer here, your dad is 100% right with the precise words. Yep. You like to use AI for trivial bugs. You throw bugs first to AI, check to see if what it did was good, then approve. Solves like 95% of issues with 90% less time. Yeah, exactly. AI, yeah, like any tool, is very good in the right hands. The problem is also, I think the biggest issue is that a lot of people who know absolutely nothing about code can use AI to, like, pass the sniff test for other people who know nothing about code. Or, like, if you know nothing about code and you tried to write a program from scratch, like, you wouldn't even know where to begin. But using AI, you can make something that, like, hey, there's a lot of stuff on that page. Looks like really good code. And if somebody doesn't know anything about code, they'll just be like, yeah, I'm sure it does something cool. and they won't question it, right? So that's kind of the problem with AI. But that is the problem with AI in so many fields, right? Like, in art, I think I've seen articles about like companies like animation studios basically hiring people who only used AI art, and then when they get to their actual job, they can't do shit. Right? It's just a prevalent problem with AI in general. And I've watched a lot of drama videos about like, oh, this artist gets exposed for like, selling commissions and using AI to do all this stuff like that. It's a thing that can happen. It's up to the people to sniff it out. You're writing a story with a physics-based magic system, and ChatGPT works great to catch holes and oversights in the system and point out inconsistencies. Yeah, that's an interesting one, because, like, I think that sounds, like, fine. I think using ChatGPT as a proofreader makes sense. The problem with, like, AI stories is, like, I can usually sniff out, like, true AI writing pretty easily, and it just comes across as soulless a lot of the time. But like the way that you sent that message, it sounds like you're just basically saying like, hey, proofread my rough draft, which is nice. Because, I've had some times where I write like a video script and I ask one of my friends to like proofread it, but they don't always have time to do that. But it really helps to have somebody point out like, hey, this just doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I guess in that context, I can understand that maybe being helpful. You haven't tested the water route in Guntrack, but last time you did time walking, a lot of groups didn't understand the swimming and they either left you or tried to vote kick you. Interesting. I've never really had trouble with it. Maybe it's because I always tank and like people know to follow the tank. If you're not the tank, it would probably be tough to do that. But Gundrack in particular, I did that dungeon a lot in Wrath Classic, and the amount of times, when I say amount of times, like almost every single time I ran Gundrack, and I showed people the underwater like passageways that let you skip so much trash, even classic players were like, what the fuck, I never knew this. And usually if I said, trust me, follow me, this is cool, pretty much every single group I was ever in just like took my word for it and then was like, holy fuck, this is so cool. So if I get Gundrack, I probably will do that because I've never had like a bad experience showing people that. AI writing itself sucks. It's when they suggest actual lines or descriptions, it's fucking terrible. Yeah, okay. Cool. So we're of the same minds. You should actually join my Discord. I think the link is still updated in the description. If the link in the YouTube like description thing doesn't work, if it's like out of date, let me know and I'll update it. Should be. I should also note, like, for anybody who's interested in like midnight beta testing or whatever, I post just like raw notes in my Discord. Whenever I'm testing something on the midnight beta, I will just hit enter and just like everything I'm testing, like these are my thoughts on this thing. Because I don't know, I've thought, it could be interesting in some cases to make like beta testing videos of like, hey, I tested this system, here are my thoughts, but I don't really think that would do super well. And it would require a lot of effort to make a video like that, and if I'm putting it out like on YouTube, then I would feel like it shifts from like, here are my notes and like gut reaction, first thoughts, testing XYZ thing, to I am giving like feedback that I guess is directed somewhat at Blizzard, and then I would want to like tidy it up and pretty it up. Whereas like, if I'm typing something on my Discord, I might just be like, hey, I tested this thing and it's fucking dog shit. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. This sucks. And then we'll just move on and test something completely different and then just write my thoughts on that. So maybe some people will find that interesting. I don't know. You like the term of co-pilot? It's exactly that, a co-pilot. You're always in control and responsibility. That separates experienced devs. Yeah, that's a fair point. Relying solely on vibe coding is horrible for software sustainability and maintenance of legacy code since people don't really know what the code does, so they can't really fix the errors. True. The link works. Awesome. That's good to know. That's how you end up with spaghetti code, like Blizz breaking random stuff while adding something totally unrelated. True, but I mean, Blizzard's been doing that long before AI was a thing, so they don't really need any help in that regard. All right, I caught up on YouTube chat. Let me read through Twitch chat real quick. You had one bug in the last follower dungeon in the campaign. You couldn't finish it because RP was gone. Otherwise, everything is playable. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting if I guess if the final, like, part of the campaign is broken, then at least you can do most of it. But I'm hoping that the entire thing is ready. It's just really annoying because I've been wanting to do testing for 80 to 90, like a full run, because I have general ideas of like how the different parts of the campaign work because I've tested it a little bit, but until you've seen the entire thing in one sitting and I've gotten like a mental map of the entire questing route, I can't begin to like switch things around and like basically I view it like kind of a puzzle, right? So once I have like the general puzzle, like if we're going with this metaphor, I guess, I try when I'm building my routes to kind of like, if you're a puzzle, building the edge of the puzzle first. That's like doing a raw campaign run, like no side quests, just to get an idea of like, this is the structure of 80 to 90. And like, okay, I know what the end level is. I know the general flow of the quests. I've like identified like, okay, this section is maybe going to be a bottleneck. Maybe there's like some way to speed this up. This level is like really, really low in experience, so we might want to find side quests around this point to speed it up, that kind of thing. And then I go back and do another run and try to like fill in the pieces and like switch things around and see what works best. And you just do that over and over and over, multiple iterations until you find a route that you're like, yeah, this feels good. This feels really fast. So although I have some of the pieces, I've done like enough scattered testing. I've tested like all the delves already, for instance. But I've not done the full start to finish campaign run, and until I do that, it's really hard to begin like actually fleshing out the route. So I want to do that this weekend. I will be honest, I wanted my first streamed 80 to 90 run to be like my first impressions of the entire campaign. That was my initial plan. At this point, what I'm probably going to do is like tomorrow, I think I'm just going to off stream. I'll still record it. Maybe I'll put the footage somewhere, but I'm going to off stream do a full run of the campaign just to make sure everything's working, because it has been so broken that the risk of like me getting to a part in the campaign that's like bricked and I can't continue, I think outweighs the, oh, here are my like very first initial reactions of this piece of content. And especially since the first like half of the campaign I've already done, I already had the test because it was broken earlier and I needed to confirm that. I've already seen all of that stuff, so it's no longer new to me. So you would only be getting like my first reactions for Harrandar and the Voidstorm, and I don't think it matters that much. I'd rather just have a run that's like very clean and helpful to people. Tyler Holcomb said, hey, chiming in to say hello. You're excited to keep watching my content. Looking forward to seeing more of your beta 80 to 90 testing and the eventual guide itself. Awesome. Glad to hear you're looking forward to that. That's not a druid, that's a rogue. Yeah, this is not the speedrun character. It happened to be a rogue. This is basically a bag character. Effectively, I created this character. This is all the stuff we're going to use for the run. And I'm going to mail this over to the druid before we start. It's just, well, we're rambling and responding to chat before we actually start the run. But yeah, this is not the actual character. Just to be clear. Let's see. When do you plan to release the Midnight add-on so we can test it on beta or get a feeling of the route? I'm going to be honest. As long as it's out by like a day or two before release, that is my only goal. I understand that like some people would probably want to test it, but I am like the only hard goal for me is I want to have it ready by launch. If I feel like I'm making really good progress and I think like, hey, I have like a functional version of it that I can put like a week early, awesome. We'll see. But I cannot commit to that. I do not know. I really don't. It is going to be like one of my primary goals over the next month. And like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, right? Like I have to develop the actual route first and do the speedruns and do all the testing. I have to get all of that stuff done before I'm even ready to make the like guide part of the add-on itself. So we'll see. Basically the short answer is as early as possible. The long answer is, what I said before. It might not be ready until like the actual launch. When I say launch, by the way, I mean early access launch, which is the real launch. So it'll be ready for early access launch. You personally just don't like you have to do the dungeons, the campaign. They're follower dungeons though, right? Like they had that in War Within. And like, I don't know. It's a blessing and a curse, right? Because like at the same time, in like older expansions, there was a common complaint, which I think is valid, of the dungeons are not really well integrated into the story itself. And like I am probably like one of the biggest critics of like the overall World of Warcraft writing. I should note, by the way, obligatory, like if you've watched my channel long enough, this probably won't surprise you. I think the Midnight Story is dog shit. And for anyone who's new, just as a recap of like my thoughts on general World of Warcraft writing, I love the World of Warcraft lore. I have been super duper into the World of Warcraft lore ever since I was a little kid. Like one of my favorite things to do when I was little playing this game, and I've been playing this game since vanilla, to be clear, when I was 5 years old. I used to love just like reading random articles in Wowpedia or WowWiki, I think it was when I was like really little, and just learning more about the story of the game and like the characters and stuff. I loved playing through the campaigns in like Warlords of Draenor and stuff. I thought it was pretty good. In hindsight, it hasn't aged as well, maybe as like other stuff has, but I really used to like the lore and storytelling. Even recently playing through Legion Remix, the overall Legion story is like not bad. It's like it has cheesy moments, but I actually don't think it's that terrible. And I was kind of thinking to myself, like, which is the reason I even watched the cinematics while like casually leveling an alt. I was like, is it nostalgia or is this like genuinely just better? And yeah, it is just noticeably better. Even BFA, I was not a fan of the story, but I don't really think it was that terrible. But I mean, like, obviously Shadowlands just did so much irreparable damage to the lore and the overall story. And there's like kind of two issues that I overall have with WoW's writing. I'll make this brief because I know people have been watching for a while and know this rant already. One is just the damage to the lore, which, like, yeah, that just directly traces back to Shadowlands. There's so much really, really, really extreme damage that they've just done to the overall Warcraft universe as a whole that it's just really hard to take anything seriously anymore. So there's like no stakes really to any story, truly, because like I really don't give a shit what happens in the Last Titan. I really don't. As long as we have like cool raid boss fights, it's whatever. Like they're like milking Xal'atath for all she's worth as like the super big evil villain, but they do the same thing with like every single fucking villain. And after shit like the Jailer, where he's going to rewrite reality, it's like, who fucking cares? Xal'atath's gonna do some like bespoke ritual to like absorb the world soul, and we have to stop her. And then her fight's gonna be like Azeroth cries out in pain and empowers her champions to fight Xal'atath, and she's like, "Ah, you'll all succumb to the void, ah!" And like, I don't give a shit. I cannot give a shit after what they've done to the lore. That being said, there are times when you can have like a universe that doesn't really have any stakes and it can still have interesting stories told in it. I'll give you a really, really, really easy slam dunk example of something that like reiterates to me that if you are just good at telling a story, you can tell a story about even like an IP that has been run into the ground. Because another IP that frankly I just cannot give the like tiniest shit about anymore is Star Wars. Star Wars completely lost me with The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. Like, not an unpopular opinion, right? I think a lot of people are of the same mind, but like that stuff really pisses me off. So like the moment I saw those movies, I'm like, I'm fucking out. Like I used to love Star Wars as a kid, like many people, and I just completely checked out. I had no interest in anything Star Wars. I didn't even watch The Rise of Skywalker in the theaters. That's how much I hated The Last Jedi. I watched like a million YouTube videos dunking on it, and like basically when my dad, who was like one of the biggest apologists for like bad stories, like my dad watches Hallmark movies for fun, and even he didn't like The Rise of Skywalker. So like I was just like, whatever. And it's so Goose, I'm one step ahead of you, because the entire point that I was going to make is I do not give a shit about Star Wars anymore. And so for like over a year, my dad kept telling me, you gotta watch Andor, you gotta watch Andor, you gotta watch Andor. And I kept saying, I hate Star Wars, I hate Star Wars, I hate Star Wars, it's dead to me. And finally, I was bored out of my mind. I had nothing to watch, and my dad was like, go watch Andor. Like, finally watch Andor. Season 2 is like, had just come out or something. I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Andor is fucking crazy good. Holy shit, that show is amazing. So, even though I do not give a shit about Star Wars at all, I like actively despise the writing of the end few movies. Andor was just such an insanely well-written show that even though, like, yeah, the overall world building of Star Wars and like some of the
you know, the lore stuff that kind of Andor had to inherit from the other like source material. Like, yeah, I rolled my eyes a little bit, but that's not really the writer's fault. They still told an incredibly amazing story, even with a franchise that is like fucking dead to me. And like there's so many other Star Wars spin-offs. I'm not going to watch any of them. I've heard extremely mediocre things about them. The franchise is still dead to me, but I can genuinely say Andor is just a fucking good show. And yeah, so Wow Hex said, "Oh shit, I guess I should watch it." You should. It's just a good show, plain and simple. Like, that's the thing. Good writing is just good writing. Like, you can still tell an insanely interesting story if you have like a like localized, interesting plot and damn good characters, and that's what Andor has. And so it's a really good show. Even though Star Wars is kind of fucked now, unfortunately, which makes me sad because I used to really like Star Wars, but it's just fucked. Like, the stakes are ruined, kind of the same way that Shadowlands ruined the stakes for WoW. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, Andor is a good show, period, not just a good Star Wars show. Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, don't worry. Mockthrax said, if we have to go through the mistakes of Star Wars, this run won't start. Believe me, yeah, I could talk for a while about my problems with it. We're not going there. But I do think it is, like, the perfect metaphor. And are there, like, every now and then... Is Andor good in the same way that Rogue One is good? Rogue One was okay. To be clear, Andor has a lot of the same characters as Rogue One. But, like, I would say Rogue One was okay. Andor is very, very good. Andor is a prequel to Rogue One, but it's like significantly better than Rogue One. I know we're kind of getting off topic, but all that to say, that is one of my biggest problems with World of Warcraft's lore and story in general. But then kind of my second problem is exactly what I just got done saying with Andor. You can tell good stories, and they just don't know how to tell good stories. The biggest problem that WoW has is, like, it has the most bland, garbage, one-dimensional characters of really any game I've played in recent years. I cannot get invested in any of the characters. And the other big sin that they've done recently is they take out, like, established lore characters and then just, like, completely scrub them clean and just slap, like, a new boring narrative and character on top of, like, an existing lore figure. And it's like, you are just now a puppet for the story. And it's sad to watch, man. It's, as somebody who used to love the lore, it is really sad to see existing characters just basically walk around like the writer's hand is up their ass. I fucking hate it. So, there's also, like, I don't know, some of this also has to do with, like, World of Warcraft's gameplay doesn't always really lend itself to good storytelling. Like, I think... I know some people might be trying to avoid spoilers still. I'm not going to spoil much. I'm going to spoil, like, there's very little to spoil at all. And it's, like, literally the first quest that you do in Midnight I'm going to talk about. So, I don't know, if that bothers you, click away, I guess. But the way that Midnight starts just already annoys me, where if you watched the cinematic for Midnight, the cinematic for Midnight is like, oh no, the Blood Elves are on the ropes, Xal'atath's kicking their asses, and Liadrin does, like, a super-duper prayer, and the Sunwell is like, wah, and the Army of the Light pops up and comes to save the day. And then it's like... So, Midnight drops you off, basically, in the middle of that cinematic, right after the Army of the Light arrives, kind of? You're, like, supposed to be, like, the second wave of reinforcements. Okay, so the Army of Light is already here, they've gotten out of the Sunwell, they've gotten all around the Sunwell, like, area, and are fighting back these waves of endless void monsters. And then Liadrin's like, alright, we need more reinforcements, so they get the player characters in. Which, like, that kind of doesn't really flow well, right? And that's why it's hard, admittedly, in some cases, to really make it work. I think, in, like, previous expansions, one of the best intros, I can't believe I'm saying this, is kind of like Dragonflight, because Dragonflight is explicitly, hey, there's, like, this new set of islands, and we're gonna do, like, an expedition to these islands to just see what the fuck these dragons are up to. And, okay, sure, I guess. Like, there's no real need to do, like, a crazy build-up. You hop on an airship, and, hey, we're in the Dragon Isles. And now that we're here... okay, assuming Womop what you just said is like sarcasm. I hope you don't actually expect me to address that. If that was like a one-off joke of like I'm gonna type something outrageous in chat, I won't like ban you, but please refrain from talking about stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that. I just that caught my eye, so I had to like interrupt to be like, yikes. um, but anyways, what's it called? Dragon Isles, I think, like, kind of dips your toes into it. Now, do I think the Dragonflight story was good? No. I think it was very boring. And I hate how the entire Dragonflight story is basically like, hey, this dragon Razageth is like really evil, and she just really, really, really hates the other dragons, and she's just like flying around the Dragon Isles causing all this mischief, and we have to go and unite the Dragonflights, and blah blah blah. We have to unite the Centaurs, and now we have to go like the blue dragons are being like, you know, sad, and we have to go cheer them up, and like I mean it's like the story itself is shit. But the premise of like, hey, the Dragon Isles are this, you know, mystical set of isles that like have been shrouded in mist. I mean, it's kind of like Mists of Pandaria. And speaking of which, Mists of Pandaria, I thought also had an interesting story of, hey, there's these new shrouded islands that are unveiled, and your factions are like, we're gonna go over there and fuck shit up. Go over there and we're gonna fight each other for resources. Oh, there's pandas here? Fuck them. I want the loot. I want the stuff on this island. It's like, yeah, okay, that's a believable reason to go raid this new ancient land. And I mean, I think Mop did a really good job, especially for its time. Mop's storytelling was way ahead of its time. And even like, you look at Warlords of Draenor, now, the way that we got into Warlords of Draenor is fucking stupid. Obviously, you know, somehow Garrosh returns and like time travel orcs. Like, yeah, that's dumb. But then once we're actually in Draenor, like the individual stories we get in the different zones, we're pretty good. So I didn't mind it. Legion also, like, I mean, the Legion invasion is kind of a compelling thing, but also I felt like Legion they properly built up. Like they had the pre-patch event where the Legion is launching like invasions across the entire world, and you're going around defending like these existing locations, and then like Dalaran does like this basically one last like borderline suicide mission of we're gonna dive bomb the Broken Isles and attack the Legion at their core. That's kind of cool, and it sets the stage, and then you're going around collecting these powerful artifacts. Like, it makes sense of like the stakes are realistic for like an end of the world type threat. And then for the Void, well, what is the build up to the Void is going to attack the Sunwell and presumably try, I don't know, like I genuinely don't know what Xal'atath wants to do with the Sunwell other than like she wants to turn it into the Void Well, because that sounds like menacing. That's like, you know, what's scarier than like a well of pure good energy, a well of pure bad energy? Oh, wouldn't that be so bad if the Void Well or Dark Well or whatever the fuck it's called is spewing void energy into the skies? Woo! Like, you know, vaguely evil plan. So it's really hard to understand like the general motivations. Like the Legion wants to destroy our entire world. Okay, like I disagree. I don't think you should do that, but like I understand that that is your goal, and I'm going to stop you. Xal'atath wants to corrupt the Sunwell to turn it into her font of dark energy, or the Jailer wants to rewrite reality and, you know, change the way the realms of death. Like, these are just motivations that are just fucking nonsense. Or, yeah, like so Dragonflight would have been much stronger if they focused more on localized conflicts. Yeah, and some of the localized stories were actually not terrible, but that's another thing. Like, what was Razageth's goal? To like turn the world into like a primordial world and like undo the Titans' corruption. And I'm just like, now I immediately think like, you think the Titans brought order to this world? No! They shackled it. What they could not control, they imprisoned, just as the Axpex did to us. And then she knocks you onto the side platforms, and you go into like two of the worst boss phases I've ever fucking had to prog in my life. Fuck Razageth, worst end boss. But like, what are her goals? I don't fucking know. I have no idea what Razageth wanted to do. And like, Farok's goals are also fucking crazy. Farok wants to burn down a tree, and what is the way the Dungeon Journal phrases it? I always thought this was funny at the time. Let's see. Where is it? World in Flames. Here. Where's the fucking name of the ability? Is it Heart of Amirdrassil? Amirdrassil burns. Yeah, Amirdrassil burns and Farok remakes the world in flame. What the fuck does this mean? What does it mean to remake the world in flame? Is the entire world just like constantly on fire? Is it like, you know, those Cataclysm Deathwing flyovers where there's just like patches of fire everywhere? Does that just like happen in every single inch of Azeroth because like one fucking tree gets set on fire? Because they keep hyping it up. It's like, if this tree gets burned down, the entire world is going to explode in fire. Like, how am I even supposed to picture that? What the fuck does that mean to me? It's just, it's fucking nonsense. So, it's so hard to give a shit about any of what's happening in these expansions. Like, don't get me wrong, cool boss fight. Farok was actually like one of the better end bosses we've had. But what the fuck is the goal of the story behind Farok's fight? It's so nonsense. Anyways. Dragonflight was fillers to stop the bleeding from Shadowlands? Yeah, but like they could have still told an interesting story with it. They don't know how to write good characters. And I think one of the bigger issues with Farok, right, is like, why does this even need to be a thing? Remake the world in flames. Like, why, if the stakes for the patch were just like, Farok says, fuck this tree in particular, and the Night Elves are like, hey, we already had our home burned down, we would like for this tree to not be burned down. Can you guys, like, help us stop him from burning down the tree that we just built? Like, that's a perfectly fine motivation. Like, hey, he's trying to, like, terrorize the Night Elves. Maybe we stop him from doing that. But they have to, like, they cannot fucking control themselves. And they have to make it so if the tree burns, the world is remade in flames. Why is this a necessary thing to add to the lore? Why? It's so dumb. The trees being destroyed and changed like Harry Potter's professors against the dark arts. I'm pretty much like that's apparently like a big plot line of Harandar. I don't know because I haven't been able to play it because it's been fucking bugged for like the last 2 weeks. But I've been told that's like part of the story. Still catching up about 15 minutes behind on the stream, but you saw a YouTube video late last year. Someone played a WoD of Warcraft 3 and loved the story and then came to WoW. Oh god. I feel bad for them. They were in for a rude awakening. Yeah, I also played Warcraft 3 as a kid. I should note, I started WoW before Warcraft 3. So I started WoW when I was like really, really young. And then when I was like 8 or 9, my dad saw like Warcraft 3 in a store and he didn't even know what it was. He was just like, oh, apparently there's like an Age of Mythology World of Warcraft game. And he bought it for me for like Christmas or something. And then I played it when I was like 9 or so. And I loved it. And that's one of the main reasons why I was super into the lore as a kid. Is the giant tree still there? Yeah, we stopped Farok. He got his ass beat. The tree's still there. And then it like blooms or something. I don't know. It blooms and the world is like better because there's a big tree. Who knows? Sarkareth was the most compelling villain in Dragonflight? Honestly? Kinda, yeah. You're not wrong. I'm not, like, I didn't like Sarkareth that much, but he definitely was, like, an alright villain. The entire raid of Aberrus, I think, is one of the better written raids than, like, whatever the fuck these two things are. Oh, is the tree in the beta? Oh, no, they fixed the tree, thankfully. They did fix the tree. Maybe the journal is read to us by Malfurion. You're just trying to get me to say Toronto again, aren't you? But yes. Okay, let me catch up a little bit on Twitch, because I said I was going to read Twitch chat, then I went on like a separate rant. And then I'll catch up on YouTube chat. And then we'll start the stream at some point, but, you know. Admittedly, I am partially to blame for going on like a long ramble this time around. But, I mean, you guys seem to be enjoying it and responding, so I'm more than happy to continue discussing it. I'm in no rush. I don't think this is going to be a long speedrun, so not really in any race to get this done. The Who Am I account is your YouTube one? I figured it was you. Also, because I don't really have many people modded on my YouTube channel. It's crazy that you have bigger content creators openly supporting and advertising them. Yeah, yep. Completely agree. Blizzard hasn't given a shit about anything in a long time. Yeah, that's fair. Don't forget to use your Prime sub, guys. If he gets 5, I think he said I could leave the basement and see my family again. Oh, boy. You just want cheaper computer parts? True. Yeah. ChatGPT saved you a lot of time this summer with naming flavors. Oh, yeah, for the ice cream shop. That's pretty cool. It is really good at that. Like, surprisingly good at, like, wordplay. For stuff like that. AI is as great as the individual knows how to use it, but yeah, not something to be relied on. You would say it's more like a hot air balloon right now. You think it'll deflate a bit, but then rise significantly higher when it's more aligned with its value. True. Completely agree. Asking AI for constructive criticism is often counterproductive because they're often made to be positive, reassuring over anything else. I have found, though, like, there have been times when I've seen AI doing that, and I've said, like, stop flattering me, and it disables, like, the inherent flattery if you ask it to do that. So, from what I've seen, at least, you can kind of get it to not do that. But that requires you to have, like, self-awareness of, like, okay, it's not helpful if it just keeps, like, gassing me up and saying that you're, like, the smartest person ever. That's not useful information. So that does require some element of the user to understand that. The whole WoD time travel and multiverse stuff hurt the lore? Yeah. The new cinematic reminded me of Wildstar animation style. Yeah, and, like, it's very similar also to the Overwatch cinematics they've done. It was interesting. I guess, oh yeah, so... I'll be brief, right? Because, like, there's not even that much to say. And, like, so the whole, like, mid-tier raid thing, I have a lot of opinions on, but I'm not even going to open that can of worms. But I will at least say, the whole State of Azeroth presentation thing was, like, absolutely dog shit. I have no idea why they thought it was a good idea to advertise it as much as they did. Also, one second, hot fixes. Well, they buffed Devour a lot. Okay, nothing notable other than Devour buffs for the hot fixes. All right. I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything crazy. Here we are reacting to what you're saying and you're ignoring us. You must have a wife. Sorry, I was catching up on YouTube chat. I don't have, like, split chat set up, but I do make sure I go back and read through everything, as you can now see. Don't talk smack about my queen. They've ruined Sylvanas. Knife wife is all we have left. Fair enough. Can't remember the last time you put any attention into the story. Yeah. Oh, what I was saying before. I distracted myself. Yeah, the State of Azeroth thing was really bad, and I say that as somebody who, like, I like housing. So I've seen so much criticism of, like, criticism of the criticism. There's been a lot of justified criticism of, like, what the fuck was that? That was, like, a really, 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 really dog shit thing to show and hype up as much as they did. And then I've seen, like, criticism of that saying, oh, you're just mad because you don't like housing. And as somebody who really likes housing, I also thought it was fucking stupid. And, like, the housing quality of life stuff that they showed is good. Really nice quality of life changes coming for housing. I'm excited. But why the fuck would they hype it up of, like, we have this amazing roadmap? And they also, this is something I see a lot of people giving Classic players shit for. Now, are there some unhinged Classic players out there? Yes. You know, no surprise. There are some unhinged Classic players. And the people who thought that they were going to announce Classic Plus, yeah, that is a dumb thing to expect. They obviously weren't going to do that. But when they say Classic and retail roadmaps, and right now we already know TBC is a thing that exists. We know the exact plan for TBC. I think the only surprise is that they're rushing it, which some people are upset about. And no shit, Escalation is the next patch and mop, and then Siege of Orgrimmar comes after. Like, yeah, we know that. The expansions happened before. So that's not news. So when they say Classic roadmaps, what I think myself and at least a lot of people thought is they're going to announce WoD Classic. And they just told us information that we already know. So, yeah, it was a massive slap in the face for Classic players. Say what you will about whether or not you think they should have announced anything like that. If they say they're going to put in roadmaps, and then they give us literally zero new information other than, like, the 50 millionth Classic Plus is coming, guys type of teaser, which people are saying, at least they did that. They did this bait and switch thing of, like, oh, we can't talk about that. Yeah, that's like the 5th fucking time they've done that. Like, it's no surprise. We know they're working on Classic Plus. Like, giving a soft confirmation of, oh, hey guys, we have this thing we can't talk about. We know it's Classic Plus. We know that they will announce it eventually. It's not news. So, yeah, I was kind of pissed off, especially because I actually play Classic, and I actually was looking forward to more information about that. So, having it hyped up as the roadmaps for the future of WoW, and then it's literally zero new info is like, what the fuck? That was kind of annoying. You're becoming increasingly convinced that WoD Classic isn't happening. I will admit, the fact that they said nothing here is the first time when I'm like, are they really not going to do it? The problem is, I still think they will, because it just makes no sense to not do Legion Classic, right? Like, if all they're doing is releasing WoD Classic, obviously not. WoD Classic comes along with Legion Classic. Duh. The thing that I've said for a long time is it's just a money printer. You get to sell pre-order amounts because people will pay money for that, and you're just re-releasing existing content. Like, it cannot be that difficult to where you're not making money from, like, the giant pre-order bundles that they sell. People will buy that. And although WoD Classic, yeah, wouldn't do super well, even though I want it because I actually liked the WoD class design and, you know, content, Blackrock Foundry was fun, I would be very disappointed if they didn't do that, because then we also don't get Legion Classic, which I know a lot of people who would really like Legion Classic. That feels like kind of a no-brainer. So, my guess, the fact they didn't announce anything, I suspect that we're going to get something where it's like an very like speedrun WoD Classic into Legion Classic. The odds that they don't do anything with Legion Classic is just, in my opinion, next to zero. I would be incredibly surprised. You're just leaving money on the table. So that probably means it's not as simple as like a slightly sped up version of WoD Classic. They're probably going to do some very fast paced, like, this is a way to bridge the gap into Legion Classic, and it's basically just kind of like a gigantic Legion Classic pre-patch. And like, yeah, that probably requires a little bit more work to set up, and they would probably want to announce that all at once. And it, like, so let me see. If I look at the roadmap, right? Looking at the roadmap, Siege of Orgrimmar is, like, in the summer. So, it, like, their roadmaps are very vague. It's hard to say exactly when this stuff is going to release, but it looks like, based on their roadmap, Siege of Orgrimmar for MOC Classic is going to be at roughly the same time as 12.1. That's in the summer. Now, we are getting the new raid in March. So, like, around here. So, if we're getting the new raid here, then historically, raid tiers are, like, what? Like, so when did Nurubar Palace came out in September? And we got Undermine in February? Kind of March, basically. We're roughly on, like, a 6-month patch cycle. Like, 5 to 6 months. So, realistically speaking, if we're getting, if we're getting, like, the raid here, then 12.1 should probably be somewhere around, like, July. At the absolute earliest, more likely August. Give or take, I think is fair. So if we're getting Siege of Orgrimmar around the same time, then they're going to let that run for probably at least, like, 3 months. BlizzCon is on September 12th. So I do think it still makes sense. If, let's say, they release Siege of Orgrimmar in July, the retail patch in August or something like that, BlizzCon here. Well, then they could say, like, the WoD Classic thing starts, like, in October or November or something like that, and then we speedrun WoD Classic in, like, 3 months or something. Basically, it's just, like, 1 month for each patch, and then Legion Classic is in, like, 2027. I think that is a very real thing that they could do, but then in that case, it kind of makes sense why they would reserve the announcement for BlizzCon. Because, obviously, they want to do all their big announcements there, but if we assume that that is roughly what their goal is, the logic still applies, and I could still see it. Now, I could just be, like, turbo coping. I bet that is entirely possible, but all I'm trying to say is that it makes sense. It is not like, oh, they didn't announce it now, therefore it's not happening at all. I think that would be, like, that's a bit of a reach. But, yeah. I still think it was a dumb decision to hype it up as much as they did, because I was really disappointed. The only really interesting news outside of, like, okay, the housing, like, as somebody who enjoys housing, the housing quality of life stuff is good. Did that need an entire presentation? No, that could have been a blue post. You did not need to do a gigantic presentation to tell me that we can, like, group up items and have, like, some... I don't even remember what the other quality of life things they said, but I remember, like, nodding along, like, yeah, that's good. Like, that's stuff that I kept thinking I would love to see that. There's still, there's a lot more that I want personally to see from housing before I'm like fully sold on it as a future system. Like, I'm having fun with it right now, but people keep saying housing is going to die, housing is going to die, like it has no future. And I've been saying, if Blizzard knows the right stuff to add, housing could be like a Mario Maker for this game, and it could be fucking crazy. It really depends, though. I'm still waiting to hear, like, the one bit of hope. Very early on, when I started messing around with housing, like, I don't know if I ever said this on stream, but, like, an idea that I had, that I pitched to some of my friends, they were like, yeah, that would be sick. Imagine if you had a skywriting course in the housing neighborhood, but people put down their own checkpoints. So, every single housing plot was a checkpoint, and people built, like, custom stages as part of like a larger gigantic skywriting course and put like their checkpoints somewhere in the housing plot. So you have to ride through all of these custom built checkpoints one after another to complete the course. And there was like a race. What if you did that with the drive system from Undermine and built like a gigantic Mario Kart like racetrack where everybody has like these strange little pathways that you need to navigate, and there's like different checkpoints and power-ups and stuff like that throughout the entire neighborhood? That would be fucking cool. That would be really cool. And that's the kind of thing where there's just like limitless creativity that you could do with stuff like that. So with the way the housing system is currently set up, they could theoretically do that. There is like enough freedom in the player's hands that if they give us those tools to make something like that, it would work. It absolutely would work. Turn housing into Forge from Halo? Exactly, yeah. And if they do that, oh my god, yeah, this feature is going to be crazy. People keep calling it Garrisons 2.0, and already that's not accurate. But if they give it the right treatment, it could be amazing. People are still going to play it regardless, because a lot of people are just really happy with housing as it is, and like that's cool. But like I'm looking at housing and I'm seeing like this is the stuff that they could do with it, and holy crap, that would be awesome. But so far, they've just made good changes. Have they made like the changes that I really, really hope they make in the future? Not yet. But they haven't made any changes where I'm like, oh, that's dumb, that's bad. They've made pretty much just only good steps, so I'm hopeful. It's one of the rare cases where I actually have faith currently in the housing team. And I trust the process. I really do not trust Blizzard in like 99% of areas, but the housing team I think is kind of like a separate group, and they seem to actually be listening to players and adding like highly requested features, so I don't know. I'm hopeful. You don't care about the story, you're happy when you have a nice M+ season and pushing is fun? Fair, yeah. As long as the gameplay is good, I will still play WoW. Like, I hate the story, and I think Midnight is just more slop. I kind of got off track. It's probably not important. The only thing I was going to say earlier about the Midnight story is it's like, the way that the story works makes no sense. It's like, you know, Leatrix summons you in as like the second wave of reinforcements, and you like fight some Void guys. You push back the Void a bit. It's like the typical, we've like defeated one of their lieutenants, and we've like helped some civilians escape and done like this big push and defeated like a bunch of people in different areas of the Sunwell. But oh no, they did this crazy counterattack and we have to fall back and all hope is lost. And then they do a ritual on the Sunwell again, a second time, and it like shoots the giant laser beam into the sky that you see in like all the footage and stuff like that. And that's what causes the giant like light laser beam that goes into the sky, and it like drives the Void back because they're like, oh no, light energy, wah! And like you win the battle or something. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's bad writing. Like it's not even like, I can't even point to like one specific part of it that's bad. I'm just like, this feels nothing. It feels honestly like AI generated slop of like, the Void guys attack the Sunwell, reinforcements fight them back. The Void guys keep beating back the reinforcements. Champions, player characters, come in to fight them back. We keep pushing them back. We beat the big Void leaders. The Void pushes us back again. And we empower the Sunwell, and blah, laser beam, and the Void loses again. It's like, it's just... I don't know, you feel nothing. It's just so lazy. And then it doesn't help that, yeah, the characters are just all entirely one-dimensional and completely uninteresting. There's just, I don't know. I really am curious if there's anybody out there that actually likes the Midnight story. Because it's just, it really at this point is just like paint by numbers. Of, we are going to like go around fight the bad guys in all these little corners of these zones, unite the tribes, like, we got the trolls fighting for us, we got the Haranir fighting for us, we got the good guy Voidwalkers, not the bad guy Voidwalkers, but there's a group of Voidwalkers that are actually good, and we get them in Voidstorm, and then by the power of friendship, we attack Xal'atath, but oh no, she has an evil plan, and then we're on the back foot, and then we have to fight Xal'atath again at Quel'Danas, or whatever the fuck. It's just like, so boring, so predictable, so why would anybody be interested in this story at all? Like, what stakes, what motivation is there to care at all? I am admittedly very cynical, but I still don't understand how anybody could enjoy this. It's slop. It really is just slop. Seeing discussion about Star Wars. Last good Star Wars movie was Rogue One. Since Star Wars Force Awakens, they lost me and would never come back. Fair enough. The Obi-Wan one is pretty good. Haven't heard much about that. WoW's been overall bad story with pockets of cool world building. That's a fair point, yeah. Important lore characters need to be competent for the sake of the story. Otherwise, how do we end up in dire situations that the players can save? Yeah. True. Pandaria had weapons to the old gods, so you must intervene and give them democracy. No one knows what Xal'atath wants to do. This is how the writers can keep pretending she's 5 steps ahead all the time. Yes. Yeah, like, that's the exact type of writing trope that I just hate, of, like, the villain, despite the villain being so obviously evil, like, one of the things that they said that really pissed me off is when they were leading up to, like, Koresh, at one point, one of the developers said, maybe Xal'atath is on our side. How do we know that her intentions are actually evil? I forget the exact wording, but it was something along those lines, and I'm just like, fucking what? So, just because Xal'atath is working with us for this patch, it's like, brother, you've already announced that the next expansion is called Midnight. You want me to think that Xal'atath is, like, actually maybe sort of good for, like, the next month? And that's, like, the entire premise of the storyline is, like, maybe she's actually a good guy. Maybe we lied to you, and the next expansion isn't about Xal'atath invading the Sunwell. Like, it's actually something else. We just baited you. Please believe that she's actually maybe sort of good for this next patch, so that we can pretend that our story is well written, guys. Please. That one pissed me off. Like, Xal'atath being a poorly written character in general, yeah, okay, we get it. But the fact that they even tried to slip that by people in the story is like, holy fuck. And we're supposed to act surprised when Xal'atath betrays us. Like, no fucking shit. Ugh. Fucking Blizzard writers, man. I do not understand how they still have a job. Like, I don't understand how you can write that poorly and still keep your jobs. It's crazy. Genuinely, at this point, you may as well just outsource it to AI and, like, hire more raid developers or class designers. Maybe class designers, I think, we kind of fucking need. Put that money to some good use, because it's not being well used on the writing team. That's for fucking sure. Houndoom Tamer 1, subscribe with Prime. Thank you. Sorry, I only just saw that. You like roadmaps? You like the fact they've stuck to their roadmaps? I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I am happy they gave us a roadmap. But the way that they announced the roadmap is like, they didn't just say, hey, we're just going to do a quick overview of the roadmap. They phrased it as like, tune in for an important announcement regarding like the future of retail and classic World of Warcraft. And then it was just the roadmaps. Which, yeah, they mentioned that there were going to be roadmaps, but that's the thing that people keep saying that has been pissing me off, of like, what did you expect? They said that it was just going to be about the roadmaps. No, they said they were going to show the roadmaps. They never said it is only roadmaps. That's what really pisses me off. The way that they phrased it and the way they presented it was really misleading, especially for Classic. Hey, Axara, good to see you. They're saving it for BlizzCon? I mean, I expected most of the big announcements to be saved for BlizzCon. And, like, again, if they had not said, tune in for an important announcement about the future of retail and classic World of Warcraft, if they had not phrased it that way, I would not have expected anything until BlizzCon. But they chose to phrase it like that, specifically to bait people into clicking on the stream. That was an intentional choice that they made. Nobody can look at the way they worded it and say, oh, it's ambiguous enough. Like, no, it was 100% bait. They even did the whole bait and switch in the middle of the thing. They fucking knew what they were doing. And, like, is it the end of the world that they chose to do that? No. But am I allowed to be pissed off about it? Yes. I am allowed to be pissed off that I wasted, like, 30 minutes to an hour of my time watching something that could have just been a blue post. I am allowed to be annoyed. Is my level of annoyance maybe a little bit over the top? Yeah, but, like, you know, that's just me, right? Like, I get really pissed off about stupid stuff, and then I rant about it. Welcome to my stream. The only good Classic Plus is Turtle. Very true. I still gotta get back to that at some point. Anyways, okay, I'm caught up on Twitch. Let me try to catch up on YouTube, and then we could finally start this run. Remember when I said it might take 2 hours? At the very least, I've done all my prep already, so we get to fully focus on the yapping. That's what happens when I only stream like once a week, though. You know, there's a lot to talk about, especially right now in like the pre-expansion lead up. I mean, there's so much that I could ramble about just on like the upcoming stuff in Midnight. Like I said, I have really strong opinions about like the mid-season raids that I could talk for like an hour about. I'm not going to do that right now, at least. We'll save that for later. But, you know, I want to at least answer stuff. There's a new secret finding Discord thing in progress. All right, cool. I just looked at the Wowhead news. Ian Hedge said, I know for the Druid, not a rogue. I figured there was a chance that you were just, like, joking, but I wanted to make sure I answered it. Pre-run yapping session is the best part of the stream, for real. I'm glad you enjoy it. Do I not like Classic? No, I love Classic. I play Classic a lot. I've played... I have, at least to some extent, played every single version of Classic so far. There have been some that I played more than others. Like, I played pretty much the entirety of Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and I played a good amount of Cataclysm Classic. I really wanted to play Mop Classic more than I have, honestly. I really have not had the time, unfortunately. I keep meaning to go back and play it more, but it's just been, like, big release after big release, and I just haven't had time. But if I had, like, infinite free time, I'd be playing Mop Classic. I did really like... I played Launch. I had a lot of fun there. And, like, if we're talking older classics, like, I played the original 2019 Classic. That was before I ever started doing YouTube, though. I didn't start doing YouTube until 2020, so I played that before I ever had a channel. I played TBC. I actually did stream a little bit of TBC Classic early on in my channel. And I played Classic Anniversary when it came out last year. I streamed that a little bit. So I've played Classic a bit. As far as like speedruns are concerned, so partially yes. The whole like speedrun thing, I've seen people like try and compare. It's like, oh, now go do it in Classic. And it's like, I don't know. It's like telling a Zelda speedrunner, go play Mario. Like, they're different games, really. It's like, I enjoy Classic. And like I said, I played basically every iteration of it, but it's speedrunning Classic is like very, 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 very different than speedrunning retail. And the reasons I don't do it is, well, I would say, I'll summarize this because I've talked about this a little bit before. 3 main reasons. 1, yeah, it is just really time consuming, right? So a Classic speedrun is like, what, multiple days, realistically, if you're doing it solo? And the people who do that, like, I respect that. I respect being able to stay focused for that long. Like, it really is a testament of skill to do that. And I've never tried to act like retail speedruns are superior to Classic speedruns. I've always maintained that they're just completely different. So I have a lot of respect for the people who do Classic speedruns. But yeah, it is a very, very time-consuming process. Like, I did some speedruns in Cataclysm and Mop because it's still longer there, but it's like at least a much more approachable type of speedrun. But like the vanilla speedruns, like the multiple day speedruns, that's way out of the stuff that I'm willing to sit down and dedicate time to doing in one sitting, right? Now, the other thing, though, is I still do, and I have, leveled in every single iteration of Classic, and I enjoy it, but the way that I enjoy leveling in Classic is different than retail. The reason I do the retail leveling speedruns, it's not even necessarily because I enjoy it. Like, it is kind of fun sometimes, but the reason I even started doing this in the first place is because I've leveled 1 billion characters over the years. I've done this process so many times. The only way that I can even have fun doing it is by optimizing it and trying to do it as fast as possible, just for fun. right? As like a personal challenge. And then obviously eventually it became a job, but it started off as a personal challenge of like, how fast can I do this? And then I started making guides, and now I do it because I help other people level fast, right? But it's like the way that I enjoy classic leveling is the exact opposite. I really like the slow-paced RPG side of classic, and when I'm leveling in classic, I like to do like all of the quests. I like to get all the quest rewards. I want to be like as powerful as I can be at like basically every level. When I get that like really powerful quest reward that only lasts me for like 5 levels, I'm happy. Even though it's only 5 levels, that's like multiple hours in classic terms, sometimes days, depending on how slowly you're leveling, like towards the end of the process. So that can actually really mean a lot, and that's really satisfying. I love the RPG side of things. I always level my professions as I do leveling in Classic. I always try to like keep engineering up, especially because I like to tank dungeons when I level in Classic. And tanking dungeons and having like the grenades and stuff at low level dungeons, like you never lose threat. And then everybody's like, holy shit, I could just like go ham because this tank never loses threat, and that feels good. Like that makes me feel like, oh, all the time I spent to like build up my character is worth it. That is how I have fun in Classic. And like I'm sure that if I played Classic to an extent of like the people who do Classic speedruns, I can only imagine that that is probably the main thing that they have done on private servers for years and years and years and years. They've probably done the process countless times. And like me, with retail runs, they're probably like, well, I've done this so many times. The only way that I can have fun with it now is to just try and do it faster and try and optimize it, which I understand. But I am not at that point yet. Every single time that I play Classic, it's like a new experience for me, something that I haven't really done that many times. And so I usually try like, oh, I'm going to play a Druid this time. For 2019 Classic, I leveled a Warrior. For a Classic Anniversary, I leveled a Druid. And like in Wrath Classic, I played a Prop Paladin. In Cataclysm Classic, I played a Blood DK. In Mock Classic, I played a Brewmaster Monk. Like I always try like something different and try to have fun with like a new playstyle that I haven't tried recently in Classic, and set that character up and build out its professions and whatnot. And like that is fun for me. So it's just like basically I play it more as like a hobby, not as like a speedrunning thing. And I guess the third point, kind of combining those two things, if I did reach a point where I wanted to speedrun Classic, the amount of effort that I would have to go through just to reach a point where I could do that at all, like the knowledge base that I would need to build to even begin to attempt Classic speedruns, that would be like another colossal investment of time. And while I enjoy Classic enough to like level a character and dip my toes into the endgame content, the reality is I don't love Classic that much to level tons and tons of different characters. I don't even love retail that much. Like at this point, I do the retail speedruns because it is my job. Like, do you know how many max level characters I have in retail at this point across 2 accounts now? More if you count like my alt accounts that aren't even linked to this, or my European account. I have more characters than I know what to do with. The reason I'm even going to be doing this speedrun today is purely to help you guys out, to give you guys a frame of reference to use for prepatch. And like, while I do this, I'm gonna try and make some fun out of it and sit here and yap. But like honestly, for me, the hours that I spend here yapping and talking about random bullshit, like that is more fun for me than the speedrun, because like I've done this a million times. This is like a formality. I'm just here to stream it and talk about random bullshit and stuff. When do I start? Yeah, whenever I'm done catching up on chat, basically. But that's kind of the thing with Classic. Like nobody just like decides to speedrun stuff like this. When people decide to speedrun a game, it's because they are like really, 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 really enjoying that game, and they just want to like test their mastery at it. Like I'll give you an example. Then if I speedrun another game, like the next game that I would probably speedrun before speedrunning Classic World of Warcraft would probably be like Zenless Zone Zero. Because I'll be honest, I am really, 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 really into Zenless Zone Zero lately, and I have actually been thinking, wouldn't it be fun to try and optimize this campaign process, because I really like it. And after I'm fully done with it, and I've like done all of the different side content and stuff, wouldn't it be fun to go back through and see how fast can I do it again? And that has like no practical use, like World of Warcraft, like leveling characters, which that's one of the advantages of doing this. It can be fun to try and do the speedrun, but by doing these speedruns, I'm also providing valuable information that other people can copy off me. In a lot of speedruns, you don't even get that. Like, nobody is watching a speedrun for, like, a tutorial on how to run the game quickly. They're just watching it for fun, for, like, entertainment value. I am lucky that the speedruns I do for World of Warcraft have, like, extra value in that sense, and that I can make a job out of making guides out of my speedruns. I think a lot of people who speedrun games, like, purely for fun can't necessarily do that. So that is one big advantage that WoW has, which is, frankly, why I've continued to do it for a while, even though, like, the super deep passion for it is maybe not there anymore, at least in terms of, like, doing the same speedruns. So, like, the Legion remix stuff, that's cool, because that's new. That was, like, I had to make a custom brand new route with, like, a limited time event to do a crazy speedrun. That's cool. The process of optimizing that was interesting. But doing the same Chromie time route that I've been doing for the last 5 years, like, yeah, it's not the most fun thing ever. But, you know, I'm playing World of Warcraft, right? And especially a run like this, right now, the class that I'm going to be playing as probably my main for Season 1 of Midnight is Guardian Druid. Now, I say probably because, realistically speaking, I'm a tank. And, like, I am at a level where if my guild needs a monk buff, and we don't have good Windwalkers or Mistweavers, or maybe if Windwalker and Mistweaver end up being turbo dog shit and you can't play them at a high mythic level, I will need to play whatever is needed. I am currently in a Hall of Fame guild. Like, that is the expectation, 100%. Like, you can, whenever I've talked about that in the past, people would be like, well, technically, at your guild level, it doesn't really matter. I'm now in a Hall of Fame guild. It definitely matters now. So, there is no question, if my guild tells me you are playing Brewmaster, I guess I'm playing Brewmaster. Now, my gut is still telling me that Guardian Druid, Blood DK, Prop Paladin are probably the 3 most likely tanks. I think Brewmaster is not out of the question. I would put it at, like, a distant 4th, but Brew feels really bad to play. It's really, right now, hard carried by its just raw tuning, which is not guaranteed to hold up. If Brewmaster stays as, like, a decently overtuned tank, like, yeah, it may get run, but Brewmaster is entirely tuning dependent now. It does not have a good kit at all. If the numbers are not there, the spec will just fold. So you're only going to play Brewmaster if, like, Windwalker is unplayable and, like, Mistweaver is unplayable. If either one of those is, like, remotely good, you're probably going to play it and not bring Brew. Especially because Blood DK Mass Grip is really good on some fights, and right now, both Feral and Balance are not looking very good, whereas Guardian is looking really good. So I suspect, my gut is telling me, it is a Blood DK Guardian Druid tier with, like, maybe you play, like, Blood DK Prop Pally, and, like, the one tank switches between Blood DK Prop Pally and the other tank plays Guardian. Or, like, that's your Druid buff. And then on the fights where you need Blood DK, you play Blood DK. And then, assuming Prop Paladin stays pretty well tuned, you bring Prop Paladin. Mind you, Prop Warrior is also looking good, but DPS Warrior is also looking very good. So I don't necessarily think you need to bring your Warrior buff through Prop Warrior, even if it is looking pretty solid. So, random tangent, but obviously this is, like, something I'm very passionate about, so if I feel like ranting about tank balance, I'm going to rant about tank balance. But my entire point is that Guardian Druid is, like, the thing that I think I'm going to be maining, and it is what I've been doing, like, the vast majority of my beta testing on, and I really like it. Out of, like, all of the specs that got fucked by changes, Guardian Druid, if anything, got better. It objectively did get better. Guardian Druid feels really good right now. It's really fun to play. So, I'm about to do a speedrun on my favorite spec in the game, even though this is something that I've done, like, millions of times before. I'm just really enjoying Guardian. It's just gonna be a vibe, getting to play my favorite spec in, like, a speedrun, where I'm just getting to yap about whatever the hell I feel like. So that's why I do this. But it's not necessarily, you don't just, like, flip a switch and decide, like, I'm gonna do a speedrun. But long answer to your question, but I still like classic leveling. It's just not really something that I'm interested in speedrunning, per se. Are we speedrunning? We will be. Looking forward, if you do want to AFLOC again. So, yeah, I should note, I kind of touched upon this before, just generally saying that the focus is on Midnight stuff. As far as the add-on is concerned, just to summarize what I said in previous streams, this is probably going to be the last 10 to 80 speedrun prior to Midnight's launch. I did an Alliance run last week, so if you're looking for an Alliance walkthrough, go watch that. And I wanted to make sure I had at least one Horde run that you could follow. In the future, we will definitely do these. One of my long-term plans is I am going to go back through all of the new specs, like, well, all of the revamped specs, and remake my tier list. Because my tier list is now, I don't want to say it's outdated, because a lot of the general principles still hold true, but it's from Dragonflight. Where a full expansion passed when I last made my full leveling tier list. It is high time that I remake that. So I'm going to do that eventually. But the goal after this run is purely 80 to 90. All of my testing is going to be 80 to 90, getting the add-on working, and then, of course, end game level 90 stuff I will test. I'm also probably going to make a bunch of delve videos. I've already tested every single delve variant, so I've already done a lot of testing for delves. I mean, my delve guides did pretty well throughout the entirety of War Within, and my delve guides in War Within were always kind of an afterthought. Like, I just tested delves because I'm like, yeah, they're kind of cool, and I never expected them to do well, but people liked those guides, so it's kind of one of those things of like, I never really allocated a ton of time into it, but since now I know, hey, people like this stuff, and I enjoy delves, I'm probably going to make a lot more like really polished delve videos. The same stuff that you would have expected if you already watched my delve guides throughout War Within, but like the tier lists, I think, have always been kind of like an afterthought. I'm going to try and put a lot more effort. Like right now, I'm literally, as I'm doing my delve testing, I have a spreadsheet that I'm working on, that I'm like recording detailed information. So now it's not just going to be a tier list, but I'll have like spreadsheets with multiple different categories for each delve to give like accurate information about like where it is good and the speed at which you can clear it and all that stuff. So like I'm going to be doing a lot of delve stuff in addition to the leveling, but that is my primary focus. And then all of the remaining 10 to 80 testing, that's going to be after midnight launches. So 80 to 90 is the focus now. These two runs will serve as like a general, you can follow this in pre-patch if you want. And then once the raid tier is over, once all that stuff is settled, I've gotten all my important videos out, then we go back to 10 to 80. We retest all this stuff. I expand my leveling add-on to cover 10 to 80 for both Horde and Alliance. Well, 1 to 80, but 1 to 10 is kind of the same for both factions. But I expand that for the add-ons. We do a bunch of test runs, and then eventually, hopefully, I remake my tier list. And at some point, yeah, I will test Aflock. But that probably won't be for a little bit, at the very least. We'll see, though. BFA had a lot of questionable writing decisions, especially with Sylvanas, but compared to what came next, it was straight up good enough. Honestly, yeah, fair. Watch old versus new cinematics. I assume that meant you meant Warcraft 3, not World War 3. Cinematics were more hyped than anything the last 10 years of WoW, but yes, I would agree with that. The magical wheelchair, though, yeah. Give me demons and orcs invading for the lore. Xalatath's secret phase, the Harbinger's feet. Let's see. Fully understandable, you basically stopped following lore mid-Shadowlands. Something happened around that time that forever pulled you out. Yep. Completely agree. With WoW, Blizzard at any moment can reset back to the N'Zoth fight. I've seen that a few times. I mean, that would be really funny if they did that. But, yeah, I don't think they're going to. WoW is so good at doing small, regional, localized stories. Whenever they try to tell these huge stories, they always fall so flat. Yeah. Your main issue with the WoD story is they totally told us the reason why Garrosh was back in a book. Yeah, true. War Crimes being, like, the bridge to the expansion, and it made no sense if you didn't read it, was kind of a war crime in itself. That was definitely very bad. Howdy, if you have time, would you recommend a quest for 60 to 80? Unfortunately, I only just saw your comment, so if you're still watching, 70 to 80, I just made a video on my second channel showing the fastest way. It's just profession stuff. 60 to 80, like, or 60 to 70, there's, like, so many things you could do. Really, you just pick, like, any good part of my Chromie time route and follow that. The order doesn't really matter. And you could also try Dragonflight crafting, but I don't necessarily think you'd need to. Basically, just do whatever you want in Chromie time for 10 levels, and then do enchanting crafting for the last 10 levels. And that is more than enough. Player base is also incredibly inconsistent with what they want. People complain the Dragonflight story didn't have stakes. Did people complain? I mean, the problem, I hated that the Dragonflight story had stakes that made no sense. Like, I want believable stakes, like grounded stakes, not like it's the end of the world because a dragon's going to burn down a tree stakes. I don't know. is fire truck came to pull out that hot dog, wasn't a Dalmatian, ... yet a hot dog, ... What does that mean? I had to read that for like 20 seconds to even try and understand what I was missing. I don't know what that message means. But thank you for watching the stream. Oh, nice. Haggard said, ignore my earlier questions. I just found your video. Awesome. Your boar steak sandwich with sliced potatoes has arrived. You have placed it in the icebox. Thank you, Dad. Most people are not aware that they're being gassed up by AI, and now we have a mental health crisis exploding over it. Yeah, true. Did they make Devour not feel like ass to level? TBD. From what I saw from the Devour changes, it's just a lot of like massive percent modifiers, which like the problem with that is Devour is still an inherently single target spec. Like all of the stuff that makes it good at AoE don't come online until much later. It's like a build up your stuff and then do this big AoE explosion, which just does not work for leveling at all. And the only real AoE that they have, at least at a reasonable level, that does any, or should theoretically do any damage, is Void Ray. And Void Ray did such pathetic damage that it wasn't even worth pressing on single target. And I think at a glance, I remember they did like a 200% buff to Void Ray, but like that's not even enough, man. Because they also buffed Consume and Reap. So the problem with Void Ray is that it wasn't worth pressing on a single target over Consume and Reap, and it was barely worth pressing on like 5 targets or something like that. But Devourer can't pull 5 targets because you die. So like the spec is just fundamentally not built for leveling. So like from what I saw, I didn't really dive into the patch notes, but like fuck it. I mean, let's look. I skimmed it. Consume generates more soul fragments. Does not change anything. Void Ray... Oh, actually, I read this wrong. I saw Void Ray 200%. I might... When I skimmed this, I thought they buffed Void Ray's damage by 200%. Void Ray now has a 200% chance of generating a soul fragment. Again, does not do anything. Because soul fragments only matter for Collapsing Star, which you can't use for leveling. While in combat, you generate soul fragments. Again, does nothing. Reap damage increased by 75%. Consume damage reduced by 30%. I read that wrong. When I skimmed it, I thought it was flat buffs. So they buffed Reap and nerfed Consume. Consume, mind you, was doing most of my damage when I leveled Devourer. Wait, this makes Devourer worse? This makes Devourer worse! What? They nerfed Consume. And that's it. That's all they changed. I'm guessing they don't say it in the patch notes. I'm willing to bet they also fixed the bug that caused perma void meta, which, by the way, Devour sucked for leveling, and that was with the bug that gave me perma void meta. So they have presumably fixed that bug, because obviously it's not intentional. They didn't want that to be a thing. So if that's gone, your main damaging ability does 30% less damage, and the only consolation is that your second best damaging ability, which is still single target, does 75% more damage. And then you have a bunch of ways to generate soul fragments, which do not matter at all. Let's see, did they at least put intellect on the heirlooms? Did they do that? Did they nerf Devour and then still not change the heirlooms? This is still agility only. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Look, let's double check. Let's hop onto my Demon Hunter and just check. Just to be sure. Which one? I think it was a different Demon Hunter, but I can hop on my main Demon Hunter and just take the air. I'm pretty sure they actually did just make Devour leveling worse. That's crazy. Holy shit. All right. Hello, Garrick the Great. Good to see you. Let's see. They didn't They do not give a shit. They do not give the tiniest shit about people leveling Devourers. That's crazy. Wow. I mean, that's the bare minimum, right? Especially if they are going to nerf it at all. There is no way, absolutely no way, that Blizzard is unaware of all of the complaints people have about Devourer leveling. Like, they're not blind. So they really saw all that, said, we're going to nerf your top damage ability and not even fix air loops. Crazy shit. Okay. You would know Life Legion Classic? Yeah, exactly. WoD Classic can be way better than the original WoD due to better pacing. Yep, I agree. I think WoD Classic would just be fun, personally, but I know a lot of people disagree, so, yeah. Is it the case that Classic still runs the 7.0 engine? No, they've been updating it. They have been... Classic runs, I think, on, like, the retail engine at this point. Can you up the mic a bit? I don't think I have any issues with my mic. Yeah, I'm a bit quiet. I think the mic is fine. I'll ask in chat, right? Is anybody else having audio issues? If enough people are, I will try and tweak the audio settings, but I do not think there are any problems. I mean, you can just turn me up, right? Like, you can turn up the volume of the stream. But if it is something that, like, a lot of people are running into, then if it is an issue on my end, then I will fix it. But I would just imagine that it's like, yeah, not everybody has the exact same audio settings, but if you can just turn up the volume slider and hear me just fine, then, like, I don't consider it a problem. WoD Remix, but it's WoD Classic where you join both retail and classic. There's no way they'd do something that crazy. Cool idea, though. A second ritualist hit the settle. Yeah. Is it more AI slot feeling or the suffering of being known as the middle of the trilogy? I mean, both, I guess. Who would win in a wrestling fight? A Worgen or a Taran? I mean, if the Worgen's allowed to use claws, probably the Worgen. But I get, like, if it's wrestling, then I guess, I don't know, would it really matter? Yeah, like, Avengers-type writing has absolutely ruined a generation of both writers and media consumers. Yeah, that's true. I'd agree with that. I feel like you can have, like, Avengers-type moments. Yeah, like, a lot of stories have the whole, like, people jokingly now call it, like, the Avengers Assemble moment. And I feel like the Avengers Assemble moment can be good if it feels earned, you know? I do agree that, like, I feel like storytelling in general has gotten a little bit more bland. But, I mean, there's still good stories out there. You just gotta know where to look, right? But if people basically trying to paint by numbers like Marvel stories, yeah, kind of. I get what you mean, at least. We have class designers, yeah. You guys were expecting to see the future of WoW at the event where we said we'd tell you the future of WoW? Exactly, I know, right? At least being annoyed shows you still care. People not saying anything is the true death of a game. Completely agree, and I'm glad that you agree as well. Remix is fun until your screen freezes mid-run. Yeah, that was tragic. Sounds good to me. You've been very quiet. No issues. Your volume's down at 100%. No issues. You're barely quieter than the other streams I watch, but you're at like 40% volume. You're fine. So a few people saying quiet. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, my logic is, like, is my mic maybe a little bit quiet? Maybe. I mean, look, what I can do is... I will bump it up ever so slightly. Let me know if that changes much at all. That should just be a very slight bump, right? So I will up it a little bit. But I'd also, like, if nobody's having issues and it's just I'm quieter than other streams for some people, then that's, like, vague enough that I'm like, just, like, turn up the audio, right? If there's no audio problem, like my noise gate is too low, I'm cutting out mid-sentence or something like that, that's the real thing where I'm like, I will try and fix that. But if you can just turn me up, then that's... I don't consider that a big... That's much better? Okay, awesome. I barely bumped up the audio levels on my OBS. So if that made it better, awesome. And yeah, on Twitch, everybody's saying, fine for me, you're good for me, no issues here. Okay, cool. Just got your Guardian Druid to 80. The tome is a fun thing, to be honest. The history recap. Oh, lore walking? Yeah. Lore walking is a good addition to the game. I mean, I am personally not a fan of lore walking, also partially because, like, I know the lore already, so it's not, like, I'm not learning anything. For me, it's just like a recap of things I know. I think it is a good addition to the game, though. I think it's important when discussing features like that of saying, like, I don't like this personally, but I still think it is good that Blizzard added it. So I'm glad that it worked out well for you. Yeah, like, basically glitching or cutting out, like, that's the kind of thing that I'm worried about. But if it's just like audio levels, then it's fine. But if that little bump that I gave it makes it sound better, then awesome. Druid is cool, but it has way too many utility buttons. You just run out of keybinds. Fair, but, like, a lot of them you don't need. Like, most Druid utility stuff, you can kind of just, like, mix and match. I guess, personally, I actually like that part of Druid, but the part about not having enough keybinds, I don't run into that issue because you don't really need to run all of the utility at once. In most cases, I will, like, pick and choose which utility I want to bring for, like, a certain raid boss or a dungeon boss. And it definitely can be a lot having to, like, switch up, your talents in between, like, raid fights. That can be a little bit annoying, but it is also nice to have options. The irony of Druid, though, is Druid has so much utility, but also, like, no incredible utility. It doesn't have, like, Gorfine's Grip. It doesn't have Ring of Peace. It has stuff that's maybe, like, kind of close to Ring of Peace, but all of Druid's utility is, like, jack-of-all-trades stuff, where you're never in a position where you need to have a Druid. But there are some fights where it's like, you want Stampeding Roar, but you could also get Windrush Totem. You want to have an AoE CC, but there's a lot of ways to bring that. Ursol's Vortex is really good in some cases, but also Ring of Peace oftentimes is a better Ursol's Vortex. So Druid can do a lot of stuff, but it doesn't do any one thing that nobody else can do, which that is one thing that Bear has been hindered by in terms of being brought to raid. Bear has also just been tuned poorly for a while, but, like, I'm actually very curious, because Bear, right now, in Midnight, has some of the best tuning that it has ever had. Like, Bear was brought to Race the World first in Narubar Palace, and Bear's tuning was, like, okay. But it wasn't even, like, that good. And by the end of Narubar Palace, Bear was the worst tank. Like, genuinely. It was in the Race the World first, and then it was the worst tank by the end of the tier. That doesn't happen that often. But it really goes to show that the main reason Bear got brought is because the other Druid specs were in a really shitty place. Bear's tuning right now in Midnight is so fucking good. I have had more fun playing Bear right now in Midnight than I have had playing Bear since, I think, Legion. Like, Legion Bear was obviously very, very, very strong. But the thing about Legion Bear is Legion Bear was very, very strong, but it was also kind of simplistic and boring. Bear right now in Midnight not only feels really strong and like it has a lot of tools, but it's also just really fun to play. Like, cat weaving and stuff. Admittedly, the tuning on some of the cat weaving stuff is not the best. It's still worth doing for Feral Frenzy, but for, like, rip and stuff, it's not currently worth ripping, I think. But even just the fact that you still do it at all to drop, like, a gigantic bleed on a boss, that's cool. And I just really, really, really like Druid of the Claw. The only downside to Bear right now is that Moonbear is, like, kind of dead in a way. Oh, why did I get DC'd? Okay, Blizzard. I was about to say, if they did, like, emergency maintenance, I would have screamed, but I'll log back into my Demon Hunter for a second, but I have to swap over at some point anyway. The only downside to Moonbear right now is, like, the tuning is not there, but the bigger issue with Moonbear is, like, a lot of the stuff that Moonbear did well, you can just kind of take now as Druid of the Claw. So, Druid of the Claw can take Lunar Beam now. Druid of the Claw can also very easily take Galactic Guardian and Twin Moons. And, like, you don't lose really anything by taking that. So, you have better survivability baseline, so you don't need a Loon's Chosen Bear to do Mythic Plus anymore. I've done all my Mythic Plus testing as Druid of the Claw Bear, and it feels really good, especially because they've buffed a lot of the stuff like Ursoc's Fury Remembered, where it's like your your mauls and ravages and stuff give you an absorb shield. They buffed all that stuff. So that directly boosts Druid of the Claw survivability, but it's way more fun than like Season 2 Aberrus Dragonflight. Yeah, Season 2 in Aberrus, that season of Dragonflight, where Bear was really strong for a bit, and it was mostly just like mind-numbing button presses. You still need to like juggle multiple areas of survivability, but you have like so many tools, which is crazy because they've like completely gutted so many other. Well, I say so many. They completely gutted Brewmaster, which obviously I'm very pissed off about. But they took away any skill ceiling from Brewmaster whatsoever, and then they gave Bear like a bunch of really cool tools that make it more fun to play and raise the skill ceiling, and like that's awesome. But then why are we making Bear better, but then murdering Brewmaster at the exact same time? It makes no sense. But either way, I'm really happy with Bear, so I'm really hoping I'm right and that it ends up being like meta for Season 1, because I think it's fun as hell to play. But if I have to play a different tank, I will. But I want it to be Bear. And either way, Bear is what I'm going to be playing for launch day leveling, regardless. I'm going to level a bunch of characters, but that's going to be my first character. Yeah, true. Warglaive Heirloom from the event would have been amazing. I'm surprised they didn't do that. Doesn't Guardian Druid still have bug talents? Yes. But you don't need to run them. So, you're right. Like, if by bug talents, I assume what you mean by bug talents is Sundering Roar is, like, doesn't work at all. Red Moon technically works, but is, like, really janky. And the like, Shades are really janky. So, it is kind of funny that, like, a lot of the new capstones they've added to Guardian Druid that look pretty cool are, like, really buggy and don't actually work well and are bad. But they also changed so much about Guardian that even just, like, the slight revamps they gave to, like, the rest of our baseline kit, like 2 charges of Mangle is actually so amazing. It's such a small change, but it makes Guardian Druid feel so good to play, because you never waste Gore procs, really, which just makes the spec flow so much better. So many good things about it. So even if, yeah, there are some cool ideas for talents that kind of were dead on arrival, you just don't take those talents, and the rest of it feels good. Those talents are at the bottom of the tree. You can just not grab them. It's not like they're forced gateway talents that you have to take even though they feel bad, and you just ignore them. So, like, Guardian is not perfect at the moment, but compared to the state that a lot of other specs are in right now, Guardian's in a really good spot, in my opinion, at least. Clearly, there's a hot dog mechanic that didn't exist, but because of quantum mechanics, when you observe it, it became real. Apparently. You tried leveling the new DH spec and it was boring as heck? Yeah. You had slight issues, but you have a highly customized setting that you have like 5 different ways to turn desktop audio up and down. Gotcha. Druid is awesome. You farm a lot of older content, so you can teleport as much as you want. Yeah. The quality of life utility on Druid is actually very nice. Like, Dreamwalk is so helpful for old stuff. My mic is a bit low. We just got done talking. Look, I changed my mic. I changed the setting slightly. Everybody in chat seems to think... I'm also, like, admittedly, I'm a little bit leaned back in my chair while I, like, yap. I'll be, like, sitting up straight when I'm talking, like, for the speedrun. But yeah, I just got done responding to somebody, and I bumped the setting slightly, and a few people said it feels fine now, so. Cyclone on Nexus King was kind of insane. Was that actually a thing that you did? Oh, yeah, true. Oh, I see what you mean. Cyclone... Yeah, Cyclone for the mind control. True, yeah. Could you... Was Cyclone the only ability that did that? I'm trying to think. We always use Cyclone as well. I only, like, so I never brought my Guardian for Nexus King until literally this reclear this week. Because I always played Prot Warrior Brewmaster for our splits. But we had a Druid Cyclone. You're right, yeah, true. I mean, that being said, it's kind of, that's a weird example. You're not wrong. And practically speaking, it actually was very useful. But nobody would ever say, oh, we need to bring druids to Nexus King so that we can cyclone people when they fuck up. It's like a helpful prog tool, but it like you don't want to rely on that. But that is a good point. That is actually a very good point, because that is the first time in a very long time where Cyclone has actually been a very, very useful ability. Yeah. Definitely, no, it's a good example, for sure. Right now, one of the things you hate is the pre-patch event is so boring to do and difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've ranted about the pre-patch event to no end, so I won't rehash that, but I agree. Pre-patch event is not good. Havoc over Devourer for leveling? Oh, yeah. Havoc is still, like, top 5 leveling specs in the game. Devourer might genuinely be one of the worst leveling specs in the entire game right now. Like, not even joking. It is... Devourer, I could very easily say is top, or, like, bottom 5 worst leveling specs. For sure. Is it literally the worst? I don't know. If we're including healer specializations, probably not. If we're not including healers and we're just going by tanks and DPS, then, like... it could be top 3 worst. It's bad. It's really bad. Not Jade West said, yo, Harldan, love your content. Hey, I remember you. Good to see you stopping by the stream. That is a Harldan stream in a nutshell, yeah. He said he was going to start an hour ago. I get on and he's still level 10 and rambling about midnight. I mean, to be fair, what I actually said is I said it could take up to 2 hours. I did say that was a possibility. You could go back and look. Now, I said I didn't think it would take 2 hours. I was wrong. I had a lot to talk about. I mean, you guys gave me a lot to talk about, which, you know, love to see it, but... I mean, I don't know. I think it was an enjoyable discussion. Okay, I think that being said, I have caught up on chat, so that is good. So we can start the run. Oh, while I'm on my Demon Hunter, though. So, one thing that I said when I saw Devourer is I wasn't sure how, like, Shift would work for jumping puzzles. And I thought I might be able to cheese it. So, like, Shift, right? You can jump and then dash straight to the ground. So I figured, oh, could people just cheese my jumping puzzle like this? Because you can use it in midair. But it turns out, no. A lot of stuff, look, no path available, right? So if I try to do my jumping puzzle even as a Devourer, I can't do that. Like, Shift doesn't work. I mean, you can cheese it with, like, regular Demon Hunter stuff. But Shift doesn't cheese it in any way that, like, Havoc doesn't with Fell Rush or whatever. Also, I haven't actually made any progress on this. That's kind of why I said, I posted this in my Discord, but I guess I'll update here too. At some point, I am still going to make, like, a full video main channel covering my house and, like, discussing it, and I still want to expand upon this and stuff like that. But as much as I really, really want to do that at some point, right now, that's just, like, not the priority. Like, I mean, I built this fucking place, right? I may as well make a video about it. The amount of work it took to build this fucking place is crazy. But, you know, I still have to redo this room. Like, I already know this is going to take me, like, a long fucking time to redo this entire section, because, like, the changes made me rip all that out. And, like, I want to expand this part a little bit. Oh, come on. I mean, you get the idea. I'm just trying to say, like, I'm going to flesh this out, and I will eventually make, like, a video when, like, the house has reached its... I guess we'll call it, like, the version 2.0. Because a lot of you guys have already seen the full, like, version 1.0 that I finished, like, back in December. A bunch of you tested it. And I even, like, I made a tour video on my second channel for it. But I guess before I eventually make the main channel video, I will... like, fully redesign all of these sections that I had to, like yank stuff out. Do the speedrun, but RP walk only? I don't think I will do that. You still love my house? It was so fun to test and see everything. I'm hoping V2 lives up to that. I have a lot of cool ideas for what I want to do with this room. And, well, other ways to expand it, but that is for the future. Let's, switch back over.
It's my...
No reason to really care about cheese unless it's from base movement, particularly when air stall macros still work. Yeah. I mean, so, to be clear, when I say, like, potential cheese, right, what I more so mean is, like, for Demon Hunter specific courses. Obviously, Demon Hunters can just cheese my puzzle. My puzzle's not meant for Demon Hunters. It's meant for, like, base movement speed, no ability stuff. And it works for that. But I'm currently, well, I say currently, I started working on a Demon Hunter specific puzzle that was built around Havoc. And I made, like, the first third of that puzzle already with, like, Havoc, Fell Rush, Vengeful stuff in mind. And when I saw Devourer, I'm like, I wonder if that just completely trivializes some of, like, the complicated Havoc jumps. Because, like, Fell Rush is a really cool ability, and you can do cool stuff with it in terms of, like, parkour courses. But if all you need to do is, like, click a reticule at one area and teleport there, it trivializes a lot of, like, the fancy jumps that you need to do to complete the, like, even the basic version of the puzzle that I already started working on. Is it goblin proof? No, goblin can cheese it very easily with their rocket jump. Yeah, so that's not included. Yeah. So when I said that, I initially was like, maybe Devourer can cheese this, but they can't. I actually went and tested my my Demon Hunter jumping puzzle, or well, the part that I built of it so far, and Devourer can't target it because it's like floating in the air, and Devourer just gets constant no path available. So you have to do it as Havoc, which I think works better. I would rather that. It's unfortunate though, because it would be really cool to make a course built around Devourer teleport and stuff. But as it stands, you basically need to build only Havoc jumping puzzles. Infernal Strike also gives no path available, so unlucky. DH speed tech is gliding, then backflipping to speed glide. Oh yeah, believe me, that's going to be included. I have a lot of cool ideas for how to expand the eventual Demon Hunter jumping puzzle. It's going to be like a bunch of progressive steps of like early on, it's just like basic double jump, glide, fell rush, vengeful jumps, like standard stuff. And then you're going to have to start doing like really technical things. Like you'll have complicated jumps that require you to like sequence fell rush and vengeful in like the right order. Then there's going to be long glides of you have to pull off the speed glide and you have to like wrap the speed glide around like a course and angle it really carefully. One of the really cool things that I've already figured out how to do is there are one-way carpets. So basically you can have carpets that have collision on one side, and if you pass through it, you kind of get stuck because you can't go back the other way. So what that allows you to do is if you want to force people to only like move within a specific area, you can just basically build like a box with one-way carpets, and that way you have to stay within the bounds of that one-way carpet. So you have to like do a speed glide and then maintain that glide through the carpet. Kaizo carpets, yes, exactly. You have to maintain the speed glide while navigating like this one-way carpet pathway. And if you fuck up, or like basically if you press fell rush and go too fast, you'll pass through the carpet and then get stuck and you're locked out. And then you have to go back and do it again from the start. So you can kind of force pathways. It's basically like a one-way door in Mario Maker. So there are ways to kind of do that. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do. And I'm really looking forward to messing around with it, but also like designing really intricate parkour courses like that takes a lot of time, especially if you're doing fancy tech like that. Like if you're just levitating stuff into the air and expecting people to jump off it, like, yeah, that's easy. But setting up a one-way tunnel like that, like I've envisioned, that's going to require a lot of work for me to build properly in a way that's like good. But the tech is there. This is the kind of stuff, by the way, that when I say I think housing has a lot of potential, there's already so much cool shit that you can do. There's already really crazy things that you can do with jumping puzzles that make it really cool. And that's like what we have already. If they actually add like dedicated features to make more things like this possible, the sky's the limit with this. All right, let's... I'm like 99% sure I have everything set up already. But... what order? I guess... I'll do like the basic stuff first, as I always do. Something like that. That looks good. And then I guess enchanting vellums, because, like, may as well. Then I want to do this stuff. Then this stuff. I only have, like, I have 1 million of these items. These are, like, dirt cheap BOEs. So I've gotten a handful of BOEs for level 30, just because they're so easily replaceable, but I'm not using any of my fancy BOEs for this run. This is literally just because I have, like, 5 of each of these on my bank alt. So, like, I may as well use them. I'm never going to run out of these particular BOEs. Alright, I'll send this in its own mail, and then we'll do all of this stuff. And then we'll do the crafting materials. I'll ask you crafting materials. It should be everything. I don't know if it matters, but you can make vengeful speed tech with leap landing before you do. Sort of. There is... So, one idea that I was talking to Azuro, who's, like, really, like, experienced with Demon Hunter parkour stuff. One idea he had for something like that is not necessarily leap landing. I guess it's kind of in that logic, but instead of playing around with the fact that leap, like, the destination finishes before, because your character's hitbox is still, like, the same as it continues through the leap animation, an idea that he had is, like, basically, like, let's say you look at a window, right? So, this is actually kind of a good example. So, the doorway to get in, let's say, is, like, underneath here. So you want to get in here. But let's say there, you know, obviously I can walk here, but there's, like, a little wall on each side of this area that prevents you from just walking in. But there's still, like, a passage where you can see in. So I can click, like, Infernal Strike and target to the other side of this little passageway. But what you can do is if you Infernal Strike, like, the opposite end, and, like, we're presuming that you wouldn't be able to just directly Infernal Strike through the wall. You can only Infernal Strike to the opposite end. There would be, like, something here blocking your targeting reticule. So you Infernal Strike through, and then mid-Infernal Strike animation, you can Vengeful Retreat and cancel the Infernal Strike, and even though you're mid-animation, your character will be here. So you would Vengeful Retreat mid-animation and end up in this room, and you could continue in here. So there's some stuff you could do like that, and then if you want to make it really crazy, you could have it be like a whole sequence where you enter the puzzle by doing a Vengeful Cancel, but you have to use the momentum from, like, the Vengeful Cancel into a Speed Glide. So you clip through the wall, mid-animation, spin your character Vengeful, then you're in this little passage, and then you have to get the Speed Glide, and then carry the Speed Glide to, like, the actual final objective, and if you fuck that up, then you drop down through, like, a one-way carpet and have to go back up and repeat the entire thing again. But there's, like, some potential there with Infernal Strike. Admittedly, there is a lot less potential for, like, vengeance-specific tech than there is for, like, the crazy stuff you can do with Havoc. Havoc just has a lot more potential for crazier things. You haven't even bothered to touch housing. All the stuff people make is cool, though. Yeah, I've seen some really crazy creations. I mean, like, the houses in the contest neighborhood were wild. People went absolutely crazy with that. Most of them were shown in that, in the State of Azeroth thing. So I had the added benefit, right, is I didn't like the State of Azeroth presentation. I thought it was stupid. And I had the bonus of being able to look and be like, hey, that person was my neighbor for, like, the contest. Like, that's pretty cool. I remember that house. And, you know, of course, the people in the housing Discord were like, oh my god, I'm on TV. So it was nice to get to see people's, like, reactions to that kind of stuff. I think it was cool that Blizzard featured a lot of people in that community. But I still didn't like the overall way they handled it, all that stuff. So there's a checkpoint system. Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, there isn't really any way to do, like, a manual checkpoint system. That's the kind of stuff, though, where if I could add manual checkpoints, that would be so cool. If, like, I could add any sort of tech like that, of, like, manual checkpoints, or, like, imagine if I could add, like, a power-up, right? Where, like, you could do like a jump and it would reset your cooldown. So you could actually do crazy, like, non-traditional jumps where you're sequencing like multiple Infernal Strikes or Fell Rushes more than you would be able to do in regular gameplay. That would be really neat. Just think something like the Wind quests from Legion, but with Fell Rush instead of the janky abilities that they had. Does Infernal Strike work like Outlaw Grapple, where you can suck yourself through a tiny hole? Yes. Most of the time, yes, it does work like that. The most niche tech you can tell you is back when last boss of Priory blinded, you could hunt during her cast, spin around to dodge it, and then spin around to finish the cast. Huh, interesting. I thought Demon Hunters could just stare at the boss? Like, didn't they not get blinded? Maybe by Demon Hunter my group was gaslighting me, but they always said that they could just, like, look at the boss and they didn't get blinded because they didn't have eyes. In hindsight, they may have just been trolling that entire time. That's the new tech? Oh, they changed it for Season 3. Okay. Alright, I think we're good, though. That should be a tech. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, that's the thing. At first, I thought they were bullshitting me when they said that. But they were like, no, I'm serious. That really is a thing. And I just kind of believed them. But now I'm thinking, like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I was too trusting at the time. But it does make sense. I still have a tiny bit of coffee left. I was thinking of maybe should I make coffee before I start, but I have enough. We'll be fine. We'll live. Alright. Let me just double check. Where is my druid? Where is the druid? Trusting friends is how you have fun being made an idiot. True. Okay, I think I am good to go. So, I'm just trying to think, like, is there anything I need to do special here? Just so I don't go in and I'm, like, thinking, like, what do I do? So, Darkwind Fair isn't available right now, so I don't need to worry about that. Do I need Dollar on Hearthstone? I'm honestly not even sure I do. That said, at the very start of the run, I'm going to do time walking dungeons to get the buff. Because whenever Turbulent Time Waste is a thing, even if it's really slow, it's usually still worth doing, especially before you unlock War Mode, right? That's kind of the biggest thing. Up until we unlock War Mode, we're going to be leveling, like, what, 20% slower? But time walking dungeons aren't affected anyways, so you may as well just do the time walking dungeons at the start, get the buff, and then turn on War Mode and do Chromie time stuff. So, I'm going to be doing that until we get the buff anyways. And while I do that, I may as well go unlock the Dollar on Hearthstone, because, like, I don't want to have to go over to, like, Silverpine Forest and then go back to enable War Mode without the Dollar on Hearthstone. But, like, if I have the Dollar on Hearthstone, then if I do still have time to start Silverpine, like, if I haven't gotten the buff, if I don't get instant Q pops or something like that, then, what's it called? Then I could just go do Silverpine, Dollar on Hearth, and we're good to go. Because I have the 2 Hearthstone set up. So I think that is probably what I'll do. Probably still worth it in this case. Alright. I think that's enough of a solid plan. Alright. Skip the cutscene. We're going to start the timer. My UI is going to be a mess. Obviously, for, like, actual speedruns, I usually try to at least create, like, the character ahead of time and fix the UI so some of the stuff is preset. But I'm not going to... Let's talk to Chromie, select a timeline.
Let us hope these reports prove true. The high mountain
I don't remember this. Did we always get an Orgrimmar Portal Stone? I'm gonna quickly go to Guardian spec. That way I can queue as a tank, and hopefully the queue pops, like, exactly when I'm ready for it. If the queue insta-pops, then I'll just leave queue and get my stuff sorted ahead of time. Oh, right, I don't have... Ah, shit. Okay, that's problematic. I don't have my add-on enabled. I think it's Postal. And Postal has a different order of when it accepts the mail. So right now my mail is in the exact opposite order of where I want it. Shit. Okay, yeah, I need to leave queue now. I want to take that. I shouldn't need Ironbark. Okay, I'm gonna have to... At least my heirlooms are here. So I can set this up now. This not being in my reagent bank is going to annoy the hell out of me. But we'll manage. Okay. I'm gonna quickly yak and just clear my bags. Yeah, I don't know why they broke the yak camera. This has been bugging me for a while. Do this, drop that somewhere here. And I'm gonna quickly run over this way. And just to clean up my bags, because, like, look, is this going to technically lose 30 seconds? Yes. Do I want to have to deal with the headache of having a crappy inventory for the rest of the run? No. I'd much rather lose 30 seconds for something that is not meant to be, like, oh my god, the perfect speedrun. Just so that I can have clean bags for the rest here. So I'm going to deposit this stuff in my bank and then back into my bag so it auto goes into the reagent bag and keeps that clean. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen, but everything got dropped into my bags at the wrong order, so... What are you gonna do? Did I get all my heirlooms? It does look like I got all my heirlooms equipped. I think I can re-queue now. I thought I uninstalled details. Yeah, I have load out-of-date add-ons turned off. It's still loading out-of-date add-ons for some reason. Already hit 2 minutes, have to reset. You don't have it, can get Super Simian Sphere from time walking, and Monkey is faster. I'm gonna just, like, as I look through my bags, I'm gonna... just gun shoes. Hold our Star Rax team. Put this tail before. I want to complete this quest because that, like, little bit of extra XP will actually kind of matter. Kind of. I'm gonna try to get as many buffs as I can. These quests actually do scale, I believe. Okay, I need to... Assorted swing. I don't have Thrash yet. I forgot about that. Thrash is, I think, the first bear talent. Oh! Game crash? Lovely. Thanks, Blizzard. Well, I'm probably dead. Doesn't really matter. It's got, like, I'm going to be made of paper for time walking dungeons at this point, is what it is. Yeah, it's fine. But also, like, I do not think I received a single heal there. Which, like, it's okay. Like, I'm not going to give my healer shit or anything like that. Is what it is. I believe these give full XP. Yes. Yeah, they give full XP for, They don't scale, like, with Chromie time, but if I am below the recommended level, which I believe is, like, 30, I will get XP from it, which is good. Okay, I do need, like, some healing. Okay, now they're healing me. Bag. Of course, I got a weapon. Lovely. Really need that. Ghost percent! Ghost percent is crazy. Oh my god. I'm trying, but, like, this healer is not doing a whole lot, and I don't really have many tools at my disposal right now. This is still worth it, by the way. Like, time walking dungeons are not fast. This would be obviously faster if I had, like, if I was a higher level, if I had better scaling and stuff. Especially, like, if you're the tank and you know what you're doing, but... yeah, time walking is not scaled super well at the moment. But it is still worth doing this purely for the buff. Like, the XP is not abysmal from here, but that's also not why you're doing it. It's also just rough, because, like, tanking dungeons without Thrash is just really tricky. But also, like, you know... I mean... it doesn't help that I'm somehow missing, like, basically 99% of my kit still doing the top damage. Which is also just, like, scaling as fuck, right? Low levels just do a lot of damage pressing one button. That's just also kind of always been the case. So, it's not necessarily that these people are playing poorly. I really need to get regrowth onto my bars somewhere. So that I can regrowth myself in between pulls, and I need to add recuperate somewhere. Which zone you'd want to do first in Midnight, but you realize the Arcantina toy is a great TP back to the main city? I don't know about that. That's the first time I'm hearing anything about that, so that's interesting. I will have to look into that. I have heard about the Arcantina, just, like, the name. I don't know anything about it. I've definitely never heard anybody mention, like, a potential TP, but the way that you're describing it, it sounds, I guess, like Midnight's version of the dollar on Hearthstone, and that does sound very useful. So I'll have to look into it. Dollar down, her fate shall be. Kind of wild how much worse the personal resource display is after prepatch, yeah. It's unfortunate because I really, really heavily use the personal resource display. I'm, like, one of the few people I know who, like, at a high level still uses it. Or used it. And, like, I still will be using it now. But it is kind of crazy that it was, like, a default UI thing, and I actually suffered from the UI changes because Blizzard made their own UI worse, which is wild. That being said, I'm pretty sure me losing functionality from the personal resource display is way less than most of the people I know who heavily relied on add-ons are gonna lose, so... I'm still sitting pretty. Okay, yeah, I should definitely use that. The personal resource display was better? I mean, yeah, it had way more functionality before. That was how I tracked, like, most of my buffs. Like, shield block on a Prot Warrior, Bone Shield on a Blood DK. It let you track that pretty easily. Man. The mob kill XP in here, I'm gonna be honest, is kind of abysmal. The fact that I'm, like, I've killed however many mobs and I'm still not level 11, which is supposed to be a pretty fast level, that's bad. Like, you could kill a handful of mobs in Silverpine Forest and be level 11 already. It's also unfortunate that I'm kind of like basically building my bars as I go here. Normally I have like roleplay to do this in. I also keep forgetting that I don't have Galactic Guardian, so I need to manually apply Moonfire, and doing that is probably worth it. Like that is actually so much more damage. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Moonfire's up there. Spamming Swipe, surprisingly, doing quite a lot. That is a nice little surprise there. This... So, what? Also, hold on. I want to keep up with chat, but admittedly, I am... Like, this is actually kind of stressful, because I'm trying to, like, get my bars set up, and, like, I cannot brain off this. Like, I actually do take damage, so... I'm trying to make sure it's, like, kind of clean. So just... I'm gonna focus on this just for now, and I'll catch up on chat after. Just a heads up. I guess we shouldn't be cleaving, right? Because, like, one of them full heals, so we should be focusing one of them down. It's just unfortunate that, like, most of my shit cleaves. So... It's not good. Oh, did they only heal on Heroic? Oh, come on, please. Come on, one heal. One heal. One heal, brother. Come on! Stop! I think that's basically everything I can do right now. Did I refresh my buffs ever? I don't think I did. Okay, one thing I'm still missing is my shift keybinds. Is everything else good? I think it is. Level 25. Okay. I wasn't sure what the level requirement on this was, but it was better than nothing. 25 is actually pretty good. I get to use that for a good portion of the run. I think... I also need to enchant minor speed on my boots. I'll do that during the Invar. Your pathetic failure shall serve as a warning to all. It's like unskippable play. Enchanting there. You are damned. Arise and carry out the master's will. I return. A second chance to restore 2 health. It's crazy. Can you not throw lifesteal on the weapons? I mean, I probably could. I don't know what the tuning on it is like. In hindsight, like, I probably should have gotten a lifesteal weapon. I just grabbed one of the weapons from my storage, which, obviously, for non-dungeon leveling, lifesteal's not worth it, so I use Elemental Force. But it might have been helpful here.
You're not wrong. Failure will serve as a warning to all.
Your pathetic failure will serve as a warning to all. You are damned. Arise and carry out the Master's will. I return. A second chance to
I want to stand in the axe. Sure, I can check it out after the stream here. Alright, teleport out of dungeon, and then teleport in. 80 tonight? Oh yeah, like not even close. Yeah, this should be about 3 to 4 hours. We're definitely getting 80 tonight. I'm just doing this for the XP. Alright. I'll catch up and chat again a little bit. I'm just trying to... I still gotta get all this stuff set up. Wait, when do I get Thrash? For a second, I thought Thrash was... Do I have Thrash? Oh my god. Wait, no, I got Thrash automatically. Okay. So now you just learn Thrash. I couldn't remember. Okay, well, we're good either way. That.
We shall meet you there as soon as you conclude your business in Dalaran.
Yeah, Mizzy, I just responded to you asking 80 tonight. Like, literally just answered. Right, I don't have Blight form yet, so I have to... And I'm Horde on this character. You're in a speedrun yourself? No worries. So I don't... What is this? 16 item level? Yeah, okay, so that's... Technically, I think that still has slightly more stats. It's just because it's distributed across primary stat, too. That I'm not going to worry about. Is there anything else that I can use? I may as well put this on my bars in case I need to refresh again. There. And I can start just making my way back to Chromie. So I can switch... I guess, do I really care about... I don't really switching Chromie times. While I'm here, I may as well switch to WAD Chromie time. Like, I'm in the city anyway. I don't think I will need WAD Chromie time, but, like, that way I don't need to go back to Chromie for it. And then we still go to Silverpine. The dungeon quests here are actually quite nice. TBC time walking would probably be the best for this, because like a lot of TBC dungeons are already pretty good. So then you benefit from those dungeon quests and... time walking buff. The fact that I don't have Iron Fur is going to make this a little bit sketchy. Like, Druid is not quite immortal just yet. I think I'd let Casman off. But
At the very least, now Druid's damage is significantly stronger, so... Thrash and Gore just... And Maul. I now have an offensive rage dump. That's annoying. What happened to the healer? Is he just AFK? Okay, he's moving. I don't know. Did he die? Did he die? Has he just, like, not been here? I guess he just hasn't been here. Which explains a lot. It's fine, though. He accepted at the last second, so you think he went AFK? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that a bloodlust? Oh, the mobs bloodlusted themselves. Okay. Cool, potion. Did potion? Wait. I didn't think the potions could drop from the little satchels. Has that always been a thing? There's been a very low drop rate. I definitely have not seen it happen that often, but, I mean, cool.
You know what they say. Now to finish the job. You know what they say.
Are you kidding me? That's unfortunate. Oh boy. We didn't even kill her with dots. Okay, we did at least kind of kill her with dots. I will say one thing about bear leveling that kind of bums me out is they've pushed Galactic Guardian further and further down the tree over the years. Like, it's still good. Bear in general. Like, you can just still manually Moonfire stuff. But Galactic Guardian is just, like, massive quality of life, especially for leveling, so... Not having that until much later is a little bit of a bummer. Curious Sash. Is that... No, that is worse than the drop I just got. Why doesn't WoW have a craftable XP pot? I do think that XP pots in general should have easier acquisition. It's just, like, it's annoying. Obviously, I don't want them to make it so, like, the BFA XP pot stops working. Like, I wouldn't advocate for that, because, like, that would be really lame. But if they're going to keep the BFA XP pot, which they should, then they should just add more ways to get it. The fact that the only way to get it is still, like, fucking Warfronts, which are just the most mind-numbingly garbage content. It's frustrating. And then, like, I regularly get comments from brand new players who are like, there's an XP pot? What? Because it's so many expansions old at this point, but it still works. So, like, it's obviously still worth getting. But there's absolutely no way that a new player is just going to stumble upon the existence of an XP pot. They will only find out by watching, like, my videos, pretty much. Rare drums, the rare leveling drums press. That pull kind of scared me in hindsight. I think we would have been fine, but I'm like, I maybe bit off a little bit more than I could chew here. It worked out. We're fine. Farming XP pot is the worst part of speed leveling. I agree. The one nice thing about, like, a lot of my speedruns, I do them on, like, PTR now, is I can just copy over the XP pots, but obviously for actual leveling, outside of the context of, like, me doing my speedruns for guides and stuff, I do that. It's, I should note, it is still worth farming them. It's like, the faster you level, the more value you're going to get out of the 10% buff for an hour. But, like, if you farm them, you need to have, like, a setup, usually. Like, the best way to do it is if you have characters that are already max renown, or reputation, I guess it's still called, with honor bounds, or 7 Legion, or whatever the Alliance version's called. That way, whenever you do the assaults, you're building up progress towards a Paragon box. The two best ways to farm the service medals are Warfronts, which, like, you could do Warfronts, but also, fuck doing Warfronts. And the other way is to get Paragon boxes. And doing the assaults into Paragon boxes is really efficient in terms of time spent, but you still have to have characters that are already at the Paragon stage of the rep. Otherwise, it's like a lot of slogging through that to get to Exalted. Bring back the 300% XP pot? I don't know if we need that much, but it was definitely nice having more options. Admittedly, the way it was implemented in MoP was kind of shit. Having to farm that rare mob. The way it was added in WoD was better. There were more sources of it. The Kitten says sec. Are they like healer DC? Okay. I mean, like, we don't need the healer, but alright, they're back now. It's a decent amount. time investment into farming the pots isn't worth the time saved by the pot for a normal player. Well, that's what I mean. If you are farming the pots literally one at a time, like I am just farming the thing for a single XP pot, then it is not worth it. The reason why like it's worth it with the setup is if you're doing, so first off, if you do war fronts, although war fronts are really annoying to do, like if you ask your friends to like help you queue for them, which it's crazy that we can't solo queue heroic war fronts at this point, by the way. But if you get like a group to quickly speedrun a heroic warfront, it is worth the time it takes to blitz through that. But the Paragon thing does make it worth it. Like, I have so many characters that are exalted with honor bound that if I go and do the assault, like on 5 to 10 different characters when I'm dedicated to farming the pots, eventually when I get the Paragon box, that gives me a ton of the tokens. So it averages out. You're technically getting like 2.5 pots per assault, which that is worth it. It's just, it's not immediate. It's after you've done enough of them. Why? There's no truth in it. No, no, no. Only in the taking. Don't I still have a guide for it? I made a guide back in, like, Shadowlands, I think? Which, like, technically it's still there, I think. Nothing has changed. But the guide has been long unlisted. Because it, you know, it didn't do very well. It's the kind of, I think the guide is, like, still embedded on my website somewhere, so, like, people can find it. But, yeah. Not being able to do Mythic Island solo is a crime, too, yeah. I think I missed a splinter? I missed one of the arcane splinters? Shit. Well, I can, like... I thought I pulled all the trees. Did I forget to loot one? How did I miss one? I mean, I can very easily solo this, so it's like, whatever. Oh, my firewater is about to fall off. I will probably need to kite this. Easy. This mob is dead. Okay, so I can just beeline. Rain EXA said game ending speedrun, alright, go again.
Safe travels. Hey there.
Thankfully, we're chilling. That's a decent upgrade. Am I hyped for midnight? Hyped is a strange word to use. I would not necessarily say I am hyped for midnight per se. Am I looking forward to the new expansion, like, in general? Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, new content is new content, right? Am I particularly excited for midnight? Not really. But at the same time, compared to previous expansions that we've had, am I more excited for Midnight than I am for, like, War Within? Probably. More than Dragonflight, probably. It's tough to say. I mean, let me put it this way. There is a lot of stuff coming up in the new expansion that I think looks cool. There's also a lot of stuff that is extremely concerning. So, I want Midnight to do well, but I also think that Blizzard is just like shooting themselves in the foot for literally no reason. And it is, I mean, like I said, it's very worrying. I feel like they have given themselves a much harder task for absolutely no other reason other than, like, they are arrogant enough to think that they can just do it no problem. And that is not good. Does not bode well. Gundrak, okay. Do I think I will bring back Keystone Hero Challenge? Second. Sure. The Keystone Hero Challenge, to an extent, never went away. So, I answered this, I think, in the last run. The only thing that I stopped really doing is, like, posting the videos. The Keystone Hero thing has always been, like, a personal challenge that I am still ongoing doing. The only thing that, like, I lost a little bit of motivation to, like, continue doing it the rest of the season, partially because Legion Remix took up a ton of my time, but also because I figured I can spend all this time learning these specs that are going to be fundamentally different next expansion. So I fixed, how should I put this? I focused on the specs that I had already started and tried to get better at those, which I felt like I got a lot better at Pres Evoker than I was before, and now Pres Evoker's, like, completely different, so, whatever. But at least I felt like I made a lot of progress on Pres. But as a general rule of thumb, it's just an ongoing goal for me. I want to be able to say I can play every single spec in this game. So I've never given up on that. It's the only thing that I stopped doing is I found that I didn't really have the time to, like, take the footage of me doing those keys on my alts and turn it into videos. But I continued doing keys on every single one of my characters, and I tried to learn at least one spec on every class. To varying success, like, I played... this season, last season, I picked Sub-Rogue, and I did not really like Sub-Rogue. It, like, seemed interesting, but I could not click with it. I just did not vibe with it at all. BRB kid crying. It's probably fine. They're also not the healer, so... Why are they trying to heal them and they're just like fucking LOSing? So, like, for instance, Disc Priest, I tried to relearn because I had not really played Voidweaver Disc at all. I mostly played Oracle in the previous season, so that was one thing that I tried to spend a lot of time doing, like, learning how to play Voidweaver. I really liked Voidweaver Disc. I think it was really cool. And I don't think I ever posted that stuff to YouTube, but it was still... Okay, am I gonna get, like, any healing? Just because one DPS said BRB kid crying doesn't mean, like, we can just not heal or do anything. Alright, we're just not gonna heal or do anything. Jesus. Like, time blocking scaling is already rough. But the people who, like, literally just full AFK and time walking, like, left. I mean, good. I think people are just so used to time walking being, like, face roll easy that they just think, oh, I can just not heal the tank. I can just not do my job, and we'll be fine. And it's like, no. You still need to press a single healing button. The unfortunate thing is, I've never seen this happen before. I've never seen the mobs just not reset. So this is a first. But, like, if I know that I'm not going to receive healing, like, I can play around it. It's not necessarily pretty, but... Huh. Well, that might be a... That's not good. Oh, God. Is the fight... Okay, the fight reset. What? I'm pressing drums. Fuck it. We need to kill this fucking Colossus. If we kill this Colossus, we're fine. At this point, I can just, like, shift and regrowth myself. Dude, time walking scaling's so fucked. This is so fucked. Alright. Slash P instance. What am I in combat with? I love this underwater passage. Healer was the kid. Oh boy. This is also speed tech. True. I mean, if it works, right? Like, we did technically survive. Wasn't pretty, but it worked. Mr. Warrior is somehow very lost. Man, I really need to get an interrupt. When can I spec into an interrupt? You can't even get it until the second part of your class tree. That's so fucked. Oh, the warrior figured it out. Alright. See, he's swimming over. You got 3K in every class in Shadowlands. It was a pretty fun challenge, but you'll probably never do it again. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of work. Like, obviously, one day, I would love to complete, like, the original stated goal of my challenge of, like, Keystone Hero on every single spec, same season. With, like, Keystone Legend on every class. That would be cool. Do I have the time to do that? Maybe not. But the main goal, even if I can't do it all in one season, is I still want to learn every single spec. So that's why I've been, like, learning different things every season and trying to just, like, expand my repertoire. I mean, prior to War Within, I just never really healed at any remotely serious level before. I'm still not, like, a really, really good healer. Like, my healing is still nowhere near my tanking. But I'd consider myself, like, a decent healer. Like, I can heal okay keys, like, you know, 12 to 15. I can comfortably heal now. That's a big improvement from never having healed before, I think. I still need to heal a mythic raid at some point, though. I've been considering, like, trying to... Well, I will be honest. In the War Within, I was considering trying to, like, join an alt guild over the weekends or something to heal in. Everything that I've seen about healing for Midnight makes me think it's going to be, like, the worst shit ever, so I think I'm just going to, like, not worry about healing for now, and then maybe when they eventually fix healing, because they realize that like 99% of healer players are going to want to quit the game with all the changes, I think maybe then I try to heal again. It's especially depressing because, like, I really, really started to like Prez Evoker by the end of War Within. Like, I really felt like I get it now. This is a cool spec. And from what I've seen, Prez is just dead. Every single Prez Evoker I know is basically saying the spec has been completely gutted. It's a shell of its former self. It's just no longer fun. All the things that made it unique are gone. And that's just kind of sad to hear. It's kind of how I feel about Brewmaster. So, like, you know, I feel their pain, right? But I extra feel their pain because I actually did try Prez, and I did like Prez. So it's just a bummer to see that it also got the same treatment. Your healer straight up said they won't be a healer anymore because of Midnight? Yeah, I know. Don't blame them at all. I don't know a single healer who is happy going into Midnight. Like, at the very least, you know, DPS specs, a lot of DPS I know are not happy. But there are some specs that are like, hey, my changes are good. And, like, as a tank, I think tanks maybe outside of Brewmaster are the best off. Like, there are problems with, like, Prop Paladin. There's problems with Vengeance, kind of. But I think overall, they're both in, like, much better spots than a lot of specs are. And, like, Bear is good. Blood Decay also has some problems, but overall, again, it's received a lot of good changes and then a lot of bad changes. It's also just not tuned very well at all, which kind of skews perception on it, I think. And, but, like, Bear is pretty good, Prot Warrior is pretty good. Like, overall, tanks, I think, have come out of the changes not as bad off as a lot of people. So... drop that. Huh. Fine, I guess. Mongoose. Do I need to... I'll need to replace my potion at some point.
For the Horde.
I'll learn swiftness. I definitely want to take improved barkskin next. Because then I really, really, really would like an interrupt. But technically speaking, by the time that I get my interrupt, I won't need to do dungeons, so it won't matter as much, so... I did not put minor speed on these boots. Let's do that. Scaly is in shambles, pretty much. Believe that learning to play every spec in the game, even to a middling degree, makes you so much better of a player. I agree. I mean, I'm biased, right? Because that's what I'm trying to do, but I do think that that is true. And I do feel like I am a much better player now than I was even at, like, the start of the War Within, largely because of how much time I have invested into trying to learn new things. I think, like, especially one of the main things, like, as a tank, that I've always felt, like, was missing from my toolkit is, like, a better understanding of, like, what my healers are going through. Like, I've always talked to my healer friends and tried to, like, get an understanding of, like, their, like, what they're doing, kind of, and how to play around them. Like, especially for externals, you kind of need to do that. But understanding, like, what it feels like to heal a raid or a Mythic Plus dungeon, like, you get a better, real depth of understanding for it. Two satchels, okay. The DPS are DPSing, that is true. Is this a level 11 Twink? No, it's just a geared 80, okay.
It's hard to tell. General Bjarngrim, you want to wait until he reaches this platform, though. This is the sweet spot. I think this is... Oh, why did they pull him? It's fine. I am a little bit worried about how the lightning's going to be tuned, but yeah, we're probably fine. But they literally waited, like... They could have waited one more second, and we wouldn't have gotten... Okay, the warrior actually does crazy damage. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. But, like, if this guy wasn't doing insane damage... The tuning on this boss may have ended up being weird. Midnight feels like a half-baked hard reset. Part of you thinks Last Titan is the other baking. Yeah, I mean, basically that is exactly what it is. You're like, that's not a wrong assessment, but I think Blizzard is doing a really shit job at like doing this transition. I feel like they're leaning too heavily on that logic of like, we needed to do a hard reset to fix problems with the game, and there's a lot of stuff that they're basically just saying like, tough shit, we're gonna fix it eventually, that I really think they're just not doing their due diligence here, and they should have just done this over a longer period of time. And that's why it's like, am I as doomer about Midnight as a whole? Like, obviously you guys have already heard me complain about a lot of stuff that I'm not a fan. But the expansion as a whole, am I like a giga doomer of it? No. I honestly think like so many people who are like, WoW's dead, like this is gonna kill the game. I think those people are just off their fucking rocker. I am a little bit biased because like the amount of times I have seen like a big content creator in the last like week or so say, oh, the default UI is unplayable, oh my god. I'm just like, motherfucker, I've been getting cutting edge with the default UI for like fucking years. Shut your fucking mouth, skill issue. Like, is the default UI good? No. But people are acting as if they literally cannot play the fucking game with the default UI, and it's like, no, just fucking skill issue. It's really not that bad. It can improve. And I'm not trying to say, like, we should be silencing criticism and saying, like, oh, like, nobody can complain about the default UI. But there's a limit, right? Now, admittedly, a lot of that is because, like, people are on board the Doom train, and, you know, it probably sounds good to, like, you know, pander to your subscribers and be like, oh, yeah, guys, doesn't the default UI suck? Which, like, yeah, it's bad. Can you still play the game perfectly fine? Unless you're a healer? Yes. Like, healers, yeah, the raid frames are a real issue, for sure. Which is why, like I said, the healers are not happy. But, like, tanks, you're fine. You're totally fucking fine. Speaking from experience, you're totally fucking fine. DPS, like, there may be a situation where you might be, like, annoyed that, like, I wish I could track this with weak auras, and I can't, but you can still play the game. 100%. They don't have an add-on profile to send anymore? So true. Edit mode is actually kind of decent, specifically if you get 1 or 2 add-ons to enhance the things it can do. Yeah. I mean, it definitely still has a long way to go, but there are, like, I mean, I have been using just edit mode default UI since it came out. I do not like using UI add-ons. Part of it is just, like, personal preference. I've never found it to be, like, so egregiously bad. Like, even when I play Classic, I use the default Classic UI, and I just make it work. I'd rather just, like, play with what I have, and, like, if I need... Well, at least in the past, if I needed to install, like, a specific weak aura to solve one problem, I would do that. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit of a bigger issue now, but if the game is designed where, like, that shouldn't feel required, then that's less of a problem. But generally speaking, it has been fine. Another big thing, which is like, this has just pissed me off for years. As somebody who does a lot of testing, especially like raid and dungeon testing, the amount of times I'm doing like raid testing and people are like, oh, I literally can't play the game. I literally can't play the game. My UI's fucked. My UI's fucked.
like, you can play the game well enough with default UI to do fucking raid testing. Like, it's not Mythic Prog. You're not expected to get a 99 parse. Like, cut your bitching out. I do all my raid testing with default UI, which is another reason why I've always stuck with it, because getting custom UIs and stuff set up on PTR and beta servers is a pain in the ass, right? So since I do spend a shitload of time doing testing for, like, leveling guides and endgame guides and blah, 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 it's so much easier if it's just, like, the same UI across both versions of WoW that I actively play. So hearing people say that when it's like, I've been testing new content for years on the default UI with absolutely zero problem, like, that is just a skill issue. Just because it's not what you're used to doesn't mean it's, like, completely unplayable. I mean, it's like even just the start of this speedrun, right? Like, the start of the speedrun, all my buttons and stuff were fucked. And it's like, yes, technically, are there things, at least in the past, I don't know if they're still working well, but are there, like, settings in the past, like my slot, where you can use to copy it over at the start of the run? Maybe. But remember that, like, I always do my speedruns like this, and I literally am actively speedrunning the game with a broken UI and piecing together my UI as I tank the dungeon. Like, just fucking adapt, right? If you're good enough at the game, you should be able to do it. Yeah, I'm 22. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Oh, lag? Okay, we're good. It definitely feels worse than it has to. So much of this chaos didn't have to happen. Yeah, completely agree. Some of this, like, transitionary period was inevitable, and that's kind of the problem I have. Like, Blizzard keeps leaning on that of, like, we had to do it at some point, and it's like, yeah, but you didn't need to do it now. It definitely not to this degree. So they are definitely partially, largely to blame with all the stuff that's going on. Okay, yeah, the quest giver comes over here. Is that better? Really? Is this better now? Probably. It's not better. Okay, that's an upgrade. That's actually really nice because I won't... we have our buff now, so that's good. I won't be getting any bracers. That's like the one item that I don't have for crafted stuff, so that's good to have. Let me just clean up my bags a little bit. Again, I know, like, technically I'm losing time, but I just want to have this all completely sorted. And then we could jump into the standard stuff. One level away from this coming online. Let's get this buff going again. I get 2 versatility worth. I should put my potions on my bars here. Been in time walking queue for 18 minutes. Yeah, if you're not a tanker or healer, I'm pretty sure it's, like, really, really slow. Yeah, I just come to think of, where is there... I'm assuming the old Silvermoon portal is down here. Yes, okay. Dev is really annoying because default UI doesn't show ticks, which means any new devoker will have no idea about the core thing Dev does. Yeah, true. As we get into the questing, I'm going to scroll up and read, because I know for a fact I missed some messages, so. Hi, love your content. What's your favorite class to speed level? Honestly, Guardian. Guardian or Windwalker Monk. But, yeah, I'm never upset with a Guardian speedrun. It's just chill. Which is why I'm doing it for, like, the benchmark run. Because, like, my favorite spec, one that is, like, really, really, really just objectively good for leveling, it's a really good way to just, like, definitively say, okay, this is how fast you can expect to level. Ignoring all, like, the other stuff. I suspect that I will probably... Oh, the fact that Kree's up is actually a good sign. Aren't Devoker ticks shown in the cast bar? Don't know. Actually, yeah, the roleplay here will give me
Where is that ogre-headed buffoon?
good opportunity. Alright, let me scroll up. You like how I play with little to no add-ons? Yeah, So, that's another thing that a lot of people have said. It's easier to follow, like, my speedruns and stuff than other heavily UI customized stuff, because people can see what's going on, right? They're familiar with it. Now, that's not necessarily why I play default UI, but a bunch of people have said that to me over the years, and that is like a nice, happy little side effect, so
War Chief,
I'm glad you like that.
could make it. With the death of the Lich King, many of the more intelligent Scourge became unemployed. Those fiends, as you so delicately put it,
Let me scroll up.
called Valkyr. They are under my command now. And they are part of the reason that I asked to see you.
Get on with it, Sylvanas.
War Chief, I have solved the plight of the Forsaken. As a race, we
It's a 30-second CD item that TPs you with a portal to the main city really close. Means a 2-zone lone screen instead of 1, but it's still good if you have good use of your Hearthstone within a zone. Interesting. I wonder how easy it would be to get that, like, on the first run-through. I don't know anything about it, so... If it requires you to do, like, an excessive amount of, like, side quests, then that would not be worth doing on your first run-through, but if that is easy enough to pick up, that could actually be nice to have, even the first time around.
What you have done here, Sylvanas, it goes against the laws of nature.
You're still having issues with the size of the buffs and raid frames. They're extremely small, even on 200% since patch, yeah. I've heard a lot of complaints about that. You're missing your Bone Shields and Blood, but losing Tombstone and Bone Storm means the total stack number is slightly less. Oh, I didn't even think of that, yeah. That's true. Technically speaking, unfortunately, Bone Shield management isn't quite as interesting.
Between you and the Lich King now.
It's the go-to enchant for when you were leveling your accounts with a Twink back in the day during the last anniversary event. So, life stealing is good at really low levels. At, like, literally level 11 through, like, 15, it's, like, comparable, or at least prior to the squish. I have no idea where the numbers end up right now. But prior to the squish, it was, like, comparable to Elemental Force at really low levels, but it falls off really hard. And at a certain point, you just don't really need the survivability. Now, that being said, obviously, post-squish, survivability overall, especially in time-walking dungeons, is really bad. So, I could definitely have seen that being worthwhile. But I didn't really think to prep a second heirloom with all this stuff. But it's not a bad idea. You always stand behind the column and you have no idea why, because it doesn't do anything this dungeon. It actually does. It actually does. So that is not like... I don't know if they have removed the mechanic, but as somebody who actually... I made dungeon guides for Wrath Classic, which, like... I don't know how many of you remember that. It has been quite a while at this point. But my dungeon guides for Wrath Classic were actually really well received. Because, like, the vast majority of people for Wrath, or for Classic in general, literally were just like, Horde, hold W, dungeon's easy, it's Classic. But the nice thing about my Wrath dungeon guides, they were admittedly a bit of a risk at the time, because, like, yeah, it is Classic, it is really easy. But then Blizzard did this crazy thing and basically added, like, a mini Mythic Plus system to Wrath. And suddenly, understanding the actual mechanics of the dungeons when the bosses don't immediately die became really important. And so retroactively, my dungeon guides became kind of relevant. And I also then made guides specifically for Titan Rune dungeons. That was a fun period of time in Classic. But because of that, I made... you use them? Awesome. So I made, like, really detailed guides for Wrath Classic dungeons. And so I understood what all the mechanics did. When Ingvar transitions from his, like, alive phase to dead phase, he lets out a roar that actually does, like, considerable damage. And, like, obviously, yeah, it's tuned pretty low, but the damage of that, and also, like, in the middle of his dark phase, he does, like, a howling shout or something like that does, like, really high group-wide AoE, but it is LOSable. That is why you stand behind the pillars. Now, is that necessary? Like, honestly, even in even in like Titan Rune dungeons, did you necessarily need to do that? Not really. But it's one of those things of like, you can't attack him anyways. Like, he's dead, unattackable. So you may as well just LOS, because then you're just taking less damage, so your healer has to do less work. But it does actually do something. You like the Titan Rune dungeons? Yeah, honestly, I was really bummed out that, like, in Cataclysm, they just didn't really do much with that. The dungeons were, like, the modifiers they did were really basic. In fairness, Cataclysm dungeons were, like, much more involved across the board. And apparently they've done, like, Celestial dungeons in MoP. I will be honest, I haven't played around with them much. I have no idea if they're good or bad. But, yeah, it's... The way they did it in Wrath Classic was actually quite good. I thought they did a great job with that. Celestial's a face roll? Yeah. I'm not really surprised, like... I mean, early in the expansion farming heroic dungeons, I was basically soloing them as a Brewmaster Monk, so... They would have had to massively overtune it. Because by the time you get to MoP, like, tanks are already kind of self-sufficient. At the very least, in Wrath, even though I was, like, hard carrying most dungeons on my prop hally, I couldn't just solo the dungeon. Like, I needed some external healing. So, I did need to play around my group. It's pretty good. And I think that's better. Yeah. And I guess I'll put minor speed on this for now. It'll probably last me long enough to where it may as well. I'm trying to find where I was in chat after I scrolled up a little bit. But there's so much RP still in Silverpine that, like, I can do that, like, right now. Okay, I found it. XP pots still exist, but, like, why shouldn't they have a war with an XP pot that only works till level 80? Yeah, true. Can you buy XP pots with your 700 plus useless gear crests? That's more of an event than a genuine question. That's honestly a fair event. As a guide maker, how would you begin to explain the profession system to someone completely new to WoW? You ran into it in the guide channel and was stumped. So the profession system as a whole is like a fucking nightmare right now. I've gone on this rant a lot of times before. Anybody who tries to defend the current state of the profession system and, like, the overall Dragonflight rework, they're either dumb or they like the fact that because it is so overly complicated, they're able to make good money with it. And, like, you know, if that's the case, fair. But, like, if you genuinely think that the state of the Dragonflight and, you know, the changes it's gone under, like, so current crafting system is healthy for the game, like, I do not know what to tell you. You're just wrong. It's bad. It's really bad. So to your question of how would I explain it to a new player, it would be difficult. The thing about, like, explaining the crafting system to a new player is a lot of times my answer is I just don't. Like, with the enchanting leveling thing, basically, even in my guide, I'm just like, don't worry about 99% of this. It doesn't matter. Just buy these materials, craft these things, and then ignore, like, everything else that you see because it's just not relevant for, like, leveling. And, like, the reality is, like, there's like 3 ways that you interact with it. It's either stuff like that, you know, the enchanting leveling and having to do it, like, as you level up for, like, basic bats or whatever. Like, that's one way to interact with the crafting system currently. The other way is if you're trying to get something crafted at max level, like a work order, which, and that at least, that is still fairly complicated. They have simplified that a little bit. but it is still a nightmare to get anything crafted as a new player. I still think it is an absolute crime that you basically need to, at a certain point, spam in trade chat to get something crafted. I'm sorry, but I don't give a fuck what people say about, oh, the sense of community in the game is ruined and we need to add more community interaction. There's no fucking community interaction of me posting in trade chat, looking for recraft link item, and getting messaged by like 5 Chinese bots saying send to X person. Like, that's not community engagement. That's just like a really annoying step that I have to go through to do this thing in the game, because Blizzard refuses to allow you to just post the item or get it crafted by an NPC or something like that. You have to send a private work order to somebody, and it's just the biggest pain in the ass. I fucking hate it. And like, technically you can gamble with public work orders, but they've intentionally hamstrung it, so it's just kind of a slot machine. And I still do it most of the time just because I can't be asked to post in trade and be like, I need somebody to craft this thing. It's just, yeah, it's such a pain. So, at the very least, if you're trying to do that, if you're trying to just get an item crafted, the amount that you need to understand is not that complicated. All you really need to understand is, like, how the embellishments work, how the general work order system works, and, like, the fact that you should get the highest quality materials in most cases, because that makes it easier for somebody to craft it at a higher rank. And understand, like, generally what you should expect to tip, maybe, if you're buying an item and expecting somebody to use, like, Artisan's Equity to guarantee the craft. Like, that is the kind of stuff that you need to know. But then the third option is you're actually trying to do crafting yourself, in which case, to a new player, I would say don't. Just don't, because, like, the crafting system is so convoluted that if you are even trying to learn it as a new player, you are going to lose money. There's, like, basically no real way to make money as, like, a new / uninformed player with the crafting system. And I say that as somebody who, like, I don't even bother with it. Ever since the Dragonflight rework, I can't be fucking bothered. I have friends who do all that stuff, and they make, like, 50 million alts and have, like, concentration crafts across, like, 10 different characters and stuff like that. A lot of them use my guides, right? They level a shitload of characters to do that stuff. That's how I know that they do it. And it's, like, I respect the effort they put in, and as far as I know, they make, like, decent gold doing that after they've set it all up. But I just can't be fucking bothered. It also just, it doesn't make sense for me, because, like, you know, the amount of time that they spend doing that stuff, like, I could just focus on speed leveling and make guides, and then technically, indirectly, like, I could just make a video, make money off the video, and then, like, buy a token, right? So it just makes no sense for me to spend time making gold in-game, doing all of this stuff, which, at least to me, I find it to be terribly boring and unfun. Some people really enjoy that, and good for them if they genuinely find the crafting system fun, but I don't think that, like, I would hope, at least, that anybody who finds the crafting system fun can at least look at it and be like, yeah, but this is not healthy for the game. Like, you can enjoy something and say, like, yeah, this is still probably not healthy for the overall state of the game, and that is very much the case with the current crafting system. To the point where it's just not even worth doing. There's just no point. Because the biggest issue with it right now, if you are trying to make money off the crafting system, is, like, the thing I just said about people with, like, 50 billion alts with, like, concentration crafting. The problem is, if you don't have a shitload of alts to cycle through, like, concentration and stuff like that, you're just losing. Because people can afford to sell things for cheaper than you can. They just have more alts. They can guarantee, like, high-quality crafts. So, they are, like, the accessibility to them for max rank items, especially early in an expansion, is just something that you literally cannot do unless you have the same setup of, like, 50 million alts. So if you're not willing to put in that effort, then you will just be crafting at a loss 90% of the time. And that is if you manage to jump through all the hoops required to understand how to properly set up, like, your knowledge tree on your very first character, which is still, like, a shitload of studying to, like, figure out the optimal method for that. And then even if you do it all perfectly, again, you will still lose money. It's just a poorly designed system. So, yeah. As for, like, I guess because the original question was what, like, how would I describe it? I'm assuming you mean, like, if I were to make a guide on it, where would I start? I don't know. Like, I don't really want to make a guide on it because, like, it would be a nightmare to make a guide on something like that. But, that would probably be like the thesis of the video, I suppose, of basically like, don't do this. If I were to even make a guide on it, like I wouldn't make a crafting, like how to set up crafting guide. I don't think that's worth it. And like people make those videos, and like if that is your main thing, like the way I see it is if you're going to go through all the effort of setting up all those characters and making them perfect, like I'm not faulting people for making profession guides, right? Like if you're gonna do that, you may as well share your knowledge. That's fine. But just because it's out there doesn't mean people should necessarily follow it, because like the unspoken step that a lot of people, especially like people who are heavily invested in profession stuff, don't want to admit is that at this point in time, unless you have a million concentration ults, it's just not even worth getting into. But if they say that, then you won't watch their guides and try to follow their steps. And a lot of them also sell gold guides on the side, which is like kind of an oxymoron, because if the only real way to make money, basically there's like, how should I put it? There's like two good ways to make money in World of Warcraft. Gold, I should say, specifically. So like, I'm not talking about like what I do, right? Like making guides and making real money through YouTube. That's separate thing, right? But if we're talking like, how do you make golds in the game? It is either by being like ahead of something. You have like secret knowledge, or you're like the first to do something, and you get ahead of the curve, basically. Not like the achievement ahead of the curve, but you're like ahead of other people in terms of knowledge. Exploit early, exploit often, basically. That's one way, obviously. So the people who make the most gold off stuff are the people who are like discovering the tricks that you then see in like those YouTube videos that are like how to make like 5 bajillion gold in 1 hour. Like sometimes it's not even necessarily clickbait in the sense that the person posting the video may have actually made 5 bajillion gold in whatever amount of time. But you won't. You certainly will not make that much gold in that amount of time, because by the time you're finding out about that information, it's old news, and everybody will have already exploited it to death. So there's no such thing really as like a gold making guide, unless it's like literally paywalled, like somebody posts it to their Patreon or something like that, which like at that point, if you are paying real life money to get tips on how to make gold in a game, you are a fucking moron, because you should at that point have just bought a token. Like if you're going to go through that much effort, either just buy a token, cut out the middleman, and just get the gold directly, or do the research yourself and be one of those people on the ground floor discovering stuff to then exploit it before everybody else and make a shitload of money. Because if you're already getting it from a secondary source and paying money for like secret gold making guides and secret Patreon things, like you are the biggest loser. That is not how you make gold in this game. You have to be the one discovering it, or you have to get like, insider knowledge, right? Like a friend of yours discovers it and they're like, hey bro, before this blows up, invest in this item or something like that. Literally insider trading, but for WoW. So that's one way. The other way is to either do something that most people are just incapable of doing, basically carries, right? That's how I make most of my gold. My guild sells mythic raid carries, and back in the day I used to sell like challenge mode, M+ carries and stuff like that. And even M+ carries these days are like hard to make real gold off of, because a lot of times it's just too easy. But that's like the other way, right? You do things that people just can't do, so they have to like pay for carries if they want to do it. If they want like transmog or something tied behind it, or something that is just so incredibly tedious that nobody wants to do it. And they will either pay for a carry to get through it, which like is basically leveling boosting. Not that I think that's good. I don't think people should. I'm not going to get on my high horse about like leveling boosting as a general idea, but I do think that especially in the modern day of WoW, leveling is so fucking easy to do that the fact that people still pay for leveling boosts blows my mind. Not necessarily because I don't understand like the inherent want to not have to do something annoying. I just think that at this point, leveling is so trivial that with like the bare minimum effort, like it's, to me at least, gone beyond the realm of like, this is a tedious thing that you need to do. Like in Classic, selling leveling boosts, yeah, okay, I kind of get it, right? I understand why somebody would pay a mage to boost them through Harldan. I never do that. Whenever I level in Classic, I do it all myself. And then I also, I'm not going to relitigate that, but in Anniversary, I had to eat so much shit from my guildies because like they're all fucking swiping, buying gold and buying boosts, and they're like, wow, you took so long to get to level 60. Meanwhile, they're literally paying for Harldan boosts with bought gold and buying their mounts with bought gold, And I'm sitting here like, I actually played the fucking game. I actually farmed all of my gold. I leveled my professions. I leveled solo on my own. And you guys are like giving me shit for not having mounts? Fuck off. You fucking swiped? That... Ooh, I'm gonna get pissed about that again. But like, you know, I don't necessarily blame them for doing that. But the problem is, it becomes like a standard of like, people need to buy boosts in Classic. And I hate that. I hate that so much. But that's a separate can of worms. But like that, I get why somebody might pay gold for that, and so it becomes a profitable way to make gold in Classic. But then also, what is another really tedious thing that absolutely at this point in time nobody wants to fucking spend their time on, and so it's a good way to make gold? Professions, because professions are so fucking miserable right now that basically people like me, who I used to do professions like back in the day when it wasn't a massive pain in the ass to engage with. I would at least get like 1 or 2 professions set up on my main character, and I would be able to craft like the endgame stuff in like BFA, Shadowlands, etc. for my guild. Shadowlands, not as much, because Shadowlands also kind of started the whole legendary crafting. You needed to invest a shitload of gold to even be able to make money off that. So we didn't have the Dragonflight crafting system, but that design philosophy of if you are not heavily invested in this thing, you can't make anything out of it. That started with Shadowlands. But yeah, like, that's why people are able to make gold from it. So if people like it for that reason, okay. Sure. I still wish the system was better, but I get it. But anybody who actually thinks it's well designed, fucking crazy. Oh. Anyways, long rant. Let me see. I didn't even look at chat throughout that entire rant. That was just like purely... This pisses me off, and I'm just gonna, like, talk about it. I think I've uninstalled Cinematic Canceller a while ago. So, I used to always forget and have to, like, disable it here. But I'm pretty sure I just don't even have that add-on anymore. And we'll find out in a second. Yeah, okay, we're good. Let's see. Blizzard didn't need to do any of this, but they say they have to design around add-ons, but they literally don't. Yeah. That rant I've gone on like so many times. I've said many times that, you know, they're putting the cart before the horse. They should have just designed the game so that, like, shit like Fractalist doesn't exist. You don't need, like, Arcane Mage doesn't exist, so you don't need weak auras for that. Bosses like Fractalist don't exist, so you don't need weak auras for that. If you just make it so the game doesn't require weak auras to solve all of its problems because it's poorly designed, then... you can just design a better game, and then people will slowly stop using those add-ons, and then you can very slowly, you know, boil the frog. But they just rip the Band-Aid off, I guess, but they're suffering the consequences from that. I mean, so, like, the whole thing about Midnight, right? Like, as much as I think I am more optimistic about... Like, I should rephrase what I said before. When I said I think Midnight isn't going to be as bad as people say it will be, I am talking about, like, how it will actually feel to play. I think the game will still feel overall fun to play. However, I do genuinely think at this point Midnight is going to be, like, a PR disaster, just as a general rule of thumb, because Blizzard is just not handling any of this well. So, I do not think Midnight launch is going to go pretty well. I think I will still have fun, and the game as a whole will probably be good. But I think that the overall Midnight player base... pure guessing, but I think it's not an unreasonable guess. I think it's going to have a much smaller launch population than like maybe some previous expansions, and I think there's going to be a decent amount of really vocal people who are unhappy with a lot of the changes, and I think Blizzard's going to panic a little bit. That's my guess. Based on everything I've seen, I think that is probably what's going to happen. And I say that as somebody who is largely unaffected by a lot of the worst changes. I don't play a healer, and I've largely not used add-ons, so I'm not, like... going to be bothered too much. So I think I will still have fun. The only way that I don't have fun is if I am forced to play Brewmaster Monk to bring Monk buff to my raid, in which case I'm going to find the nearest bridge and jump off it, because right now Shadowpan Brewmaster is like literally the second worst version of Brewmaster I have ever played, next to BFA Brewmaster. BFA Brewmaster, yeah, that was kind of bad, but this is close. This is really close. The only saving grace of current Brewmaster is that at the very least, the spec feels like ass to play, but like right now, it's tuned well. So it feels like ass to play, but you can also just kind of roll your face on the keyboard and never die, and also do okay damage. It's not fun. It has literally zero skill ceiling whatsoever, at least specifically in Shadowpan, which is currently the only viable hero talent tree because they just fucked Master of Harmony. So it's not fun, but it puts up good numbers. Now, the downside to that is I've seen people defend Brewmaster and say, yeah, but Brewmaster's pretty good right now on the beta. Like, yeah, Brewmaster can clear keys on the beta. Brewmaster can do content on the beta. That does not mean the design of the spec is good. So it's really frustrating talking about, like, hey, the design of the spec is super giga ass, and then you see somebody like, but it's clearing keys high in the beta. It's very good. Like, yeah, that's not the problem. Tuning and design are two completely different topics, and so many people just don't understand that, and you have to argue with them, and it's just a pain. So, I don't know. Do I hope that it's going to get better? Yes. Do I necessarily think it will? Brewmaster at least? Probably not. So, if I am in a position where I have to play Brewmaster for my raid, I will do it. That's what I signed up for. I will suck it up. But I will be screaming with a loaded barrel in my mouth basically every single night of Prague. And I will not be having fun. Fuck that fucking spec so much. To be clear, by the way, I should note. Now, I'm not going to say that, like, pre-patch rankings mean, like, fuck all. I'm not... What I'm about to say, I'm not going to say it because I'm like, look at me, I'm so good. I have not played a single minute of Shadowpan Brewmaster on the beta at all. Because it's fucking miserable. So the very little Brewmaster that I actually played on the Midnight Beta has been Master of Harmony, and then I've been depressed at the fact that it doesn't feel good. But I knew Shadowpan would feel even worse to play, which is why I have not played it. So, on Wednesday night, my guild did, like, one of our final Mythic Dementia sales, and one of them I brought my Guardian Druid, felt awesome, really happy with Guardian, still feels really good right now, even in pre-patch without, like, Apex talents and stuff. And then in the other sale, I brought my Brewmaster, and I spec'd into Shadowpan. I basically just copied the build that everybody's playing right now in pre-patch, which is like kind of the same build that you play at endgame. And I got a rank 2 Parse and Dementius with like kind of just rolling my face in the keyboard, just pressing the buttons whenever they were available. You have just so little keybinds, there's just like not really much that you can do. So I don't say that to be like, oh, look at me, rank 2 Parse. The problem is that I put in like basically zero effort to studying the spec, at least like the Shadowpan stuff, before showing up to raid. I just copied what was on Warcraft logs, and I was like dead tired, and I just pushed, you know, buttons, whatever. And that's rank 2 Parse right now, at least in pre-patch. But things really aren't changing much in the upcoming expansion. It's gonna play exactly the same at max level. So that's kind of a problem, because at the level that I was playing on Wednesday night, I should not have been able to get a rank 2 Parse on that spec. The fact that I can means that you can literally just do whatever the fuck you want and do good damage. And the only reason I got a rank 2 Parse is because my gear is like perfectly optimized, I have good trinkets, and my guild had a good kill time. And that's it. And that is the only thing that matters to getting a good Parse at this point. No other skill plays a factor into Brewmaster at this point. The spec is just, it's fucking dead. Any sort of skill to it whatsoever is completely gone. I cannot exaggerate how horrible Brewmaster is currently. I don't remember the question that I'm responding to. I'm just so mad about Brewmaster. I think this all just spun off for one saying, like, Blizzard didn't need to do any of it. Yeah. My point basically is, like, look, I really hope I don't have to play Brewmaster. I don't necessarily think it's guaranteed that I will have to play Brewmaster. But there are people who do need to play a spec. Like, there are people in my guild, right, who, like, they are our whatever buff. I don't know, and I don't necessarily know if they're enjoying their spec or not, but by and large, it seems most people just across the game aren't really having a whole lot of fun with, like, their spec compared to what it was before. So I don't think they're going to be very happy, most people, if they're stuck playing the same thing that they had to play before. And I think overall, a lot of people are going to be just pretty upset with Midnight as a whole. And I do genuinely think there is going to be a lot of people who leave. Now, does that necessarily mean that WoW is dead? No. Especially because I do think that the changes in the long run are good. And I am hoping, I mean, Blizzard clearly has at least some plan for, like, The Last Titan and beyond. I'm hoping that Blizzard at least understands that they are running the risk of having, like, a pretty giant drop in players at the start of Midnight. And if they're prepared for that, and they're like, hey, we're just going to stomach it and just keep working through all of the needed changes we need to do, and we're just going to assume that, like, when we get everything fixed, people will come back. Like, if they do that, I think the game will be fine in the long run, but I also do maintain they did not need to do it this way. And they just kind of fucked themselves by doing it this way. So. But yeah, like, my opinion of Midnight is going to vary wildly depending on whether I'm able to play Bear or whether I'm able to play Brew. Or, well, whether I'm forced to play Brew. It is... I can tell you right now, I will have a significantly different experience depending on what I am put onto. So I'm not really looking forward to that. Get the item after finishing the story of the one Arador line, which is the quest line that you can use the one-time Hearthstone to get to instead of flying 7k yards. Interesting. Huh. That might make it worth doing Arador earlier, then? If you can get it ahead of time, because that might save, like, travel time later in the run. Hard to say, but that's good to know. I started the Arador questline, but I didn't do the entire thing. I basically did enough to be like, okay, it doesn't seem like anything here is broken. But, like I said, I will probably do, like, a full 80 to 90 run off-stream just to confirm that, like, the campaign actually is completable. And if it is, then we'll do a run this weekend. You hate how the resource bar is no numbers? Yeah. Prefer the old crafting system, but you like the crafting order system now? Oh, don't even. Oh, God. I forgot about the Dragonflight having to go into Brackenhide Hollow thing. Yeah, that was really bad. I will say, they have made some quality of life changes to crafting in War Within that are better than Dragonflight. The Dragonflight crafting system was a fucking disaster. Just across the board. I don't really understand how anybody was able to defend that, but... like, yeah, it is slightly less bad now. You made, like, 30 million in profit last XPAC? Yeah. So, like, and that's the thing, right? Like, it really is staggering, like, the difference. Like, so I did a little bit of professions on War Within launch. My total profit for professions on War Within launch was negative 3 million gold. Yeah, I didn't make any profit. I lost 3 million gold on War Within launch. So yeah. Meanwhile, pretty much a lot of the friends I know who are big into professions make similar amounts of money. It's like 30 million. Yeah, that sounds about right. They make a shitload. But that's the problem with the system. You either make a lot or you lose 3 million gold. Now, I am like... I'm technically not exaggerating in the sense that I did actually lose 3 million gold, but it wasn't like... I didn't just light 3 million gold on fire. One of the main reasons why I lost all that gold is because, technically speaking, I gave a lot of it away, and that was kind of the idea. The reason why I was down so much gold is I invested heavily into Inscription, and I made rank 3 contracts for, like, my entire guild. So technically speaking... if I had sold all of those rank 3 contracts, would I have made back maybe like half of that? I maybe could have made back like 1.5, 2 million gold. I probably still wouldn't have even broke even, I think. Like, if I had continued making contracts for like months on end, and like basically recouped the investment, I maybe could have, but it would have required way more work than I was willing to put in. But the entire reason I did that is because contracts are basically just not affordable at launch, so I just sunk a shitload of my own golds, and I think I got like a loan of 1 million gold from a friend to just make contracts for the entire guild. That way, nobody had an excuse. I am giving you this expensive contract, and you are going to right-click it, and you are not going to post it in the auction house. And that way, at the very least, I was sure all of them had that. On the plus side, that won't be required in Midnight. One of the biggest changes to Midnight that I honestly, I kind of like is the fact that reputations are basically not important anymore. Technically, something that we're not really sure what they're going to do with it. Right now, on the Renown track, it says that there is a gear reward at a higher Renown. Right now, it's not showing up on the vendor. So it's unclear if, like, that's an actual thing, or if they just, like, put that there and then, like, forgot to take it away after they changed their minds. But I suspect it is going to be a thing and they just haven't added it yet. We'll see, though. But it's also, it's not egregious at all. It's like a piece of max level gear at Renown 9 or something for every single faction. Which I think is reasonable, right? I don't think that, like, one piece of champion gear, which I'm assuming it's going to be champion, that would be in line with previous X-Packs. One piece of champion gear at Renown 9, that's, like, very, very, very accessible if you just, like, do the campaign and do, like, all the side quests and some basic things at max level. So, if that's the extent of what rep farming requires of you, then nobody will need to worry about contracts whatsoever. Now, the downside to that is if anybody normally makes a shitload of gold off inscription, I have bad news for you. You are probably going to sell 0 contracts next expansion. At least very, very, very few. The market for them is just not there. The only reason anybody really bought contracts is because they wanted the power rewards behind the reputations, like, early on, before, like, didn't matter. And that's where contracts sold for a shitload. Now, there's literally 0 market for them. Because if you don't need to get to Renown 20 to get, like, all the fancy rewards, then why would you buy a contract? Especially early in the expansion when it's usually very expensive. So, unlucky for inscriptioners, but it is very good news for anybody who, like me, used to spend millions of golds trying to get contracts for their guildies. So, net positive, I think. Though, I will be honest, I hate to admit that this is true, but, like, you know, I know myself well enough. Deep down, I actually kind of liked the rep farming. It's like a very much love-hate kind of thing, where it always pissed me off how, like, degenerate Blizzard designed the rep farm, but I love optimization puzzles. And launch day, like, or launch weeks, rep optimization to try and get, like, the Renown 20 rewards. Like, when I managed to get the max reputation rewards, like, literally the day before raid, oh my god, that feels amazing. Because, like, I basically had to perfectly math out exactly how to get enough rep. It's really fun for me. So, I'll be honest, I kind of liked it, even though it was really, really, really degen, but nobody else I know liked it. And, it also was a massive amount of time that I had to spend on every X-Pack launch. So, like, I was always thinking to myself, like, man, I'm gonna have to spend so much time farming this rep, and then, like, there's, like, that part of my brain that's like, yes, another optimization puzzle, but, like, very much a love-hate thing. And if I really think about it, I'm kind of happier to just have, like, more free time to just fuck around and do whatever I want on launch than have to spend, like, every waking moment thinking about, oh my god, I need to farm rep. Like, that does get really stressful after a period of time, especially when you get, like, really close to raid and you're like, am I going to be short? Like, my calculations, were they, like, off? Because if you don't get the item before raid, then it's like all that time was wasted. But if you do perfectly calculate it, oh man. And then you're, like, the coolest person in raid, you have, like, the highest item level of your spec out of anybody in your region. That's always a fun feeling. You get all the rank 1 parses day 1. Ah. Now I'm gonna have to actually earn my day 1 rank 1 parses. Could probably spend my talent points, huh? I'm gonna do that, like, I'll try to remember. I should have done that on the Valkyr flight here. Like, it really doesn't matter. But on the Valkyr flight back to Silverpine, I'll make sure to spend those. barrier to entry is too high for anybody to reasonably try getting into it. Yeah, that's another thing. Getting into professions later in the season, if you don't start from the very beginning, you're just already fucked. People keep asking about, like, catch-up mechanisms, and technically Blizzard adds catch-up mechanisms, but the problem with those is it assumes that, like, if you actually go through all the steps to get caught up, that you will actually be able to make money, and you still can't. So, if anything, the fact that catch-up mechanisms exist just deludes people into thinking that they should invest their time into that when it's just really not worth it. There's, I mean, so many things wrong with the current profession system. Same as every other X-Pack, except it was only alchemy before. Yeah, I mean, fair. People who enjoy the current crafting system and forming new players on it sounds like your friend who loves Genshin Impact but tells you to never play it yourself. Yeah. True. I mean, like, honestly, that's kind of how I feel about just, like, gacha games in general. Like, I won't lie, I like gacha games, but some gacha games, not Genshin, but, like, obviously I played a shitload of Honkai Star Rail. I'm currently, like, knee-deep into Zenless Zone Zero. But I also, like, I would not recommend that people play gacha games. It is not good. Mostly. I don't know. There's a reason I don't actually play, like, most of them, but I do think that out of the ones that I have tried and immediately bounced off of, there are only two that have actually hooked me. And Genshin I did not really like. But that had more to do with, like, the general gameplay just really did not vibe with me. The general, like, systems in Hoyo games I actually think are much better than a lot of other ones, but that's a whole separate conversation, right? You have concentration crafting set up and it made you millions and you have no idea how crafting actually works. Yeah, fair enough. I need to remember to use another potion before I hit level 50. I also have Bear Tartar now. I think this guy sniped all the dog packs. Because there's another guy doing this shit right now. I mean, actually, I only need a few. So if I just, like, leech off his mobs... I still need one more. But I'm 99% sure he just sniped all of the packs of dogs in the area. Alright, one second. I'll continue reading chat after I land. I want to make sure that I spend my talent points. Yeah, that's probably my best bet right now. Okay. And peanut bars. Bounce. It's on H for now. Right, I need to add Wild Charge to Bear form, so I'll just drop that there for now. Stamp Roar. Put that there. I need to add Raise. That probably already got dropped into my Bear form shift thing. Don't need to bother putting rebirth on my bars. Okay, I think we're good. War Within start, you and your friends spent hours and hours farming the bees, skinned everything, made like 150 mil between of us. Jeez. Yeah. TBC prepping means buying gems since phase 1 of Classic, true. Huge agree with professions, they're so needlessly complex and grindy, wish they would overhaul the system again. Yeah. I don't know, it's weird. It's really tough because, like, now that they've done it, it's very tough for them to go back on it. I will admit, but there are a lot of really important changes that they should have made a while ago that they aren't. So. Okay, let me... This is a perfect opportunity for Bear Tartar. I actually never buffed myself with that at all. So I never even used Ghost Elixir. Good opportunity to clear bags.
I have many wares.
I gotta stay slightly ahead of this dude, or he's gonna snipe my mobs in the
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
next few areas. I'm debating, do I try to beat this guy to the rares in Hillsbrad? Or do I just go and snipe the rares in this area before he has a chance to do them? I think I just snipe the rares here.
What are we not
So I get Fuel Ravenclaw, and then I get... We look for Aquarius the Unbound. Where is Aquarius the Unbound? There he is. And then I look for the inevitable chest. Because I think this zone is basically empty outside of this guy. So in theory, the chests and stuff should be up. I do kind of feel bad basically stealing from somebody who is most likely following my guide, but, you know, tough shit, you pick the same time to level as me. I have no idea if they're watching the stream or not. Probably not, statistically not. But if they are, you knew what you signed up for, buddy. If they aren't, tough luck. Okay, I gotta check the... There's sometimes a chest that spawns inside this area. If there is a chest spawn in here... Okay, there's not. Then the question is, where is it? I need one more Servitor Core. I'm going to do what's called a pro gamer move. And before he actually goes and gets the quests to go here, I'm going to set the rare. Eat shit. This is the kind of stuff that, like, skywriting lets you get away with. that without it, like, this would never be realistic. But it's just, like, so much flexibility. And now I am going to specifically look for the chest in this area. Because there is usually one here. If I don't see it, that's fine. And now I'm going to go around and just kill all the other rares in this zone, just to have that taken care of. Whoa. Do a quick check for Lost Son of Aragorn. Lost Son of Aragorn. Alright, Corpse Feeder and Nephritis. He may have killed these already. I'm not sure. He's not. These ones, if he doesn't know about, like, they're not as much of a concern until he gets to the Lord Godfrey section. Should be fine.
What joy is there in this curse? I have no time for games.
Okay. I'm level 49. Potion. I remembered this time. I also used my busts. Also, I'm gonna be honest. Just give me, like... Give me a little bit to, like, just lock the fuck in. We're... Like, this is kind of fast. Remember when I said that, like, 3 to 4 hours is what I expected? Like, this is guaranteed sub 3, for sure. The only question is how good sub 3 is. So, I would like it to be a pretty solid sub 3. I mean, that would be really fucking fast, right? What is my war mode at, by the way? 25%. Interesting. It's not showing the bonus, but you can just hover over it and it shows. So that, I mean, that's a pretty good war mode bonus, don't get me wrong. Dust. Talents, Lunar Beam. Does not matter. Mingle crit damage. I need $3 on humans. I will go back, by the way, and read all the chat messages after the fact, so... Profession leveling from 62 to 80 is mint? Oh, so... Yeah, that was something that I haven't tested yet since the start of this expansion. starting at level 60 doing the professions there. So if you went all the way from 62 to 80, that's nice. That's good to know. I'll probably... honestly, I might go there immediately at 60, even though you said you did 62 to 80. Because I think I might have more XP modifiers than you. Just a guess, but I suspect that is probably the case. Not bad, 50 in 2 hours. Yeah, we're kind of cooking. We did 62 to 71 in Dragonflight with tailoring. And then, yeah, I mean, the War Within part, that much I know is really fast, yeah. I mean, I have no idea if I'm going to get the Dream Surge buff or not, but I'm pretty sure with how many XP mods I have, even without the Dream Surge learnings, I probably still have enough to just only do Profession XP. I think that's just true. It's kind of funny how, like, this is not even with Darkwind Fair. So again, I say to the people who are claiming that, like, leveling is really slow now, like, is it? Obviously, you know, if you don't have all of the fancy mods, it's going to be slower than this. But if we're comparing apples to apples, like my speedruns, which have all the fancy mods, to this is pretty fucking fast. But yeah, I don't need to kill any of these guys. Probably a little bit of waste of time there. Not that it really matters, because, like, the next 10 levels are basically free. Okay, the Brewmaster really fucked my camera. Sound points, I want that. What do I want next for class talents? What is my overall... I think... I'm actually not sure at this level what my arcane versus physical damage breakdown is. Like, once I get raised, that's all of my damage, but I don't actually get raised during the leveling run, because we only do professions for 70 onwards. I actually think there's a good chance that, like, just Moonfire alone amounts to more overall damage, so I'd probably take the arcane buff. Yeah, I think that probably is true. I shouldn't have pulled these mobs. I should have gone to the other area. The Witch-a-Lot guys are massive pain. Go. Are there any buffs that I really need to apply? Honestly, not really. I need to remember, honestly, at this point, I'm just gonna... I can't cancel the buff, okay. Okay, I temporarily muted my mic, and I asked ALEXA to remind me in 5 minutes to refresh my XP pot. This time I figured, you know, just to avoid the, oh, you woke up my ALEXA and it woke me up in the middle of the night or something like that. I just muted my mic ahead of time. Poor thought. I feel like most people who are complaining about leveling speed are the people who aren't optimizing anything at all, yeah. I mean, like, I've always known those complaints were, like, bullshit, right? After the Devourer run, but, like, this just kind of proves it. There's just, like, no real argument now for, oh, leveling is slow. Or, like, the chromie time this expansion is so much worse. Like, they massively nerfed the XP. Like, this is not massively nerfed. This is pretty normal. Honestly, this is gonna end up being so fast. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna do some level 80 endgame stuff on beta real quick, like at the end of the stream, after we like re-chat and stuff, just to show you guys. Because I don't really do like beta testing streams. Generally when I'm testing beta, it's just like Netflix show on the second monitor and just like vibes. And I just test random shit. That's not, like, I could stream it, but I don't necessarily think it would be interesting to stream, and like, I don't just always want to stream literally everything. Sometimes it is nice, a good opportunity to catch up on shows, especially if it's like not a really important thing. But I do think that it would be interesting to get a frame of reference for like how some of the stuff in the upcoming expansion is, if you like haven't really paid attention to it. And since I'm like so far ahead of schedule, even like we sat here for like 2 fucking hours yapping, right? And I'm still way ahead of schedule. So, well, I mean, I say ahead of schedule, but like, it's just like my own mental schedule of like, I thought this was going to take so much longer. And the real bigger reason is like, I'm not tired. Like, whenever I start stream, I usually go until like I'm kind of tired and I'm like, I need to go like take a break or something. But by the end of this, this hasn't been any time at all. You are the Yap Master. Thank you. That is a title that I value deeply. Twin Moons, Galactic Guardian, and fire damage. Okay, I got 7th Legion battle plans. Didn't have to pull any extra. It's good. Stop. Alexa, stop. Yeah, W reminder. Now that I have all but one, go. Alright. Now... a weird spot where I'm not high enough to do... Dragonflight crafting. But... Wait, that's funny. I unintentionally bugged out Lord Godfrey. That's like an insanely precise thing that you need to time, and I just accidentally timed it perfectly. Cool. Doesn't matter, but cool. I'm gonna go hunt rares. That said... Yeah, that's unfortunate. The fact that that rare is down is a bad sign. I'm gonna hunt some of the more obscure rares. I'm hoping they're going to be up. I could also go hunt rares in different zones. I genuinely think that's probably a better option, because I only need 2 levels, right? I should be able to get enough. Should have checked this tower first. Because obviously Hillspread's good. Nice. That's really good. Like, Hillspread's really good if you do the entire quest line. The intro quest, like, literally the first few quests are kind of slow. So in this case, it would not be efficient. I guess there's no point checking the other chest spots. If those 2 rares are up, then I suspect Grab a Slipknot is up. Correct. A whole bunch, and I'm gonna check for the usual chest locations. I think that the entirety of Alterac shares a chest spawn. I don't know that for sure, but I've always suspected that's the case. 59. Okay, good. Magarak's up, which means that only the really obvious rares might be killed. So that means I might be able to get some of, like, the more easily accessible Hillsbrad rares that are slightly off the beaten path. So we'll go for Cranky Bench. I forget exactly how far his... I think it goes up to there. So now I can just... Oh, yep. Okay, I'm gonna guess this one's up. Okay, if Big Samurai is up, then the Fox Rare is probably up, and then there's maybe a good chance that the chest in this, like, Durnhold Keep area is up. Then the question becomes, do I kill more easy rares just to get... I think I will at least, like, check some of the obvious chest locations. Yeah, I'm not going to check too much more. I don't know if that's a player or not. I saw somebody down there, couldn't really tell. I'm gonna check for Robark. There's Okay, somebody cleared out this area, but they left a chest. Crazy. And then they left Lady Zephyrus. That's surprising. I'm gonna get the one out in the water, because that's, like, basically guaranteed to be up. Nobody ever gets this one. And I'm going to quickly check, like, the giant rare cluster that's towards the start of the zone, and the moment I don't find a rare, we'll stop. And I'll just do Dragonflight stuff. Nice, Carsonac. Let's use this potion. Can I see Creepfest? I can see Creepfest. Interesting that the Dark Prowler was dead. But these are alive. Dark Prowler is usually still alive. How's leveling after the stat squish? Time-locking dungeons feel bad. It's definitely, like, slower to do open world stuff. Like, basically, in older expansions, with all of my, like, gizmos and gadgets, this mob would just die. Like, instantly. But the overall XP is still really good. Now, there are a lot of, like, overlapping events currently, and, like, if I had waited for Darkmoon Fair, I would have had an additional 10%. But, I mean, this is still good. Okay, we don't have Little Bjorn, but if the Murloc is up, I will kill him, because he's right there. He's not. Okay, we go Dragonflight. Is it widely known that you have to talk with Sword Army to skip the opening Midnight scenario? Definitely not widely known. I didn't know that. I didn't even know the Midnight scenario had a skip. Where is Sword Army? Do you have to do the entire campaign before the skip unlocks? Because admittedly, I have not done a full 80 to 90, but I have done the introduction. And I did check to see if after doing the intro, the skip was unlocked. Is doing Wrath questing is one of the slowest expansions. Definitely not worth it. She's in the Innkeeper, and you have to do the entire campaign. Okay, that makes sense why I didn't see it then. But that's good to know that there is a skip. I thought it was weird that there wasn't.
Best goods in the Isles. See all Baldraken has to offer. Baldraken quality. The city's finest goods.
I'm going to try to focus for this, because this is a lot of menuing, so it's really hard to, like, pay attention to this while also responding to chat. And, like, we are in, like, the last 10 minutes now, so bear with me a little bit.
Baldraken quality.
Let's do BC questing.
The city's finest goods.
I think I might be slightly short from this. Which is a little bit of a bummer. Oh yeah, I already exhausted all my first crafts. Okay, that gave nothing. Alright, yeah, dragonfly crafting not that good.
What do you need? Strength.
We're just gonna do one intro. I thought about it, I'm like, fuck it. We haven't done WAD intro in a hot minute, honestly. You know, it's good to be back. But if I have to, like, fly back and do, like, Hillsbrad, by the time I do all the Hillsbrad stuff, is it going to be worth it? Probably not. And honestly, like, the end of the WAD intro is kind of slow. The WAD intro is relatively front-loaded. So, this shouldn't be too bad. I will say, so, a lot of people remember that I said, like, you know, oh, WAD intro is, like, the most efficient questline in the game, right? It's still definitely among them. I think... The problem is, like, when you consider what is, like, the most efficient questline, like, what are we calling a questline? Can you consider, like, a snippet of Hillsbrad a questline? Is, like, a single side quest hub in War Within a questline akin to, like, the entirety of WAD intro? Basically, like, where do we, like, start and stop the chunk of quests? Because that makes a big difference as to what is considered efficient or not. So that's, like, tricky to say. As a general rule of thumb, WAD intro is still very fast. Is it the fastest set of quests? Debatable now, because keep in mind, like, skywriting makes a lot of stuff like Silverpine and Hillsbrad really, really, really fast. So, I'm pretty sure, like, the best parts of Hillsbrad, the best parts of Silverpine, and the best parts of Loch Modan, at the very least, have now outpaced WAD intro, because they were already very fast before, like, when I ran all those calculations and when I said that, but they've just gotten way faster now. So, there's that.
We will not let their great sacrifice be in vain. In here.
There's no quest marker for her? Interesting. You miss when enchants made you Thanos while leveling. Yeah, well, to be fair, a lot of that has to do with the squish. Like, we had similar problems when the squish happened way back when. So, this is nothing new in terms of, like, what it's like to play in, like, a post-squish world. It's also entirely possible that there's, like, a new, really broken thing that we just haven't stumbled upon yet. That is often the case. But relative enchant scaling has also just kind of gotten weak over time. I think they did some weird scaling changes just in general a while back, and that fucked a lot of the best stuff. It's kind of been plaguing time walking just in general. Shit. Stuck in a fence. Okay, somehow my Typhoon completely whiffed. I'm pretty sure I was already aiming at the mobs when I pressed it.
Whoever you are, thank you.
Are enchants even worth it now? Some of them are. I mean, like, so enchants... How should I put it? If you have heirlooms, then yes. Because, like, you may as well. They're permanent. It's really a case of, are you even going to bother with heirlooms in the first place? If you're getting heirlooms, you're enchanting them. If you're not getting heirlooms, then, I mean, you're not going to enchant, like, the random gear that you have. It's not really worth it.
Be safe. You and I against an entire clan. Sounds like my kind of fight.
There's also, like, still some enchants that are okay in terms of scaling. But I don't know. Enchants are definitely weaker now than they have been in the past. Okay, I hit Typhoon and it didn't work. There we go. Sounds like my kind of fight. I kind of miss SWAT intro. It's actually been probably, how long has it been? Might have been like over half a year since I've done WAD intro. I haven't had any reason to do it. A lot of my runs kind of ends before it's ever a concern.
May your feet find good trails.
Stay alive, champion.
World Quest and the pre-patch event give like 1 level from 70 to 79, so if there's an extra level after crafting, that's an easy World Quest. You only need to fly there and get orbs. Fair enough, I guess. If I'm literally 1 level off, that might be better than Delves.
What is happening, Exarch?
We have a visitor. Perhaps a savior. We are freed. Follow me, shaman.
Though that being said, I would still need to go there, right? Like, the travel time required to get there is... like, that is something. So, I don't know.
We cannot hide here forever. Follow me and stay close.
A combat arena. This may be a trap, but at least we'll die with honor.
This slaver and torturer knows nothing of honor.
Can't use your Grim Batol portal until level 80? Yeah, true. It's interesting because, like, for Alliance, it actually wouldn't be terrible, because you're already going to lock mode on, so then it's just, like, a short flight over. But obviously for Horde, it's a much larger bit of travel. There's, there was, like, a trick that Azuro discovered, like, about 1.5 years ago. Of, like, a way to escape the arena and basically save, like, 20 seconds here. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember it. It's, like, I made a mental note of, like, the next time I do, like, a serious speedrun, this does not count as a serious speedrun. We're gonna get a good time, but this still doesn't count. But I was like, oh, I should check that out. But I still haven't. But it's like, you have to climb... Maybe I'll try to see if I can do it. I think it involved some toy, though. It's like some parkour up this wall. Which is just cool that that's a thing that you can do. I wonder, could I, like, wild charge? Might be an angle. Yeah, like, I definitely see what he did. And then there's some ledge, I think, that you latch onto over there. At this point, we're at 99. But there's something where you can, like, parkour out of there if you do it, like, perfectly. Which is really cool that that's a thing. But I have not studied it.
But we don't have that kind of time. Everyone, with me.
I only counted 99 kills.
Then I guess we owe you one.
After them! Don't let them get away!
Quickly, into the cave before they thaw.
It's unfortunate that we're going to reach a point where... What I'm probably going to do, because we're going to do this... That's 70? Am I gonna get teleported out immediately by Crummy? Does this scale? Okay, it kicks you out at 71. Yeah, I'm gonna just, like, do this quest. Just to ensure that, like, if I get to level 71, I'm 99% sure that crafting would be guaranteed to be enough. So this might technically be wasting, like, a minute or two. But I'd rather waste a minute or two here and, like, and avoid the situation where I'm, like, one level short. Which would then waste, like, 5 minutes just to get, like, the one world quest or whatever. Am I a tac-tac-toe expert? Are you talking about, like, the toy that got added? I have not messed with the toy at all. No. I have barely touched the prepatch event. I played the prepatch event for, like, the first 3 hours, realized how dog shit it was, and, like, I'm gonna be honest, if you want any of the rewards, do not play it. Like, it's still really bad. They're going to buff it. What Blizzard usually does is, like, they do, like, tiny buffs one at a time, and then they wait to see, like, will people accept this? Will people tolerate this current state of it? And once they realize, I'm pretty sure most people are still not engaging with the events. Once they realize that, they're probably going to massively buff it again. And then whenever, like, I feel like, okay, this is probably at least one of the final sets of buffs, then I will go and get all the collectibles and shit. But until then, it's like...
We must hurry. These Shadow Moon orcs are under the command of Ner'zhul. With his commander's dead, Ner'zhul will surely come...
Or within pre-patch was pretty good. I have, like, the last pre-patch event that I genuinely enjoyed. I thought BFA pre-patch was okay. It wasn't good for leveling, but it was, like, fine as a whole. And Legion pre-patch was really good. Since then, nothing they've done I thought was good. I did not think the War Within pre-patch was good. I thought the War Within pre-patch was boring. I mean, respect your opinion, like, to each their own. But yeah, I did not like it. Alright, I'm gonna do... Rummy Scroll. Oh yeah, I'm halfway through 71. This is definitely enough XP. For sure. Then... Where's the Silithus TP? I have a profession. Thank you for telling me I have a profession tool that can be equipped. Where's my Silithus TP? Do I have to talk to Thrall?
There is a vision being seen across
Okay,
Azeroth.
that's interesting.
Radiant soul. We
Yeah, no, Charlie, you're absolutely correct. There was zero effort put into this one. Like, so if you want to say, like, compared to this, the War Within one was good. Like, I think the War Within one was, like, passable. I don't think it was very fun. It was, like, fine. Thought it was just kind of very recycled, very lame. Also had nothing really to do with the expansion. I felt the same about the Dragonflight one. I really did not like the Dragonflight one. That one I actively disliked. Compared to those, yeah, this one is, like, exceptionally bad. That is true. No, that you're correct, Acid Spark. And look, a lot of people liked it. I streamed testing of it. You can find those streams somewhere on my stream archive channel. I did not like it. I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, I tested the event, I did it once, and then I sat there and, like, ranted for 3 hours straight about how much I hate the design of their open world content, and it just kind of spiraled into me talking about, like, how much I hated the meta events in War Within, because I'd obviously done a bunch of beta testing by that point. And that was, like, that pre-patch event was, like, the fuse that lit off, like, a gigantic rant about stuff that had just been really pissing me off for a while. I did not like that event. I really did not like that event. But a lot of people seem to, which, like, you know, that's fine.
Must remember both.
But not me. I was pretty vocal about it.
Work cycle interrupted.
Do you have a theory? Stay the course.
Come on. I'll respond to chat. Just give me a tiny, tiny bit of time. Or, like, literally right at the end. I'm just gonna close this out. It should be an Azure span now, because when I did the run last week, it was in Onaran Plains, right? So... Isn't it? It's still in Onaran Plains? Is it the same week? When did I do the Devourer run? Wasn't that last week? Shouldn't it have rotated?
The Nokud Centaur attacked Clan Shikar's lands while our backs
I don't understand it.
Help us strike
Sure.
back against them and their vile primalist allies.
Alright. That's pretty fast. That's pretty good. I mean, like... Yeah, I didn't think it would be this fast, to be honest. That's pretty good. So... For 10 to 80, without Darkmoon Fair. Without Darkmoon Fair buff and Darkmoon Fair quests, which would have made the early levels notably faster. How did you do that fast? The entire information is available to you in this stream. You're also watching on YouTube. Yeah, you can watch the playback. I mean, I just followed the same route that I've always used. It's just fast. Just as a reminder, we have this disappeared, but we had this buff. So this buff carries over. Interestingly, this buff persists, even though you can't reapply it. So 10% from here, 10% from here. What's it called? The 25% account-wide buff. 20% wins a Mysterious Fortune buff. The 30% buff from Mastery of the Timeways. And 25% War Mode buff. So, I mean, that's a lot of XP modifiers, to be fair. But could have been even faster with Darkmoon Fair. Just didn't feel like waiting. Also, like I said before, I'm not going to end the stream. What I'm going to do is show you some cool stuff on the War Within, or not the Midnight Beta. But I'm gonna make sure I read everything in chat first and catch up on all the messages and stuff that I missed while I was in locked-in mode. But yeah, that was pretty fast. I'm pretty happy with that. And regardless, like, the most important thing, I think that was a pretty clean, like, simple, easy to follow example for Horde. And, like, if you're missing some of these modifiers, you could just do hill spread. Like, I didn't do any of hill spread, pretty much. So you just do hill spread foothills. Like, we all know how fast that is. And I barely did any of WAD. So, yeah, so the route still holds up. Pretty much. No real need to change it. Alright. Let me... I haven't looked at Twitch in a little bit, so let me just quickly... I'm going to catch up on Twitch first. And then I'll read through YouTube stuff. You clicked on my stream because of Doggo and Pick, but came and saw no Doggo Cam. Yeah, no Doggo Cam. I've never done a Doggo Cam. Never really could. My dog is not really a dog that would ever sit still. There's like no way that I could ever capture him on a camera. So I might, the best I can maybe do is I can maybe get my cat to like sit in the same spot for like up to 30 minutes if I'm lucky, but even he eventually gets bored and leaves. Good luck. Well, we finished the run, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, my pets are also very ADHD. They do not have like one spot. My cat will sometimes find a spot and then just like plant himself there forever. And my dog technically does have like, my dog for whatever reason will sit at like the foot of the upstairs area that leads to like the loft area, and he just like he sits on like the marble floor and just sprawls himself out like basically right in front of where everybody's trying to walk. So whenever I go to make coffee, I have to like step over him because he's just like splayed out on the floor. So if he has a spot, it's that, but you know, that's not really in a convenient location for a dog cam. All right, let me scroll up. Read messages I missed. With War Within, it was really easy to just concentration craft enchanting, get all treasures, instantly unlock a recipe, log in every 3 days for crafts. Concentration crafts eliminate that problem, and it doesn't require multiple alts. I mean, like, if your argument is that you could focus on literally one recipe and just concentrate craft that recipe and make some gold off it, like, that's fair in terms of that is minimal investment. But then also, at that point, I would argue, like, that is very much a case of it is really up to you whether you consider that worth the time for the gold that you can make. Right? That is genuinely not worth my time. But I guess if you really value, like, paying for your own sub and you want to do that on a few characters to literally just print money with, like, fairly minimal time investment, that I could maybe see. Kind of. But yeah, it's still way too much for me to even consider investing the time. Gold making is sort of inherently PvP-ish. As a great tip, everyone does it. It's devalues to gold. Concentration literally has a gold equivalent. Are you sure you understand worth and crafting correctly? Yes, I do. It's independent of character count and just a flat 20k a week per character for most of Season 2 and Season 3. Yeah, so that is where, like, obviously I'm only just reading your messages now. I was kind of just ranting about that, and I wasn't looking at chat in that sense. I think the different wavelength we're on there, you have a point. What I would amend my statement to say, technically speaking, if we want to argue about, is this basically a way to make some sort of free money? But, like, yeah, and kind of like you said, it's a flat 20k a week per character. Let's assume that's correct. I'll believe you. That's kind of shit. 20k a week? I get that you're like, oh, I only have to log in and press a few buttons. But at the same time, you still have to list the fucking profession items, which it's kind of a pain in the ass, in my opinion at least, to do that. Even if it is technically speaking free money, it is still something that requires a level of effort. At that point in time, I have a bunch of alts that I play where I do the fucking clear however many delve quests and stuff, and I make about like 50k a week when I'm like in the middle of the season when I'm actively playing all my alts. I'm doing delves in them anyway, and I'm getting like 3k per quest that I do. Sometimes at proxy you get like even more. And like that's not even good gold. Like 50k a week is not good gold doing that, and that is quite literally free money for me doing something that I was going to do anyway. It is a quest that I pick up, I do delves to gear my characters, and then I just get the gold at the end. Getting the extra step of like setting up enchanting, even if you do like the basic, I'm not familiar with exactly that step, but you're saying you basically focus on one recipe and just concentrate craft that. Okay, I see the logic there, and if you are really desperate for gold, I can maybe see that being worth it. Maybe. But my entire point is like, if you're trying to make real money with professions, like the people who are saying they're making millions and millions of gold, that is not practical unless you invest all that effort and money. And this is kind of going a little bit off that topic, but in the sense of the way that a lot of this stuff is marketed, the way that people advertise it, of like how to make millions of gold in War Within, blah blah blah, like that is inherently misleading. And that was kind of the main point of my rant about how I really dislike how misleading the marketing is for a lot of that stuff, the way people market their guides. Clickbait, basically. I dislike the clickbait. And the system... So the system that I was more so talking about, and like the example that I gave, was like inscription, right? And while that may be the case specifically for enchanting, that is not the case for the vast majority of profession stuff. And if you want to make money off like blacksmithing or something, you need to have basically all of the recipes unlocked, and you need to be sitting in trade waiting for people to say looking for recraft, and then like getting tips or getting resourcefulness procs on like recrafts and stuff and making little bits of money off that. Or you need to be concentration crafting like valuable items outside of like the enchanting thing, and like making cauldrons, or well, I guess cauldrons is more for like guilds and stuff, but my guild has to set that up. Like we have some people in our guild who do that and use their concentration on cauldrons, which is a pain. Or like, I don't know, materials, whatever. The example I gave, because it's the one I'm intimately familiar with, is contracts, where getting that to a point where you could actually make money off it was like not practical. It was much better to just sink concentration on a lot of different characters into getting the contract, because getting a raw rank 3 contract is like ridiculously hard, and there is basically no money in sub rank 3 contracts. So in situations like that, to actually make money, you do need a shitload of concentration alts. And like, yeah, sure, if you wanted to set that up and invest the time and then pump out a bunch of rank 3 contracts over a longer period of time, could you maybe still make some money? Maybe? The problem, contracts are maybe a bad example for that, because that would not be profitable, because contracts are really valuable early on and then fall off a cliff later on. But if there are other things like consumables, flasks, potions, etc., I don't know exactly the market for that. But I would imagine in that case, like, yeah, if you wanted to get the basic stuff set up, and then, as you said, technically speaking, it has a gold equivalent. I get what you're saying of, like, you passively generate concentration, you can convert that concentration into more rank 3 materials, which is effectively free money. Yes, but if you're not doing it on a large scale, is it worth the time? And that's maybe a separate subject, but to me, no, I don't think it is. I think there are plenty of other things either in this game or, I mean, as sad as it is to say, real life, that are just more worth your time in terms of generating gold. Should that be how the game's designed? No, but the unfortunate reality is that we now see, even in classic World of Warcraft, that people buy gold all the time, and as somebody who refuses to buy classic gold and has played with people who are like rampant gold buyers, the reality is you just cannot keep up. Like, I played the game and I basically accepted the fact that I was not going to like do all the super min-maxy things that the swipers were doing. Obviously, I've complained a bunch about how when I played Anniversary, I got shit from the swipers for not keeping up with them and not being willing to swipe. That's a whole separate can of worms. That's just people being toxic pieces of shit. But if you are willing to accept, like I was, that like, hey, I'm just playing this game for fun and I'm not going to buy gold, then like you can still enjoy Classic, but like I'm not gonna lie, right? It feels bad. It feels really bad knowing that I'm just playing at a disadvantage compared to a lot of people who are just willing to pay money to buy gold. And nothing that I do in Classic can make that amount of gold. And like the end result is that I just stopped caring, right? And like I showed up to Molten Core with travel form and not even basic riding unlocked, partially as a fuck you to the swipers of like oh, that's cool, you guys literally paid money to buy your epic mounts. I'm just not going to spend my golds. Like, fuck you. I didn't say that, right? I didn't draw attention to myself. They were the ones who chose to make it a big thing. So I'm more so saying fuck you in hindsight. It was a tactical decision by me to stay in travel form all the way until level 60 because I refused to swipe and because gold farming was such a pain in the ass that I chose to basically save gold instead of like trying to farm it. And I'm still sitting on that gold. It's probably worth like fucking nothing with inflation, but whatever. And like in retail, it's kind of the same thing. It's like, sure, I could do all these little things to farm gold, but it is quite literally not worth my time. Like, not even from I can sell Mythic Dimmy things for gold, but like it's genuinely not worth my time when I could just buy a token. And I hate that because like rewind like 5 years and like 5 years ago Harldan was like, fuck buying tokens, blah 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 blah, but like I'm a pragmatist and I will be honest, there's just really no reason not to at this point in time if it is for people who it makes financial sense for. That's why I said, like, obviously, depending on your situation, maybe you do feel the need to pay your subscription by doing that on multiple characters. And, like, if that's the situation you find yourself in, like, I'm not judging that in that sense. But I think for a lot of people, it's just not worth it. And I think pretending that 20k gold a week is good is, like, giving too much credit to that. I would not bother with 20k a week. Will I be doing another run? I'm not doing another run, but I am going to be doing some stuff on beta. So if you're curious about like endgame level 90 content on beta, like world content specifically. So like, you know, you've probably seen a million people do raid testing and M+ testing. I've done a bunch of it. But one thing that I haven't really seen many people talk about is like some of the like the prey system. I hear a lot of people saying like they've never seen the prey system. Literally people in my guild last night were saying I know nothing about it, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll hop on beta and test it out. And I've tested a bunch of delves, like, haven't seen much about delves. There's some interesting changes. And there's also, in particular, there is one really, really, really cool open world event that I really want to show. The moment I tested it, I'm like, I gotta show this on stream at some point, because it's really, really cool. Most of the world content they do is kind of shit, but there's like a tower defense mode, and that was actually really unique. And I had a lot of fun doing it. You like carrying and boosting raids? It's hard, but you can always improve at combat. There's a straightforward route to being better. Yeah, for sure. Not bad, 50 in 2 hours, yeah. Even better is 80 in 2.5. Good night, Aksara. How much do you look forward to the new expansion compared to earlier ones? 1 to 10. I'm not going to, like, throw an arbitrary number on it. I've kind of talked about this a little bit. I think somebody asked, like, how hyped are you for Midnight? Generally, it's tough to say. I actually, like, basically, if I had to give an overall number to it, I'm honestly not even sure. Like, I might even just say 5 or something. 20k a week with 65 alts is 1.3 mil, not terrible. Well, but that's the thing, right? The entire point they were making is, like, you don't need alts to do it. Like, you can just set it up. And they even said that doesn't require multiple alts. Like, my entire point was like, yes, like with anything, if you are setting up a massive alt army and basically turning it into like a factory of I switch between like all of my different alts to like pump out 20k at a time, like, I think with anything, right, if you really, 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 really heavily invest in it, and then presumably by that point, if you're at a point where you have 65 alts and you're already printing out 20k on them, you may as well invest the time into getting more gold out of each one of them. But I think the entire point was like setting up enchanting on like a single character to print money on that one character with concentration per week. Is that worth it? I don't know. And that's debatable. Honestly, you can go both ways. If somebody says that's worth it for them, I'm not going to argue, but I will say I don't think that's worth it for me. But that was not the entire point that I was discussing before, and it doesn't change the fact that certain profession items are really annoying to craft. Not worth for one tune? Yeah, exactly. Feels like a full-time job? Exactly, yeah. And like some people like that. It's like, there are people who genuinely enjoy the profession stuff, and like if you're having fun, then obviously who am I to judge whether you're having fun on something? I've said this a few times. I don't know if I explicitly repeated it this time, so I'll just say it again. The issue that I have with like the whole gold farming thing is the people who feel like the need to do it. And also the people who feel the need to like shove it down everybody's throats of like, if you're not doing this farm to print money, like, you're wasting time. Like, it is something that some people may have fun with, and if you do, sure. But like, I am not going around saying, oh, if you're leveling with like in this method, you're wasting time, right? Like, look, I may think that to myself sometimes. Like I will sometimes say to myself, like, man, I do not understand why people do spam time walking dungeons when it's like so much slower than my route. But I also don't like go into comments of like people talking about how much they like time walking dungeons and go like, stop having fun. Ah! Like, I don't do that. I'll think to myself, man, they could be leveling so much faster. But like, I'm not gonna tell somebody that they should do something my way. And like, but then the problem then becomes like, I'm talking about like a personal, like real thing that I have to deal with, right? Because then I will have people who visit my, like, comment on my leveling guides and be like, who are you to tell somebody that this is the fastest way to level or that this level method isn't good? It's like, well, you're clicking on my guide now. If you click on my guide and I say in my guide that this leveling method is not actually fast, and usually I still provide disclaimers of like, do this if you think it's fun. But obviously if I'm making a this is the fastest leveling guide, I am going to say this is not actually that fast. Don't do this because you clicked on my fucking guide. So some people will like leave judgmental comments like, how dare you tell people how to have fun? It's like, you clicked on a leveling guide. What do you want from me? Like, I'm allowed to express my opinion in my own videos on my own channel. Which, it's true. It is true. It's not faster. But, like, I'm not going over to people who are actively doing time walking and telling them that they're slow. I'm just saying in my own guides, you should not do this. It's not as fast as a lot of people seem to think. And similarly, I do not like it. Yeah, you come into my house type shit, exactly. And I don't like it when people are, like, always saying, oh, everybody should be doing crafting professions. Because genuinely, for me, like, it's a very... So, and this is kind of a tricky situation to discuss because, like, I know for a fact that this is the case for me. Like, I am a very, 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 very optimization-focused person. If I could literally press one button and make 20k a week, yeah, no shit, that's good value. But it's not that simple. And a lot of people boil it down to that. And there is still a lot of, like, setup required and, like, understanding that you need to do to reach that point. And the way that, like, my brain works is when I get, like, hyper-fixated on something, like, I will do a shitload of research and optimization to, like, squeeze out the tiniest little gains. But, I mean, also, I do find that fun. But when I think that something is interesting enough to try and optimize to that extent, I will do it. But if something just doesn't interest me at all, Or if like you tell me that like you can do this thing and it's technically simple, but there's still some work required, and at the end of all of it you get 20k gold. I'm just like, well, I don't need 20k gold. Like, if it really was extremely simple, I would do it. But it's not. Like, it's a bit of an oversimplification of, like, how much effort you actually need to put into it. Like, it isn't just, like, once you get it started, like, maybe you just do the concentration crafts. But then the other thing is, like, personally, I know I absolutely despise having to, like, list auctions and then constantly check my characters and be like, okay, which character did I post auctions on? That one. Okay, let me look. Okay, like 90% of my shit didn't sell. Time to go back through and repost everything. And it's just genuinely just makes me feel like I'm dying inside. And I cannot like easily switch gears like that and be like, okay, I'm going to invest X amount of time to get 20k gold on this character, because it genuinely takes significantly longer for me to like switch into that mindset. But that is like such a vague, touchy-feely response. I know it is true for me, but the fact that I know it is true for me means that it's most likely the case for a lot of other people, which is why it annoys me when people act like, you need to be doing this, and it's a waste if you don't do it. So, I don't know. Anyways. Gold farmer mentality is whack, or really any farmer mentality, but dungeon and gold farmers are the worst. It depends. I mean, the thing that I will never really understand about the people who, like, really, really, really are dedicated to farming gold is, like, at a certain point, what is it all for? Like, if people have a purpose for their golds, maybe? But a lot of the people I know who farm a shitload of gold, their, like, end goal is to just, like, sit on their mountain of money like a dragon. And just be like, I have all this money. Isn't that cool? And, like, again, some people like that. And, yeah, if that's what they enjoy, sure. I'm not gonna fault them for that. But, like, the same way that, like, I understand that, like, my obsession over, like, leveling optimization and stuff doesn't apply to, like, 99% of people, I'm not going to, like, judge people for not doing that. And definitely for not optimizing leveling to the extent that I do. I will look down on people when they don't put in the basic research and they're, like, slamming their face into something that is just, like, objectively slow, and then going, why is prepatch leveling so bad? It's like, well, maybe do, like, a bare minimum amount of research to understand that there are better options. Like, that, yeah, annoys me. But, like, if somebody levels without doing all my fancy speedrun stuff, like, do I look down on them? No. I don't expect vast majority of people to do that. But, it's fun for me. So, like, but I can acknowledge that something is fun for me, but also acknowledge that it's not, like, enjoyable for 99% of people. And so I don't recommend that to people. But yeah, it's like, depends on what the goal is. Like, similar, I think, for, like, mount collectors and pet collectors and stuff. I don't personally understand the mentality per se. At least I don't have that like, I don't know, gene in me that tells me I need to collect all the mounts, personally. But I understand the mindset of people who like collecting mounts. I have enough friends who are big mount collectors, and they've explained to me it's really satisfying to see, like, number go up. And there are enough things that I do enjoy collecting, and I understand, like, when there is something that I enjoy collecting, I want to collect all of the things. A good example would be, like, with like, decor. I've gotten pretty into housing, and I went on, like, just a decor farming spree. I have bought every single, like, or almost every single, there's, like, one or two very, like, stupidly expensive, like 100,000 gold decor pieces that I'm not going to spend that much for 10 housing XP. But, like, I haven't even done endeavors yet, by the way. So, like, this is my housing XP without a single bit of XP from endeavors. So yeah, I wonder, have I Yeah, so I have not done any of it, by the way. I farmed a lot of decor. And do I need all of it? Not necessarily, but now that I'm already, like, knee-deep in housing, I'm like, alright, I want to get all the decor I possibly can, so that if I need something, I have it. But there is also a bit of utility there for me, which is why I like it, because, like, well, my approach to housing is different, right? So, you know, I guess worth noting that. Let me swap to my Demon Hunter and just, like, jump around my house for, you know, people maybe who aren't familiar with it. Like, a lot of people, how I feel about transmogs, behold my mountain of stuff, kind of. And I think for a lot of people, like, that's how their approach to housing is. And again, that's fine. There are people I know who have enjoyed housing and they just, like, collect tons of shit and then have, like, all of this decor. Like, their room literally looks like a dragon's horde. It's just so much shit piled up and piled up and piled up. But the way that I've been approaching housing is, like, I'm building a jumping puzzle. And I am constantly looking for, like, interesting items that I can add that, like, change the flow of the room and are, like, cool to jump on. So sometimes I'll, like, collect a random piece of decor, I'll throw it down, and I'll be like, oh shit, that actually has, like, an interesting hitbox, and then I can integrate it into my jumping puzzle. So there's, like, some utility there. Like, you know, I went around and I bought all the Koresh pipes, and then I'm like, okay, this is actually, like, I could make a cool puzzle out of this. And, like, I still need to expand this room, but there's, like, some stuff here. Or, like, I bought all of these different carpets, and then I found out about, like, the one-way carpet trick, and then, boom. Now that I know this, I already have all these, and I can make one-way carpet doors. And that's kind of cool. That has some utility. And, like, you know, I mean, there's so much stuff that you can do with housing. Like, so, for me, like, the decor collection is, I want to just see what every single thing feels like to jump on, and I won't be able to test it until I have it, and I can drop it down in my house. So, there is a very practical element to it because of that. Whereas, like, mounts, it's like, if I think the mount looks cool, I collect it. If I don't bother. Same with transmog. If I want a transmog set, like, I will design a transmog set in, like, Mogget or, you know, some sort of dressing room add-on, and then I'm like, I like this transmog set, and then I will go hunt down the pieces to collect, to build the set that I've designed, and then once I have it all, okay, cool, I have my fancy outfit. Dig the house for sure. Yeah, I need to expand this, but I'm pretty happy with the final results. This room needs an overhaul. All of the space stuff needs an overhaul, but I just, like, it's really nice because, like, when I initially envisioned this room, I don't know, like, it could have looked a hell of a lot worse. Is it, like, literally perfect? No. But considering, like, I had the idea of, like, what if I build outer space? And, like, you know, the idea of just, like, can you even build outer space in WoW housing? And, like, build a you know, outer space themed jumping puzzle? Like, when I first started building this, I had no fucking clue if it would even look remotely good. But I think it looks solid. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. So, I still need to, like, update it, make some improvements, but I like it. And this is just one part of the course. I gotta, at some point, add, like, this balcony area here. Alright, I'm caught up on Twitch chat. Let me catch up on YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube chat. Let me scroll up. Like, by the way, great example of, like, stuff that feels cool to jump on. Like, this Pandarian dragon statue. Pretty expensive to craft. But this works so well for the puzzle. Like, you get up here, you try to jump on it. It doesn't have, like, a hitbox. You can't really climb it. Like, you just slide off it. It feels like you should be able to jump off it, but you can't. So you're like, ah, okay, I give up. I'm gonna go to, like, the rest of the room and do this part of the puzzle. But then, like, at the very end, like, one of the last jumps in here... I fucked that up. Can I recover from here as Demon Hunter? I don't know. But, like, one of the final jumps in my puzzle, you land on the head of the dragon statue, which is, like, really hard to do from this angle. Which is, like, not the intended angle, I'm just cheesing it on DH. And the hitbox works perfectly for this. And then it gives you, like, a path to the exit. So this has just such a perfect hitbox for this type of puzzle. And I had no idea how it was going to work, but I was just like, you know what? I want to build a Pandaria-themed puzzle, so I'm just going to go get all of the Pandaria decor. And then when I threw this down and jumped around it, I'm like, I need to incorporate this into the puzzle somewhere. There's definitely somewhere where this would work really well. And it did. Cope and seethe, I fucking am type of situation with having to play Brewmaster, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you sign up for, being a tank at, like, a higher level. I really hope I don't have to play it, but yeah, I will. I definitely will, if I need to. That being said, I think my co-tank isn't really loving Blood DK right now. I think a lot of that has to do with, like, the tuning and stuff. And if we need a Blood DK, he knows he's playing Blood DK, so, you know, there's a trade-off. And I would actually say there's probably a much higher chance that Blood DK ends up being mandatory in some fights than, like, Brewmaster ends up being mandatory. Just because there are some fights where just you can look at it and you're like, yeah, this is a Blood DK fight. Like, you need grips for this. And Monk is much more of like a, it may be brought if the meta allows for it, but it's not, like, necessarily a sure thing. But we'll see. I'm still going to get a Blood DK setup regardless, though, because, like, historically there have been some fights that require double blood. So, on the off chance that happens, I need to make sure we're prepared for it. But I won't be the main Blood DK. Right now, the only thing that we know for sure, like, I've discussed with my co-tank, and we've been, like, 100% sure, if Blood DK, like, is a one-of, I think Blood DK is currently, like, the #1 tank that he's going to be playing. I think technically his favorite tank is right now Vengeance Demon Hunter. So if Vengeance is brought, for whatever reason, which I would be very surprised by, but Devourer is not looking great. So, like, there is a chance. So if, for whatever reason, we need to get our Demon Hunter buff from Vengeance, he's playing Vengeance. And, like, we both agree there's, like, 0 chance that double Vengeance is ever the play. So I will maybe level my Demon Hunter up to 80 as, like, one of my last characters, but it's not even remotely a priority for me. If, for some reason, Vengeance is required, he's playing Vengeance. And for Blood DK, he's going to be the first Blood DK, and then I will still prep one in case it's needed for, like, an Overnax fight, which I don't see any fight that looks like an Overnax fight. Like, there's nothing that screams to me that, like, this could even be a possibility. But that's kind of where I'm like, I'm gonna get it set up. Am I going to invest a shitload of time gearing my Blood DK? Probably not. But I also, like, in War Within, I didn't even have a Blood DK at max level. So then when we got to Overnax, I had to level and gear a Blood DK from scratch in the span of 3 days. That was kind of rough. I did it, by the way, and I kicked ass. But it was really, really stressful. So at least this time, I'm going to have a Blood DK, like, ready and set up at, like, a basic level. And then if for whatever reason it needs to be brought in, like, it shouldn't be too hard to get it the last leg of the journey. But he's mostly covering Blood and Vengeance. And then I am definitely covering Brew and Guardian. So, like, if either of those buffs need to be brought, that's on me. And then I think we're both at least leveling a Prot Warrior and a Prot Pally. So, like, if one of them gets brought, it's probably going to be, like, the odds of the tank composition being Prot Warrior and Prot Pally is, like, very low. I don't think that is, like, remotely a chance of being the meta tank comp. So it basically would be like, if you need like Blood DK Pally, then I would play Pally. If you need Brewmaster Pally, then I would play Brew, he would play Pally, that kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure, like, we both played both of those specs a decent amount, and we're probably both setting one up, I think is the plan. So technically speaking, like, each of us is covering 4 tanks. I'm covering 5 because of the bonus Blood DK, but then also, like, I level so many characters, like, I may as well level my Vengeance Demon Hunter too. And, you know, the thing that I'm gonna do, which is even crazier, but I've done this last 2 expansions to a certain extent at least, is I'm going to level multiple of certain specs. But also, past my, like, first or second character, I'm probably just going to start doing, like, split runs for leveling. Like, I'm going to... I guess split runs is probably... I'm going to, like, boost myself, basically. And I'll level 5 characters at the same time. So, I'm going to do, like, my launch day speedrun, which is going to be solo. I'm going to probably level, like, 1 or 2 characters solo as well. Mostly just to get, like, good information for you guys. Of, like, a... This is... what's it called? Like, this is a good alt leveling method, that kind of thing. And then I'm probably just going to start power leveling 5 of my characters at once. Like, I'll just boost myself through dungeons. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But considering how many alts I want to level, I'm going to need to figure out some way to do that to efficiently get all of them. And even if it takes me, like, 3 times as long to level that way, if I'm getting 5 characters out of it, then it's worth it. So, we'll see. Or where did I... off? Oh, when did I I can't find that message now. I found the message, okay. If people just read more life parables, they would have a better life. Don't necessarily disagree. You finally found the quest bow that gives you the adventurous scenario skip? Quest giver that gives... I'm not sure what that is. Why are profession mats still like 5k for leveling? That's kind of crazy. Well, to be fair, the video on my second channel has been doing very well. So, I would not be surprised if I have single-handedly driven up the price of profession materials. Sorry about that. That's on me. But, like, considering the performance of that video, I am almost certain that that has at least had a dent in the pricing. And even if, like, it may not even just be people actively following the guide and using it to level. As long as a few people see that the video is doing well, they might just, like, wipe out the market and try and reset it to make more money off people who are following my guide. There have been at least some mats where people definitely have done that, and it's a little bit annoying. So, yeah. Not much I can really do about that. I genuinely did not expect the video to do well. Overall, it's still a good way to level. But it is a bit of a bummer that that's the side effect. You're definitely extremely unhappy and might not even play at launch. You only play healer? Yeah. That definitely sucks. Why is that with Brewmaster? Your friend says he's been enjoying the fuck out of Brewmaster. I'm gonna be honest, your friend is, like, dumb. I hate to say that, but, like, if you're enjoying current Brewmaster, you just, like, genuinely have, like, nothing going on up there, and you're just, like, you know, the single brain cell is going, oh, kick smash, go burr. Like, that's the only way that you could possibly enjoy current Brewmaster. It's like, I don't want to actually think at all while tanking, and I'm just going to, like, literally press the buttons in, like, the, you know, color by numbers order, and it's going to do the big damage, and my survivability literally does itself. Like, there's no skill cap to Brew survivability at all now, which is a problem, by the way, because if Brew is tuned well, which it is at this very moment in time, Brew is tuned reasonably well. That's great, because Brew is basically entirely passive now. If Brew survivability is ever tuned poorly, you're fucked, because there's no skill ceiling. You can't change anything. If Brew is not tuned well, there's nothing that you will be able to do about it. One of the reasons why Brew has been historically pretty good is because Brew has had so many tools in its kit that if you knew how to use them, you just couldn't die. Even when Brew was not good, it was still basically unkillable if you knew how to use your kit properly. Now, there is literally no skill to it whatsoever. So it's either tuned really well and you just passively take, like, no fucking damage, or it's tuned poorly and you're fucked. There's nothing you can do. And the damage rotation for Brew, like, there's just nothing there. It's literally just Blackout Kick on cooldown, Blackout Kick into Tiger Palm for Blackout combo, Keg Smash on cooldown, don't overcap Keg Smash charges. Basically, it gets even worse, by the way, at higher levels, because then you get Keg Smash resets, so that you're basically just spamming Keg Smash, like, on cooldown, pretty much. Right now, It's not good, but at least you don't have like infinite keg smash procs, right? So you're keg smashing, making sure you're not overcapping charges, and then you're keeping Breath of Fire up. And then a lot of times, like, Breath of Fire doesn't do that much damage, but you have literally no other button to press, so sometimes you just press Breath of Fire, like, again. You do Keg Smash, Breath of Fire, Keg Smash, and then you do, like, Blackout Kick, Tiger Palm, and if you don't have a Keg Smash back, you just press Breath of Fire because it is literally the only button that you can possibly press that does anything. That's how simplified Brewmaster is. So yeah, that's the reality of the spec right now. Alexa, stop. Why? She enables herself at the strangest times. Let's see. Conflating performance and quality is annoying. Yep, completely agree. You're giga rich, so you're gonna just buy CE next X pack and only link it to your friend who progs raid. That's devious behavior. I mean, like, it may be, like, maybe I shouldn't say this as somebody who, like, sells cutting edge, but, like, I don't understand why people buy cutting edge. Like, if you're buying it for the mount, okay. But if you're buying it for the cutting edge, that's, like, it's the entire purpose. Like, the reason I do cutting edge mythic rating is because it's fun. Like, I enjoy the actual process. It's why I play the game. If I wasn't enjoying it, I would just quit World of Warcraft. I think they were always planning on doing a prune in the model of what happened to Frost Decay in Season 3. You think what happened, though, is the add-on Disarmament forced them to go much further than they planned? Yeah, but, like, by and large, I've heard good things about the Frost Decay changes. And, like, a great example would be, like, the Prot Warrior changes. They've barely touched Prot Warrior going into Midnight, largely because it got a rework in Mana Forge Omega. Rework, quote-unquote. Honestly, it hasn't received that many changes in a while, and that's probably a good thing, because Prot Warrior feels pretty solid right now, and it's gotten very little in Midnight, and it still feels pretty solid, so it hasn't gotten completely gutted. But, like, Prot Pally got a lot of changes that, like, the Prop Alley stuff, I'm kind of, like, torn. There's some good Prop Alley stuff, but then there's also a lot of Prop Alley changes that are, like, really bad. And I haven't played enough Prop Alley to, like, really get a feel for whether I like it or not. But most of the people I know who have played a lot of Prop Alley say it's really bad. So I'm, like, I kind of take their word for it. It sounds like a lot of the skill cap for Prop Alley has kind of been wiped out in a similar way to what Brew has. But, like, it's definitely not to the level of Brew. Like, Brew is just literally, like, it's not even a spec anymore. You don't play the spec. The spec plays itself. It's so fucking brain dead. It's... The problem with Brew, I think, is because it still has, like, at least 4 buttons, like, some people may think that they're actually making decisions, but what they don't realize is, like, you could literally put on 1 button rotation and the spec would play itself. Like, I don't know what the current state of Fire Mage is, but I'm pretty sure even with, like, the amount of buttons that Fire Mage has, there are probably more meaningful decisions to be found in its gameplay, even now, than you could make with Brew. Because, like, anything is better than 0. So, I don't know, man. Kata Rep was best. Well, I mean, Kata Rep was Tabard Rep. So, Rep has gone through, like, a lot of different changes. There's Classic and TBC Rep, which is basically just, like, grind the same thing a shitload of times. Which I'm not a huge fan of, but at least you could grind it. Then there's, like, Tabard Rep, which Tabard Rep is Wrath and Kata, when that really existed. Tabard Rep, it's the easiest, for sure. Tabard Rep was nice because you just didn't need to grind it at all. It's literally just, hey, I'm farming heroic dungeons for pre-raid bis. I'm just going to slap on a Tabard and get credit for the rep that I need, which, yeah, it basically trivialized rep. And I think for a lot of people, that's nice. For people who don't like the optimization problem, it's good. And obviously it's boring for me, but I think that it is at least nice that it's not a thing that you need to really worry about. so that's fine. Then Mop is kind of like the most boring for me because Mop is basically just dailies. And I'll be honest, I was kind of like going into Mop Classic, I was of the mindset of like, why do people hate dailies so much? Now, I don't hate dailies to the extent that like people hate dailies, like the people dog on Mop over dailies and stuff. Like, I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. But like, I am a little bit more sympathetic to a lot of the criticism about dailies having played Mop Classic because, so for reference, right? I was about to pull up my achievement, but it's on my Classic account, right? So I can't pull it up. I got Pandaren Ambassador, and I technically have Realm First Pandaren Ambassador because I was on a dead server where there's like no players. So on one of the dead roleplay servers, I got Realm First Pandaren Ambassador. But the important takeaway there is I fucking did the entire grind, like within the first month. Now, did I probably like lose in terms of overall like world completion to people on Fairlina and stuff? Like, yeah, I missed like a day or two of dailies every now and then, but I still grinded the fuck out of it, and I got exalted on every single rep in Mop. So I'm saying this as somebody who did the entire grind. It was not very fun. The main thing I disliked about it is like some of the reps were basically completely face roll. I like tillers. I like in hindsight, I know a lot of people are like hate tillers right now because they have to farm it for all like the decor. And if you didn't farm tillers back then, having to do all of that now just for decor, like, yeah, that's a pain. But if you're just doing tillers for the sake of doing tillers, it's a pretty fun rep to farm. And like Lore Walkers is pretty easy. Shadowpan is like not a terrible rep to farm, but there's like a few reps in Pandaria, specifically like Golden Lotus is just annoying mostly because it changes like every time you do it. So you like never really get into like the same groove with it. I just didn't like it. But the worst offender is August Celestials. August Celestials is such a fucking pain because it's just a different set of like 4 dailies every single day, and some of them are like way easier than others. And it was also bugged, so like certain servers were getting the same temple over and over and over and over. So certain servers were getting the worst temple over and over, and others were getting the best, which really exacerbated the problem. But there was like no real optimization there. It's just like, all right, I gotta log on today and do my fucking August Celestial dailies, which are really not fun, just so that I could make more progress towards getting exalted. And that's it. That's the entire grind. And yeah, that's lame. I didn't like that. So, admittedly, I think that some of the reputations were fine, and in the context of like modern reps were okay. But from what I've gathered back, like they've changed how some of the stuff worked. And I think one of the biggest things that I realized that was not present in Mop Classic, but I read into like how it worked back in the day is like the ability to even spend your Valor and Justice points was locked behind the reps. So nowadays it's like, hey, if you want this bonus reward, you can grind reps. But at the time, it was basically you had to even like just to get the stuff that you already deserved by farming this currency, you had to grind this entire reputation. And like, yeah, that's kind of lame. That's not really great design. So I don't think Mop reps were as bad as people made them out to be in hindsight, but I can definitely see some of the pain points. And I think that the worst parts of Mop reps were definitely as bad as people described. And I think that's probably what a lot of people remember of Mop rep farming, which, yeah, I can't blame them. August Celestials was fucking terrible. So, yeah. But then, like, what, we had, like, basically no reputations really to farm at all in WoD, and then kind of from Legion onwards, we've had the same weird system. And it's gone through some iterations. And then, obviously, the Renown system, which, like, is better in some ways and worse in other ways. But, like, that's a whole... I could rant about that for a long time, but that's recent enough that like most of you watching are probably already familiar with that, and you don't need to get that particular history lesson. Zenless Zone Zero is actually a pretty fun gacha game, yeah. from what you hear, it's pretty fair. Yeah, So the main reason I honestly haven't really tried it up until recently is because I actually played Zenless Zone Zero on launch, primarily because I was actively playing Honkai Star Rail, and when it came out, like, I was really actively playing that game. And I saw a bunch of people talking about it, and I was just really bored. Like, I was kind of a little bit burnt out on Honkai Star Rail at that point. I still continued playing it for a little while after that, but like, nothing was going on at the time. I forget what was happening, but it was like there was no like World of Warcraft stuff I had to do when it launched. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll download it and try it. And it was actually pretty good on launch. There were a lot of complaints that people had because they basically had to redo the entire game. And a lot of the stuff that people really didn't like, I actually wasn't that bothered by. I remember quite enjoying it. The main problem that I had is just my phone couldn't run it. So I probably would have played it a lot more if my phone actually could run it. But, like, my phone at the time was just, like, incredibly bad, and it would constantly overheat and just not being able to run the game. So I tried it on my phone, and then I continued playing it for a bit on my computer, but it's also much harder to justify playing a game like that on your computer, right? Like, it's one of the main reasons I played Honkai Star Rail and now I'm playing Zenless Zone Zero is because it is a fun game to play when I'm, like, mentally just exhausted from having done, like, a shitload of video editing and stuff like that, and I want to just, like, play something mindless for, like, 30 minutes, but still, like, not something completely brain off, like, something low energy but fun, and it's that, and I can now play it on my phone, and it's good. And now I've been playing it more and more, and now I really, really, really like the game. But I just couldn't continue to play it, really. So I may have stuck with it if I had been able to actually play it on my phone, but I dropped it around launch. But not necessarily because I didn't enjoy it. Just like, I don't really have time to keep up with this, especially if I have to actively play it on my computer. And now that I got, like, a new phone, like, 2 months ago or so, and so I said, fuck it, I'll reinstall it, and now I'm, like, really into it. It's really fun. It's really, 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 really fun. Just the gameplay itself is great. In fact, like, I'm going to be completely honest, like, I don't dislike Honkai Star Rail. I haven't played it in a while. I just kind of got burnt out on it. The gameplay is fun enough in that game, and I enjoyed it at the time, and also I think the story in Honkai Star Rail is pretty good, which was one of the main reasons why I stuck with it, because I really did like the, like, story at least through 2.0 and stuff, and I haven't done, like, any of the recent stuff. But, like, my friend keeps telling me, oh, it's really good, you should go back and try it. And I keep meaning to, but I just never found the time. And I was considering doing that now, but that's where I was like, I could reinstall Honkai Star Rail and play that, or I could try Zenless Zone Zero again, and I chose the latter because it was different. And the problem is, at this point, honestly, I have a hard time seeing myself going back to Honkai Star Rail's, like, turn-based combat and really enjoying it. It's, like, fun enough in a vacuum, but it really is interesting how, like, Zenless Zone Zero is still fairly simplistic. Like, it is a mobile game, technically, but the combat is, like, still pretty engaging, and, like, there's enough depth on the back end for people like me who, like, love optimization and min-maxing. And there's, like, so much stuff online that I'm now looking into of, like, resources for, like, team building and stuff, and, like, optimizing builds for characters. And I love that shit, right? So it's really interesting, but also just the combat itself feels really, really, really good. Action combat in general is, like, when done well... I mean, I play World of Warcraft, right? Like, obviously, I like that style of gameplay more than turn-based gameplay. Even, like, when I play strategy games, right? Which I love strategy games, but the strategy game that I pretty much only play is Total War. I've never really loved strictly RTS games like Warcraft and StarCraft. Like, I've played them, they're fun, but I've never really gotten into them. The only strategy game that I've ever, like, sunk thousands of hours into is, like, Total War games, because the real-time combat is really fun and gives you way more strategic depth. Similarly, a game like that where you can, like, dodge and parry and, like, actually execute combos and stuff like that by, you know, I mean, they're basically, better way to put it, there is a colossal skill ceiling in a game like Zenless Zone Zero, whereas, like, Honkai Star Rail, I'd like to think I was pretty good at it. I had, like, the the highest scores on every single endgame mode when I quit for like many months on a row. There is like a certain element of pay to win for those types of games, sure, but like I was not a whale. Maybe what people would call like a dolphin. But also, like, there was a point very early on where I'm like, yeah, I've kind of already reached like the skill cap for this game. And it was interesting whenever like they released a new character, learning like how it was different, and it sometimes changed things up. Like, pretty much by the time I stopped playing Honkai Star Rail, I really only played Acheron teams for basically everything, because Acheron was the only character that I actually found remotely interesting, because like she had multiple different builds that were actually kind of different depending on the type of content, and because you had to actually like track debuffs on enemies to like time when to use her ult properly, it was kind of fun. But even then, like, compared to the simplest character in Zenless Zone Zero, it's like not even close. The skill level required to play like an Acheron team versus like even an entry level like free character in Zenless Zone Zero is like, I just learned one of the characters that you get for free in the tutorial. I looked up a guide for it, and there's like so much depth to this character that I never knew. Like, I always thought, oh, this character just has guns and you just hold it and point it at the enemy and shoot. Turns out, no, there's like all of these ridiculous like animation cancel things that you can do to put out like a shitload of damage on this free-to-play character that you get at the start. And I'm just like, wow, that's so fucking cool. Like, I've only barely scratched the surface of this game. It's a good game. Like, and as for like whether or not it's fair, I think I don't have a giant frame of reference for like what other gacha games are like in that sense, because I don't really play many of them. But at least compared to Honkai Star Rail, it is more generous than Honkai Star Rail. But like, Honkai Star Rail was also fairly generous. From what I've heard from just like discussions on Reddit and stuff, both Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero are like significantly more generous than Genshin Impact, which is the main game that like obviously a lot of people play. And that's something that a lot of people like bitch and moan about, of like, you know, Genshin Impact players are getting fucked again, whereas like Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero give their players tons of free shit. So compared to that, I don't know. Like, I've only played the two games that people say both are pretty generous, so yeah. But it does seem fair, like I just said, the fact that you can clear the endgame content on one of the free characters goes to show that like there is just a shitload of depth. And like, I've played through the entire like 1.x campaign at this point. I just finished it the other day, and now I'm on like the 2.x stuff. And I've cleared all of that content, but that's just like the story content, and I still feel like I barely understand how to play like most characters in the endgame modes, just because there's so much to learn there. And that's cool. I mean, I like games with a higher skill ceiling, so it's also just, it looks really good. The game is very pretty, so there's that. I just scrolled down really quick. Bo Tyler said, off to bed for me. Hope y'all have a good rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Just as a reminder, by the way, for people, I'm still catching up on chat, but I am, once I am done catching up on chat, I'm going to hop over to beta and show some stuff. Probably not super long, but I do want to at least showcase a few cool things. Like, I want to show the prey system, I want to show delves, and I want to show the tower defense mode that I thought was really cool. Those are the three things that I definitely want to show. If there's like something else where somebody's like, hey, can you check this out? I'm curious. I'd be willing to, but probably not like super long. It is past midnight for me, but I also, like, I've only been streaming for 6 hours, which for me is fairly low. Also, real quick, just because I saw now, Steven said, I've heard the same about Prop Pally. It sucks, though, since the main tanks you play are Blood Decay and Prop Pally, so you're torn on what to main, since you mainly do AOTC rating and play keys. Probably doing Blood Decay, since you normally stop around 13 to 15 keys anyway. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, not knocking AOTC rating, but yeah, you can kind of play whatever you want for that. Like, I'm specifically torn, because, like, obviously, I am in a Hall of Fame guild now. If Brewmaster is required, like, if Brewmaster is meta, I will have to play that. I don't have a choice. And, like, technically speaking, that has been the case for me for, like, all of the guilds that I've been in before. Like, prior to this, I rated at, like, a World 300 level. which wasn't quite Hall of Fame. Technically, the guilds I was in accidentally got Hall of Fame just because, like, Hall of Fame, Ansarek and Gallywix were both kind of fucked. So I technically got Hall of Fame those 2 tiers. But it was, like, literally the world last Hall of Fame Ansarek and, like, last day Hall of Fame Gallywix. At least our Hall of Fame Gallywix was, relatively speaking, clean. But it's like, even at that level, there is an expectation that you are going to play the good tank that lets other people play what they want. Like, that's what people expect of you. And there are also a lot of situations where, like, if you want to get cutting edge, there is a tank that is just required for some fights. A good example would be, like, Blood DK on Ovanax, or double Blood DK on Ovanax, really. Triple tank Ovanax with double Blood DK was, like, kind of a mandatory comp. At least it made the fight significantly easier. So there's no way around that. If you want to get cutting edge at a remotely reasonable time, that is, like, something that you're just going to have to do, no matter what. So even beforehand, that was a thing I already found myself forced into. But I will admit, like, when I was in, like, the 300 range, and then before, like, you know, obviously slowly moved up, I was, like, a world rank 500 guilds back in Dragonflight, I think. I'm trying to remember when. Yeah, I think it was, like, probably about 500, 600 back in Vault of the Incarnates, Aberrus, and then I kept climbing. But, like, around then, the last time, so admittedly, the last time I ever literally just said, fuck you, I'm playing this, was in Aberrus. In Aberrus, I basically told my raid leader, okay, to be clear, I didn't literally say, fuck you, I'm playing Vengeance Demon Hunter, but I made a very strong case as to why, like, I am going to focus on Vengeance, and I said, look, it looks like Brew might be meta, but I do not think that Brew is, like, going to be mandatory to, like, a reasonable extent to where, like, I will need to play it for cutting edge, and I think Vengeance is really good, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be, like, the rank 1 Vengeance. I was. So I'm like, I would rather pick the spec that I know for a fact I am going to, like, slam rank 1 Parses on because it perfectly suits my playstyle, and it still looks good, than play, like, Brewmaster just because, technically speaking, Brewmaster's meta. It also so happened, in that guild, by the way, that, like, multiple people from Peak of Serenity were in that guild. We had a guaranteed monk buff. We had, like, 2 Windwalker guide writers on that team. So my entire point was, like, I know for a fact we don't need me for monk buff. So, like, don't use that as an excuse. So if I'm not needed on monk buff, I'm gonna just pick Vengeance. And they did try to give me, like, pushback at the time on that, but it was kind of like, you know, I'm just gonna do this, and I know for a fact this will work, and, like, this is not a high enough world rank to where you're going to force me to play a specific tank against my better judgment, that kind of thing, right? But, like, that was, like I said, world, like, 500, 600, or something like that. And, like, I could get away with that, and also, I was right. I literally did get rank 1 Vengeance Parses on, like, every single fucking boss. I slaughtered that tier as Vengeance. Would I have still done really well on Brewmaster? Yeah. Did I think that my judgment was correct in hindsight? Sure. Was the raid leader bitter at me for that? Yeah. I left guilds after that tier. Admittedly, like, you know, I'm kind of like, my perception is colored by obviously history, and those guys were just shitty people. So, I was at the time very, very, very diplomatic and nice about the way that I presented all of that information, and I was met with, like, nothing but hostility. So, like, in hindsight, obviously I'm talking more like, fuck you, I'm gonna play with what I want. I was very nice about it, and I very, very, very clearly laid out my case of why I thought that was the correct move. And it did reach a point where I basically said, look, I'm gonna do this, and, like, if you really, really, really strongly disagree, and if you do not think that I should be doing this, then, like, kick me out of the guild, basically is what I said. But I think, basically said, I think we both know that I'm right, and I think we're going to be fine on Prague. And we were. I was, like, we killed Sarkareth maybe a little bit slower than we should have, but it was nothing to do with me. But yeah, that's a whole can of worms story for another time. Point is, you can basically play whatever you want, especially at an AOTC level, and, like, none of this will matter, so don't worry about, like, any of the stuff I'm talking about. But Obviously, Mythic Plus keys are an entirely different beast, and if you're doing like 13 to 15, that's high enough to where people will care about the meta and will sometimes like invite or not invite you based on your spec. So that I can understand being concerned about if that's something you like to do. And yeah, I don't know. Blood DK looks like it's going to be a little bit weird for keys, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Prop Heli, I feel probably be good for keys at least, but yeah, I've heard. I mean, literally, as you said, I've heard it's not that great. The main problem I have with Prop Heli is like they're simplifying a lot of stuff about it, sure, and the singular thing about Prop Heli that I just really disagree with people on, and I think it is a good change, and I think if that was the only change it was getting, I would be fine with it, is Prop Heli has always been, like, very cooldown reduction heavy for its, like, defensive and offensive cooldowns, where it's, like, the more holy power and stuff you spend, the more your cooldowns come back up, and, hey, owner. I'm currently responding to somebody in Twitch chat, but yeah, I'm gonna finish reading YouTube chat in a bit, but appreciate you stopping by. But like, so a lot of people like that gameplay, and I'm not gonna necessarily say I disliked it. It definitely was unique, and it was something that really only Prop Heli did. Like, technically, Prot Warrior has like anger management, kind of, but you're like Prot Warrior's cooldowns are not dependent on anger management giving you like enough CDR to get like your shield wall back up. Like, you have enough stuff to cover most cases. And I think that was kind of the problem with Prop Heli, right? Like, Prop Heli was very snowbally, where like if you were really, really good at the spec and knew how to play it properly, then your cooldowns would come up at the time that they should. But if you were bad at the spec and didn't play it well, then basically on top of not playing the spec well, you also had like effectively 50% longer cooldowns arbitrarily, just because you were also not getting the proper CDR. And I get how that could make, like, Prop Heli was typically regarded as like a really, really, really bad tank for new players as a result, and like, yeah, it kind of was. The worst tanks I ever encountered, just because like throughout War Within, I started learning how to heal. I mentioned that earlier. And as I was learning how to heal and I encountered random tanks and pugs, by far the worst pug tanks I ever ran with were Prop Helis. And when I say worst tanks, I mean like they would walk into a pack and just die. Like fall over dead, which is crazy. But I saw that happen multiple times, and that's like a Prop Heli thing. If you don't know how to do it, or at least the old Prop Heli, you would just be fucked. So that is 100% a change that Blizzard made for the intent of, we want to dumb this down and make it easier so new players aren't just like giga fucked whenever they try to play Prop Heli. And I think because of that, the change of like removing the CDR on abilities has been like heavily criticized, and a lot of people don't like it. So with all of that being said, I think it's a good change. I think making Prop Heli have like standardized cooldowns and CDR on its, specifically I should note, defensive cooldowns not being a major thing, I think that's fine. I think that's just actually a good change. And as much as I think it was an interesting thing to play around, and obviously I liked it because I could get the most out of it, the problem with that is there was literally a time on Mythic Mugsy Prog where I got insanely bad luck and I did not get enough CDR on my Divine Shield to have it up in time to soak the mindset on Mythic Mugsy. It was like 3 seconds off, but that was enough for me to not be able to soak it in time, and to literally it caused the wipe because I couldn't get it. That's bad. That's really bad variance. Now, was that literally one Mugsy pull out of like 200? Sure. But the fact that that was even a thing that could happen felt really, 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 really bad. And like having to explain to my guild of like, why didn't you Divine Shield? I'm like, no, you don't understand. My cooldowns are like RNG based. And now admittedly, the Undermine tier set bonus is a large reason for that. We had an insane amount of RNG on our Holy Power generation because of the refund on Shield of the Righteous. So even though on average it would be back up in time, you could just get non-stop one Holy Power, one Holy Power, one Holy Power. and Giga Low Roll, and that was more of like an Undermine tier set bonus than like a general prop heli design thing. But also, it's just like, it's an interesting idea in theory. It's just not very interesting in practice. It's kind of like the same thing with Brewmaster's CDR with Brew. Like, so a lot of people talk about how like Fort Brew has like an insanely long cooldown, and what they don't realize is that Fort Brew is a brew. So Fort Brew's cooldown in practice is not actually that long because it's reduced by Keg Smash. So when you actually get down to it, Fort Brew is like a 3-minute cooldown. Fort Brew, it's just Shield Wall. But because it is a brew and it gets reduced by other stuff, it has to have a much larger base cooldown so that when all of the CDR is factored in, it is Shield Wall. Now, it's right now not a good Shield Wall, and the reason why Fort Brew has been fine is because you used to have Fort Brew, Dampen Harm, Diffuse Magic, and now you have only Fort Brew, which is, what the fuck? My biggest problem with Brewmaster, why did we lose all of our defensive cooldowns? It's terrible design. I mean, more Brewmaster ranting, but like, they really did us dirty. But that's the thing, right? Like, if you just take that aspect out of it and you give Prop Pally like a bunch of mid-tier defensives with like moderate cooldowns, that's fine. In theory, the spec should play the exact same way it did before, but the thing is, it wouldn't even necessarily lower the skill ceiling. It would just lower the skill disparity. Because the problem with Prop Pally was that people who were really good at it got like basically exponentially better at it because the people who were bad at it were also just not getting the CDR. So the best Prop Pallies would still perform really good, but now the people who didn't perform well wouldn't just completely get pancaked in dungeons. And frankly, like it or not, that's just better design. That part, in a vacuum, better design for Prop Pally. I don't think people should be complaining about that as much as they seem to be. Because, like, yes, it technically simplifies the game, but it simplifies the game in, like, an actually good way. Now, all of the other Prop Pally changes, debatable. The biggest one is, like, the Hammer of Wrath change, I think is bad. The biggest issue with a lot of the Prop Pally changes is it just completely gimps Templar. And this is personal preference. I have never liked Lightsmith. I think Lightsmith is boring as hell. I think it's just really, 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 really lazy class design. And the unfortunate reality is that Templar is just fucking dead. So my favorite iteration of Prop Pally that I played in a while is Undermine Prop Pally. Because Templar and Undermine felt really, really, really fun to play. And now Templar is just dead. Which is a bummer. And that's by and large due to the changes they made to like Judgment and Hammer of Wrath. And that's not good. I really don't like that. So yeah, it's kind of like the same thing with Brewmaster, where I was already not a fan of the Brewmaster changes, but the problem with the Brewmaster changes is they basically completely fuck Master of Harmony. So instead of it just being a shittier version of Mana Forge Omega Master of Harmony Brew, it fucks Master of Harmony to the point where it's unplayable, so now you basically have to play Shadowpan, but Shadowpan makes the spec even more brain dead. So it just kind of compounds the issue. It's bad, unfortunately. Anywho, I've ranted about that a lot. Oh nice, I got my cuddly green gurgle. Does that pop up automatically? If I press this here, does this, like, show up in my... Oh, it does! Okay, cool. I didn't even get, like, a notification of, like, you've collected this. It just, boom, it's there. Alright, nice. Alright, let me catch up on YouTube chat, because I fell behind on some stuff. Huh. Let's see. As a Mythic Raider, what would your opinion be if Mythic Raids stopped rewarding player power rewards and you had to complete the entire raid using hero level gear? So I'm just reading Oxara. Oxara said, as a CE Raider, I would say it would suck overall, especially at the start. By the time you're mostly Mythic, then gear doesn't matter. So That's actually a pretty interesting question, which I think the more interesting thing to me is that I've never heard anybody ask that before. Like, I've had a lot of hypotheticals posed to me where I can, like, think of my answer, and sometimes people on stream ask me that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard this discussion before. So it's like something that I've already at least thought a little bit about. I've never heard anybody ask that, and it's actually a pretty good question. I don't know. So, on one hand, the thing about gear and, like, raid tuning is that, like, it kind of doesn't fucking matter. Like, they're two sides to the same coin. The raids are tuned around the gear that you have. So, if the gear that you had was suddenly much worse, Blizzard wouldn't just go ahead with the exact same tuning. They would lower the tuning of the raid to compensate for that. So, like, in terms of would I want to progress a raid, in a realistic setting, because I saw what you said about, like, I guess I'll read this. The context is some people who only do Mythic Plus want to only do M+, and hate the fact that Mythic rating gives you an advantage in M+. So, ignoring that aspect of it, right? But the reason why, like, I think the context is important is because it sets this up as this is a realistic hypothetical. This isn't like, you know, oh, what if the moon teleported into your room? Like, what would you do? That kind of thing. This is like an actual, I understand at least the thought behind this could be a thing that Blizzard changed in the game. Now, mind you, I don't think they ever will, but that's a separate discussion. But if this was something that Blizzard decided to implement, then they obviously wouldn't just, like, snap their fingers and, like, in a vacuum, make it so now you have to do the exact same Mythic raid, but with only Hero Track gear. Like, if you were to try and go into Manaforge Omega with only Hero Track gear or something like that. The tuning would be adjusted to compensate for the lack of gear. So, realistically speaking, as a Mythic Raider, my opinion is that nothing would change. Because if this was a realistic scenario, it would be exactly the same. Blizzard would tune the raids according to this new scenario that we are in. Now, would I enjoy that? From a, like, I enjoy Mythic raiding just for the sake of Mythic raiding perspective, yes. Like, I would still like Mythic raiding. I would still raid just as much as I normally do, I guess, personally. Do I think that would be healthy for the game? No. I don't think... So I guess, like, yeah, that's my opinion. I guess my opinion is A, it wouldn't change anything, and B, I would still enjoy Mythic raiding just as much as I always have. Because another kind of... This is just personal, right? But I play Mythic raids for the challenge, and whether or not, like, you have the gear for it or not, like, the idea of, like, doing raids with low gear, keep in mind that when I am killing Mythic raid bosses, I still have a mix of hero and champion gear on most of the time. I have some Myth Track stuff, but I have some Myth Track stuff, some Hero Track stuff, some champion stuff. In a lot of cases. Usually less champion pieces, but, like, I'm pretty sure, like, what was I wearing for my first... My Dementious kill is weird because I took a short break on Nexus King, but for Liberation of Undermine and Queen Ansarek, when it was, you know, fake Hall of Fame, right? Like, what did I have on? My first kill of Gallywix on my prop pally, what was I wearing? I had Myth. Or, well, these are Hero Track stuff, right? It's, Myth, Hero Track, Myth, Crafted, Myth, Hero Track, Crafted, Myth, Hero Track, Crafted, Myth. Now, admittedly, I do remember I had really exceptional luck on my prop paladin. I had really good gear. Like, I had a Myth Track Tome of Light's Devotion on for my Gallywix skill. That's pretty good. I had really good gear in most of my slots. But I still had, when I killed Gallywix, which was a fairly late cutting edge for me, even still. I had one, two, three hero track pieces on still, and a few crafted slots that, you know, I just did myth track craft to fill the slot. And then I'm curious, like, my answer at kill, I think, was technically a little bit earlier, relatively speaking. What was that? Am I looking at the right thing? Yeah, I'm looking at the right thing. That would be November 26th on my Druid. I had Myth. Okay, I also kind of got crazy luck in this character, too. I only had 2 hero track pieces. But I forgot. I got kind of insanely lucky on my Druid. I had a fucking Myth Track Sickran neck. I forgot about that. Holy shit. I had a Myth Track Sickran neck. I had a Myth Track weapon that yeah. I still had 2 hero track pieces on, though, but admittedly, one of my hero track pieces was the heroic version of the Ansarek ring, Seal the Poison Pact. And my other hero track was a hero track Arakara Sackbrood, which, like, was very good. So, yeah, like, obviously, if all of those myth track pieces were, like, heroic versions of the same item, would my character be weaker? Sure. But, like, even though by the time we got to Ansarek, I had really good gear, like, I still did a lot of early prog bosses with really crappy gear. And, like, I killed Mythic Ovanax on a Blood Decay that I spent 3 days gearing. Well, I guess I started prog after gearing for 3 days. I think we progged him for, like, a few weeks. So I had, like, technically 2 weekly resets worth of gear on my Blood Decay by that point. But I still had multiple champion pieces on by the time Ovanax died, and I got a 99 parse on our Ovanax kill. I kicked ass. I'm still very proud of that. Basically, you know, speed leveling, gearing, and bringing a Blood Decay in at the last second, and then gearing it up over prog to get a 99 on the eventual kill. Like, that's kind of kick-ass, if I do say so myself. But I guess all that to say, I would still enjoy it, just because, like, that's kind of how I always play the game. But, like, yeah, it would technically make it harder later in the season, but Blizzard would still do their late season buffs. Like, look at how easy Mana Forge Omega is right now with all of the nerfs. Even with Hero Track gear, you can do the raid right now, and it's, like, piss easy, so, you know. So then, it kind of going along with that, right? With that established, would I think that that is a good idea? No. As a general rule, Blizzard will never do that. But also, I don't think the solution to fix Mythic Plus is to nerf raids. I think the solution to fixing Mythic Plus is to either buff Mythic Plus or add Mythic Plus specific stuff, like, you know, the way, like, PvP gear works for PvP. Just make it so items that you earn in Mythic Plus scale up to be stronger in M+. Like, it's honestly really simple. I think anybody advocating for nerfing raids as a way to even the playing field in M+, is just, like, not creative enough. There's a million solutions that you could very easily make to cause Mythic Plus to not require raids that Blizzard just doesn't do because they just want to force people into raids. It's really that simple. So, if you want to argue, like, what is a good way to actually solve the problem in, like, a way that makes sense and that you could reasonably see Blizzard argue, or you could reasonably argue that Blizzard would add, like, there are ways to make that case, like I just did. But advocating for nerfs to raids is not one of them, because A, Blizzard will never do that. B, the entire reason why Blizzard doesn't do any of the stuff to fix Mythic Plus is because they actively do not want people to be M+ mains. They have said this. Now, is this a good change? No. I think Blizzard is fucking wrong for that. As somebody who loves raiding, if people want to just do M+, they should be able to do that. It sucks that you are forced into raid. If I was forced to do, like, title push keys to get cutting edge, like, that would suck. I like Mythic Plus, but I don't want to do, like, the highest end of M+ just to do my raids. So, I think it's bad design on Blizzard's part. But that is definitely the reason why they're doing it. It's not that there is no easy solution to fix M+. Blizzard has actively made it clear that they do not care about M+ players and they want to force them into raids. So, if you want to address the problem, you need to identify the problem first, which is that Blizzard fundamentally does not agree with the community's perception, and then the first step is finding a good middle ground that Blizzard might actually be willing to agree with. And that one is just so extreme that, like, they would never do that. Not to mention, although I am not gear motivated, like, I do not care about getting fancier gear and getting better item level and watching number go up. Like, I don't give a shit. I will take a box of scraps to cutting edge if that's what's required. Like, I progged through the vast majority, like, I have my Druid logs open already. I am 99% sure, if memory serves, my first Nexus Princess Kai... Actually, my only Guardian Druid Nexus Princess Kaiveza kill. What was I using for trinkets? Okay, at this point I already had this. It was on my monk. Right. On my Brewmaster monk, when I killed Nexus Princess Kaiveza on this character, and for the vast majority of farm... fuck, where is it? Oh, right, it's not on... Yeah, because it's my other monk on my alt account, because this one was banned during prog. Right. Okay, I don't feel like finding the log at this point. But I used an Adventurer Track open world trinket on my Brewmaster monk for, like, the vast majority of prog. Why? Because it was really good. It was really good. It did a lot of damage. It was, I think, best in slot compared to everything other than, like, myth track versions of some other trinkets. Do I give a shit that it said Adventurer on it? No, if anything, that made me like it more. The fact that I had a World Quest trinket, and then whenever somebody in my guild would inspect me and be like, why the fuck are you using a World Quest trinket? I'm just like, look at my damage breakdown, though. I'm like, what the fuck? What is that thing? Because they've never seen it before. And I was like, the one person running this trinket, but, like, it was really good. I was getting rank 1 parses with it. It was good. But so many people just didn't want to run an Adventurer Track trinket. So, like, something like that is right up my alley. But admittedly, most people like to put on their myth track gear. So, you know, a lot of people would be pissed off if they did that. I wouldn't care, but many people would. So they would never do that. Let's see. And yeah, the other thing Oxara mentioned is, like, trinkets are obviously a separate issue, hero track or not. Yeah, that, like, you still need to solve that problem, which is not fully addressed just by changing one thing about how, like, gear is acquired. Yeah. It's a much more complicated issue. If anyone needs a fire DH name that isn't on Area 52, PTS Demon is out there. That is a pretty fire DH thing. Thing you don't get is how people think that time walking spamming is the fastest way to level. I don't know, man. It's like, right now, it should be pretty obvious to anybody that time walking spam is bad. I'll give you that. The people who still say time walking spam is good, I do not fucking get it at all. I kind of understand the people who just didn't understand that time walking was never that fast, and because it was, like, okay, they just never bothered looking into anything else. And if they're having fun, like, who am I to judge? But it also really annoys me when people go into my comment section, they're like, actually, you should just be spamming time walking dungeons. It's like, actually, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Why are you telling me that time walking's faster? Like, you know, I could pull the whole do you know who you're talking to card? Like, do you know whose comment section you're in? The fuck do you mean just spam time walking dungeons? No. Don't do that. Maybe watch any of my other videos before you leave a stupid comment. You kind of waited to level your DH for the stream for that reason? Fair enough. Okay, I read some of these comments now. World Quest and the pre-patch events? I read that, right. Legion was so good, I remember the masses traveling from one invasion to another. Yeah, it was really fun. Really fun, and more importantly, very thematic. I love the theme of it. warband system has its negatives. It's very odd that you can do the efficient weekly quests only on one character. Yeah. There are so many problems with the warband system that they just don't really seem interested in addressing. And it's really annoying. It's especially annoying for people like me who actively play a lot of characters. It is, in many ways, people who have a ton of alts for endgame content are like disadvantaged now for playing those alts in the same account. They're like, so this is going to sound crazy, but after looking at the state of the Midnight Beta, going forward, I am actually going to start putting more effort into my alt accounts that are not linked on my BNet. And like it's way too much effort for me to do that like right now before the expansion launches. But like when the next remix rolls around, like before the last Titan, I am probably going to make sure that like all 5 of my accounts have like a suitable number of characters built up on them. And I will probably be doing like my character split across all of those accounts. Because there are a lot of things that are just way easier to farm if you're not on the same warband. And obviously, if you're somebody who's like just looking to collect and to expand your like eternal collection since the dawn of time, then well, yeah, warbands just make more sense. But for somebody who like me, who is entirely endgame optimization power focused, then it doesn't really matter whether my endgame rating character is on one account or another. I just want to make sure it's as strong as it can possibly be. And there are certain like quirks about war mode that make it so I'm kind of hamstrung if I play 2 characters in the exact same account. So that's not great. There's also some benefits, right? Like Warbound until equipped gear is really nice, but it's like not everything is a positive. And until they address some of the negatives, then it's a little bit awkward. So will I necessarily need to use all of those characters in like separate accounts that I'm planning to prepare? Probably not. Hopefully not. But if they keep going down this path, I would like to have the option available to me. This one you can miss getting the tags, so you fly around, and by the time you find the next one, half the time you find corpses. Yeah, it's very bad. You like what they did in Kata, where Deathwing will just nuke a random zone? Yeah, the Kata stuff is really good. I am actually so pissed off that in Kata Classic, we did not get the pre-patch event. Dude, the Classic developers, this is why, like, people are so excited for Classic Plus. And look, I hope Classic Plus is good. I'm probably going to play it, whatever it is. I have liked most iterations of Classic. I played SOD quite a bit. Whatever Classic Plus ends up being, I will probably try it. But the people who think that it's going to be anything but, like, mediocre new content are, like, completely deluding yourselves. The Classic team has shown time and time again that they are so fucking incompetent. They are just so bad at their jobs. They can barely manage to re-release an old game. It's crazy. They are so fucking bad at their jobs. And the problem that I have with the Classic team is that routinely they run into a problem that they don't know how to fix. And instead of trying to, I don't know, do their jobs and fix the problem, they're just like, sorry guys, we're just not gonna do this. And then they do like the craziest shit where they like try to gaslight the player base into thinking that this is like an intentional decision by them and not just like, we're shit at our jobs and we couldn't figure out how to make this work. The like void storage is one example. And the biggest offender is we don't know how to make the Cataclysm pre-patch event work, so we're just not going to do it. We are not going to give you the elemental invasions, which I remember the elemental invasions because I played the original Cataclysm pre-patch event as a kid, and I fucking loved it. It was so much fun. It's like some of the best memories I have of any pre-patch event. Honestly, I think it was better than the Legion pre-patch event. It was really, 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 really cool. Especially, the one that I remember the most is like Thunder Bluff. Like, you have to put up all these, like, windbreakers along the edges of the cliffs. So you're being attacked by air elementals, and you're, like, blocking out the air to, like, isolate it. And then air elementals, like, invade all the different bluffs of Thunder Bluff, and you have to fight them off. And then after you fought off the invasion, there's a portal to, like, a special version of the elemental. Like, I remember one of them was Princess Therodris, and it was, like, a scaled-up level 80 version of Princess Therodris that gave, like, special pre-patch loot, like we're used to. Catch-up gear, effectively. But that entire process of, like, you know, literally, especially for back then, for Cataclysm, like Wrath of the Lich King, that was really, really revolutionary. We hadn't really had anything like that. So an invasion style event where you're fighting off like waves of enemies and then you have like an end scenario where like only during the end scenario you had one chance at accessing the scaled up version of like Princess Therodris to get your catch up loot. That was really cool. Really, really cool. And they just skipped it entirely. They couldn't get it working, so they just didn't do it. I was so pissed. I was really looking forward to that. I could not wait to do that event again. And they just, lazy dumb fuck Classic devs didn't fucking do it. Because they are bad at their jobs. So I'm still pissed off about that. How many years has it been since Cataclysm at this point? It's been like, what, 2 years? I'm still pissed. I'm still fucking pissed. I really, really, really wanted the, like, so many people play Classic for nostalgia, and, like, I enjoy Classic, but, like, yeah, I also do play Classic for nostalgia, and that was, like, a really, really big nostalgia moment for me that I will just never get to experience again, because the developers are just fucking shit at their job. So yeah, that's a bummer. Not happy about that. Only other... Oh, wait. I skipped a message. You realize you can copy your War Within account data to override your campaign completion achievements and log on to a new tune? Can confirm the skip doesn't show up in an alt after doing just the snare. Wait, does that work? So, what you described, Bo Tyler, that's interesting because the copy account data to reset the campaign progress, that actually didn't work in War Within beta. It really pissed me off because that was a thing in all previous betas, and that's what I used to do. I would do like a full campaign test run, and then I would just copy account data, reset my progress, and then do it again. But when I did a campaign run in War Within, I couldn't reset account data. It didn't let me. Partially because, like, warbands fucked everything up. But if it works now in the Midnight Beta, that's actually really good. I might be able to actually do a bunch of test runs then. On my main account. The way I had to do it in War Within is I had to use my alt accounts, which was not fun. You don't like the way Remorseless Winter looks now? Yeah, I've heard it looks really bad. Brew is the Beast Mastery of tanks. True, I mean, they have the same abbreviation. It makes sense. Oh, I just saw Bo Tyler said, off to bed. Hope you have a great rest of your night. That is interesting, though. I'll take your word for it, in case you ever watch this. Use the Turbulent Timeways event to do 20 time walking on 20 characters each week, primarily for badges. The leveling up was a secondary effect. That's fair. Yeah, like, if it's not for leveling, then it's just for that. Let's see. I think the one message I missed is only other info source for Midnight Delves I've looked at besides you is Moleman's Delve Compendium. Yeah, I saw that, and it was, like, blank. Like, let me look again. Because, like, I saw that linked in the Larius guide because, like, somebody posted it, and I was like, alright, let me see the Larius thing. There were some things Larius mentioned in his guide that I was not aware of. Like, so, generally speaking, right, the way that I approach, like, beta testing and stuff, I basically build, like, my own mental version of, like, that kind of guide. Like, sometimes I disagree. I would say, like, 99% of the time... 90% of the time, I agree with what Larius suggests. Every now and then, there's something where it's like, either he just didn't test something that I did, and so, like, my approach to something is a little bit differently, or Larius's guides do not assume the level of degeneracy that I go to for, like, optimization of gearing. So, sometimes there are things that I do differently than recommended, like his guides, but generally... I think a lot of the basic stuff he gets right, and I find myself agreeing with it. And I have not done, like, hyper-extensive testing for all of the endgame content yet, so there were a few things he brought up that I was not familiar with. But I did notice that Delve, like, spreadsheet, and I clicked on it, and I'm like, it's just empty. Like, currently my Delve spreadsheet is private. I have not, like, publicly shared it anywhere. I probably will share it eventually when it's done. Like, I've been recording data in it, but I'm not going to like release a half-finished spreadsheet. When I have all of the data there and I've like cleaned it up a little bit and it looks presentable, I will probably share it, almost certainly share it. But like even privately right now, my Delve spreadsheet already had more information than that. I'm checking it again. I'm opening it up. Okay, the spreadsheet has like a handful of additional info compared to what I've seen before. He's added 2 rankings, which at the very least, from what I can tell, he has added 2 F rankings to 2 delves that I agree are bad. They're really bad. Like, especially the worst delve that I have tested so far is one of the 2 that has now been updated to have an F ranking. The other rankings are all blank, but there's 2 that now have a ranking of F, which is Leyline Technician for Darkway. I don't know if I would go that far. That was another thing that I looked at the spreadsheet and I was like, I'm not familiar with this guy's work, by the way. The very first time I've ever seen this is it linked on the Laria's guide, so like, I did not see any of the stuff that they did for War Within. I did briefly look at their rankings for War Within in hindsight, knowing what I know, and I disagree. Like, the some of the overall rankings are similar, but the problem is all of their times are like, or all of their rankings are entirely based on clear speed, which in some cases I know is not accurate. Like, there's no way that on tier 11 you are getting clear times of this, because I heavily optimized tier 11 on like one of the best delve running specs, and it just takes multiple minutes sometimes. Now, that being said, a lot of the fastest delves are still really, really, really fast on tier 11, but like the reason why Pheromone Fury is so good is because you can completely ignore combat. So the clear speed stays roughly the same across all delve levels. But then there's a lot of other delves that, if the mobs are like not a factor, and you can just like instantly kill all the mobs and run to the end, they're very fast. All That Glitters from Undermine is a great example of that. And it's like ranked S on this spreadsheet for both seasons, which is just wrong. All That Glitters I put in like high A tier. It's a good delve, but it has forced mob kill %. And like, yeah, if you can just one-shot all the mobs and click the objectives and run to the end, like, it is a faster delve, but it is still slower than delves that you literally can just ignore all the mobs and run to the end. Because no matter what, when you get to tier 11, the mobs will have more health. You won't just be able to one-shot them. You will have to kill them. It will take time. And you're not just going to be holding W. So like, the fact that the rankings on this chart for the War Within show All That Glitters as within 7 seconds of Pheromone Fury, I just know that's wrong. I know that cannot possibly be accurate, because one of them requires you to fight mobs, requires you to get kill %, and the other one doesn't. Like, there's just something wrong there. So yeah, I don't know what that's about. But at the very least, right now, I see 2 rankings present. Oh, there's some other stuff here. Yeah, there's a lot of just general notes, which, yeah, I've noted a lot of the same stuff. I'm trying to see, is there any information here that I don't know about? No. Data mined Nemesis spells, that's interesting. I haven't looked into that at all, so that could be interesting to look into. But yeah, the 2 delves that this person has ranked as F is March of the Arcane Brigade. That is the single lowest ranked delve currently on my spreadsheet. I agree. It is... March of the Arcane Brigade is maybe the single worst delve variant I have ever done. Like, in all expansions. Well, both expansions, right? Because it's only been War Within. But it's, I think, worse than the worst War Within delves. Like, with every passing moment, my hatred for that delve grows, just in hindsight, thinking about how miserable it was to run. It's really bad. Really, 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 really bad. Like, the only things that come close is the bad variants of Excavation Site 9. And honestly, it's close. It is, one thing I can say for sure, is that the 2 worst variants of Excavation Site 9 and March of the Arcane Brigade Parhelion Plaza, like, those are the 3 worst delve variants ever made. Easily. They're in the same bucket. As for which of those 3 is the worst, that's up for debate. but holy shit. Thankfully, nothing came that close, but that's the thing, right? Like, if I were to make my Delve tier list right now, like, the other Delve that they put in F tier is not good. I think I'd probably put it in, like, D tier, but their grading scale is entirely time-based. It is, can you complete the Delve in this exact period of time? Which is just not a very accurate way to measure Delves, because the time to clear is very heavily dependent on the objectives and the tier. So if there are objectives that scale like directly with the higher health of tier 11 and stuff like that, it's going to take a lot longer to clear relative to like the base clear speed. Whereas other delves, like there are a few delves that in Midnight look like they will be consistently pretty fast. I haven't seen anything that looks like a Smashing Skardin or Pheromone Fury contender, but like who knows? There's just maybe something that I've overlooked, but there are a few delves where I'm like, hey, this looks pretty good. So currently, if I had to compare, like based on my limited testing, admittedly, I've done every single variant once and like a handful of variants twice. I'm still going to do a lot more testing for delves, but is any variant that I've tested on the same level as the two best delves of War Within? So far, no. But that could change. And I'm curious. So I see they ranked some... They ranked some of the curios. They ranked the standing still curio as F. Yeah, that's true. That one sucks. The tanking curio is F. Yep. That one's bad. They ranked Time Lost Edict and Ebon Crown of Subjugation A. The one thing that surprises me, they haven't given a ranking to Mandate of Sacred Death, which Mandate of Sacred Death right now is like, it's almost pointless to rank the rest of these curios because that one just like literally does 60% of the mob's health. It's like S+ tier for curios. So like, they ranked 2 utility curios A, which, from what I can tell, based on the like one delve I tested them in, they're fine, but they are not doing 60% of the mob's health. So there is literally only one viable utility curio, and it's Mandate. I'm guessing they haven't tested it yet, because if they did, they'd probably immediately put it as like, you know, Giga S tier. And then when something is so obscenely broken like that, it's just kind of like, yeah, nothing else is even worth considering. So I don't know, like every like tier lists and stuff are relative. Something might be A tier if it's like still pretty good, but if it's still like a fraction of the quality of the best option, then is it worth running? I don't know. But anyways, I mean, for all I know, the spreadsheet might end up being good. I'm still going to make my own spreadsheet. I'm still already making my own spreadsheet. But the spreadsheet, admittedly, is like an afterthought for me. The spreadsheet I'm mainly making as like a way for me to take more accurate notes, and as like a visual guide for people who generally like my written leveling guides and want something similar for delves. The primary focus for me delves is still going to be like the same guides that I always make, like the video guides and the tier lists and all that fun stuff. So that is like my primary focus still, but it is neat. Let's see. I think I'm caught up on chat though. All right, now that I'm caught up on chat, let's hop over to the beta, and I'll show some stuff. What I'm gonna do though is, so the screen's gonna go black for a little bit because I actually need to switch VNet accounts. Also, I'll close the timer because like it's not relevant anymore. Because I wasn't sure if you could like copy account data and like reset campaign progress, so I didn't want to do an end game level 90 test character on my main account because I want to use my main account for leveling testing. So I created my end game test characters on one of my alt accounts, and that's the reason that I haven't been able to test it until recently, because there's been like a really nasty bug up until just a few days ago where your like accounts that didn't access beta before the pre-patch just literally couldn't get in. You were just stuck in an infinite loading screen. So by the time that I wanted to test the endgame stuff, I also wanted to make sure I did it on my alt account so it didn't potentially fuck my progress, and I couldn't until a few days ago when they finally fixed the bug. So since then, I've been doing some testing. I did, well, that being said, there is a dedicated endgame server, but that doesn't let you do world content. So I did all of my delve testing last week on the endgame server, because you can teleport to delves. But I wasn't able to test, like, world events until, like, literally 2 days ago. Also, the music's working now. Yeah, this character. Just responding really quick to something on my Discord. Okay. Kraber said, are you planning to do a vid on beta leveling? Yes, more than just a vid. So my first 80 to 90 test run, I'm gonna tentatively say right now, it's probably gonna be Sunday. So like, this coming Sunday, right? Like, I'm recording this right now. It is currently, is it? It's technically Saturday, because like, beta is, like, it says it's 10 p.m. It's currently 1 a.m. for me, so it's like Saturday morning for me. Saturday, like, during the day, I'm gonna do, like, some testing on my own to make sure everything's working properly. And then should be, so, like, February 1st, this is the planned day for the first 80 to 90 full campaign run. I've been wanting to do it for a while, but it's just been so bugged that I haven't been able to actually do a full run. And yeah, I'm gonna do multiple speed runs. There's gonna be a guide. There's going to be a preparation guide. The prep guide actually will be soon. I've already gotten most of the important information, and the biggest thing is that there is a good chance that Darkmoon Cannon will be important for the Sunwell. I don't necessarily know if it will be mandatory, but the fact that I've already spotted an area where it might be important, I want to make sure I have the prep guide out, like, ASAP, because if I don't put out the prep guide, and then it turns out Darkmoon Cannon is very important for the Sunwell intro, well, then you've missed your shot. So I really want to make sure I have that information out, like, ASAP. And I've already done a lot of research into, like, optimizing prep. The only problem with putting it out this early is they're actively tuning a lot of stuff. So there are a few, like, consumables and stuff that I've looked at that are, like, pretty good. And they might just, like, nerf it by the time of launch. So I will probably, like, still regularly post updates. Well, I will definitely be updating in my Discord, but I'll probably keep, like, a rolling pinned comment on that video of, like, new stuff that's changed. But yeah, I'll be doing all that. And then, in case you have not heard, I'm going to be making an add-on for 80 to 90 leveling this time around as well. That is the long-term goal. Okay. So, what can I show? Where are the world quests? That's an upgrade. That's 2 days, though, so I can... That's fucking sick. I'm glad you're excited. Yeah, I think this stuff I don't need to worry about too much. Like, I should note, by the way, if anybody watching has, like, something in particular outside of, like, the 3 things that I'm definitely going to test is the meta event for Voidstorm, Prey, and, like, at least 1 or 2 delves, just to, like, kind of showcase what it's like. But if there's, like, something else that you're just curious about and want me to, like, fly over so you can see, if you, like, don't have beta or something, let me know. and I'm like open to doing that. But I think these are like at least important key features that I want to show somewhat, because I'm not going to stream a ton of like endgame beta testing, as I said before. We're going to do like, I'll stream a lot of my leveling testing, because that I think people are more interested in, but also leveling testing is more focused. Like I do a lot of off-stream like data gathering, and then obviously the full speedruns where I sit down and actually blast it out. Like that stuff, yeah, I think can be enjoyable to watch. But the reality of like endgame testing is it is like 99% data gathering of like just testing random shit and taking notes. And I mean, I enjoy it. It's a fun process for me, but it's also not like necessarily super interesting to narrate and like talk through my thought process, right? It's more just like stream of consciousness, like, huh, I wonder what that is. And then I fly over and test it. So since I'm nearby, I'll show Prey first. Warning, this sucks. Prey's really bad. So I'm curious, how does this now? Let's do one in Harrandar. Yeah, this is God, this is so fucking. So context for the Prey system. Prey system is, like, you unlock it at max level. So something that I've seen a lot of people confused about is people think it's basically Heroic World Tier. The Prey system is not Heroic World Tier. The Prey system has kind of been advertised as, like, this is inspired by Heroic World Tier or whatever, and it's just not. Fundamentally, the Prey system is just a shitty world quest. It's just a really shit world quest. It does not really meaningfully scale the open world in any way. The only thing that it does is it causes you to get, like, ambushed by your nemesis, whatever. It's basically like the Delve ambushes, where they, like, jump out at you, but they don't leave a chest, right? So it's just annoying. There's no fancy reward for it. The Prey system isn't available at all while leveling, so it's not something you need to worry about, like, should I enable it, should I not? It's just something that you unlock when you reach max level. And when you reach max level, you're directed to this area, Astalor's Sanctum, and he gives you a quest to do a normal Prey hunt. And the normal Prey hunt is like, it is nothing content. Like, there's basically zero real reason why you will do a normal Prey hunt, unless, from what I can tell, there might be a point where, like, you run out of hard hunts, and then to make, like, any progress whatsoever, you just do the available normal hunts, I think. But that's, like, the only reason you'd ever do it. Like, the rewards are shit. I can show the rewards, right? It rewards, so this is a normal one. Ignore the Prey Seeker's Journey. We'll talk about this in a second. It gives you Coffer Key Shards, but something to note about Coffer Key Shards is the way that this works now is it's different. So there's a lot of different sources for Coffer Key Shards, but if you remember how it worked in the War Within, one second, I just got pinged. Why did I get pinged? Aww. That's sad. One of my old guilds just disbanded. But it was like a guild, like, I've had a lot of guild drama in the past. But this was actually like they were cool. Like I just left them because I was like, switching guilds, moving up. But I left on like good terms. And that actually makes me sad because, like, I remember when I left that team, a bunch of them were like, you better make a good midnight guide because I'm going to be using your guide for leveling. And I'm like, you bet. So I'm still in their Discord, and they just did an add everyone ping saying that they're disbanding their raid team, which is, that sucks to hear. They were cool. But anyways, what was I saying? So the way that you get restored coffer keys, if you remember in the War Within, it was a little bit weird because there were some things that gave a guaranteed coffer key, and then there were other things that gave coffer key shards, and there was no limit to coffer key shards. So you were limited to 4 restored coffer keys from your emissary boxes throughout, like, the week. And then you basically wanted to maximize the amount of coffer key shards you got because they were uncapped. So if you got every possible source of these shards, you got extra delve keys, which meant extra champion gear. That's no longer the case. Now, on one hand, I like this change in the sense that it massively simplifies the currency system, and I think that's good, because the copper key shard thing was like cool for people like me who do all of this crazy optimization and who find all of the stuff. Like, remember when Undermine came out, and I'm like, hey, the cartel you pick actually matters because like some of them have copper key shards in their world quests and some don't. So like I had my friends who didn't care about that stuff pick a cartel, and then I would like they would screen share their rewards, and then I would give like an updated message for like the entire region of North America of like, this is the cartel that gives like the best rewards. That kind of shit, that level of min-maxing, that's not a thing anymore. Because now, as you can see, it's just 600 copper key shards. There's a bunch of different sources. You can see this quest gives 75. I will get 0 because I've hit my weekly maximum. So now you get 6 keys from any source. The stuff that used to give a full restored copper key now just gives 100 copper key shards. And you can mix and match the different activities that you want to do to get your 6 keys. Overall, that is a good change. It simplifies it, and it means that you're like more flexible in terms of how you get your rewards. It is a little bit limited though. Like limiting the weekly delve rewards is a little bit cringe. There are some overall good changes to delve gear acquisition later in the season, but a lot of what I'm seeing from delves is that delves are probably going to be a little bit worse at the start of the season for gearing than they have been before, but they are going to be really, 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 really good as like a mid-season gearing tool. So either if you're trying to like get alts caught up, they're going to be way stronger now than they were before. And even like if you're doing mythic progression, you might actually want to run delves like mid-season to shore up like 1 or 2 missing gear slots that you may not have anything good from. So there are some good changes, there's some bad changes. I think overall it's mostly good though. So take that with a grain of salt. You get adventurer crests, like fucking worthless. You get adventurer gear. Veteran gear basically grows on trees as usual. So adventurer gear is like, this is not useful outside of like the hour post hitting level 90 for the first time. So normal prey, I'm not even going to show you what this looks like. It's just nothing. Like you go over there, you like click a few things, you kill a trivially like easy mob, and then it's done. And then you get your rewards and you go back. There's like, it's just not content. It's literally non-existent content. Now, the hard mode prey is also slop content, but it at least has like a tiny bit more thought put into it. So that's what I'll show you. There's like similar rewards, but it's like veteran stuff. And I haven't opened one of these bags, so I don't know exactly what it gives, but we'll do this one. Now, something you'll notice is like, I didn't really show it before clicking here, but it said 5 out of 8 hunt in progress. Now, admittedly, I've only just started testing hunts, so I'm not as familiar with like all of the details of this system as I am with delves, which I've been testing for like at least a week or 2 now. But from what I can tell, like you're limited, I guess like weekly in the amount of hunts that you have access to. And then if you want to continue making progress, you have to talk to Aslor, and like the option doesn't show up anymore, but he lets you pick a random hunt. And if I look at the renown track for this, so at the start you unlock hard mode. This is what gives you like the veteran stuff. This unlocks random hunts. Now I unlocked this really early on, and then this was like a cosmetic quest. Now from here on out, up until this point, every single hunt and like quest that I did was giving me 1k credit towards my next prey thing, and now it's giving me 50. I don't know if this is like a bug, but changing the reward from 1k per quest to 50 per quest is like a colossal slap in the face, especially considering from what I've been told by other people who have tested prey more, this is like the key renown level. Getting nightmare mode unlocked is where like all of the good rewards are. So until you get this, you're basically just farming for nothing. You're filling the bar to unlock this, and this is where the actual rewards that are like on par with delves are. That's really shit design. Especially like basically pulling the rug out from under you and saying like, hey, you've been getting all this progress and now it's time to make like tiny incremental gains. I don't know if it's like weekly limited, like you can only get the 1k bonus for like your first X amount of praise of the week. I don't know. I only just started testing it. But either way, it's bad. I don't like that. I literally said last night, I typed in my Discord, I was like, oh, I'm probably gonna try and like brute force prey and try to like unlock nightmare mode tonight. And then I handed in the quest that I was on that gave me 1k progress and saw the next one gave 50, and I was just like, never mind, I'm actually going to bed. Fuck this. I'm not going to sit here and grind prey for like 50 apiece just to be able to test nightmare mode. I will still eventually test it by the end of the beta, but like I'm going to do this like a little bit at a time. So, the way that this works, you go to the zone. This is, like, we're in Harrandar. This is my prey, right? And there's a world quest on the map. So I'm going to go over here. And what's this? Alright, so this is, like, the prey person. I'm going to use this ability. And then it starts, like, a little chase sequence. This, I should note, is the only thing in the prey system that seems even remotely interesting. And you're going to see this and you're going to think, oh, wow, this seems kind of neat. This is the only remotely interesting thing that they've done with the entire system. And it's the same thing every time. The first time I did this, I'm like, oh, that's a cool little mini-game. And then I realized this is the only mini-game, and it's the thing that they use in every single prey. So it very quickly stops being interesting and just kind of becomes a nuisance. Alright. World quest done. So now, notice how there's no more world quest here. That's the only one that you get. That fills up some of this bar. This bar is not like a very easy to read bar. It's like kind of a touchy-feely bar. If weak auras were still a thing, I would say that you would just use a weak aura to tell you the exact value out of 100 until you summon your prey, but I have no idea if this is something that you can read with add-ons. I don't know. But this crystal will slowly glow red as you do different activities. The most efficient activity, now, maybe there's a better way to do it that I haven't found, but at least from the limited testing I've done, the best way to complete the hunt is this. It is literally this. You fly around, there's these traps in the ground, and you right-click them. And you just do this over and over and over until the progress bar fills up. Now, one of the nice things about the hunt system is that, like, other activities like world quests and stuff, from what I can tell, will give you progress towards it. So if you're doing, like, another completely unrelated world quest, like, the Nemesis will show up and attack you, which will probably happen here. I think it's, like, guaranteed to happen when you pull, like, a certain amount of mobs. I don't know, though. But the Nemesis will show up and attack. And then you also get these, like, little orbs. These coalesced anguish. This fills the crystal more. Oh, yeah, there they are. Now, this seems interesting, right? But those traps that you have to open, that are, like, the most efficient way to fill the progress bar, you can also just use those traps to one-shot the Nemesis ambush, which trivializes, like, the only remotely interesting part of this system. And again, because farming these traps to fill the progress bar is the most efficient way to do it, you're always going to have more than enough traps to one-shot any of the ambushes. So yeah. That's, lame. I have one time when I did a hunt found, like, there was a cloud of red mist, and when I flew up to it, I was able to, like, riposte the Nemesis, and it gave me, like, a big chunk of progress. It's still literally just clicking a button to fill a progress bar, but, it was different than clicking traps to fill a progress bar. Let me see if I can find that red cloud anywhere. That's a rare mob, okay. I should also note, by the way, if you're listening to, like, the audio, like, turned up at all, the Harrandar music is actually pretty good. I quite like the Harrandar and Voidstorm music from what I've seen so far. This looks hella boring. Oh, it's garbage. This is, like, some of the worst content they have added in a very long time. I genuinely do not understand how this is, like, a headlining feature of the expansion. The best guess that I can make is that they had like some big ideas for this, and then they just ran out of time. And they just literally could not finish whatever it is they were hoping to accomplish with this. Like I said, it is just a world quest. It is a long, shitty world quest. That is the entire system. It's bad. It's really bad. Okay, I can't find the red cloud of mist or whatever that I saw in like that one previous prey, so I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I gotta... Alright, we're gonna do a major coalescing anguish. It's the same exact mob, but bigger and elite. Can you feel the content? Why are we doing this again for coffer shards? So that's kind of the thing. I don't know yet. I've been told that at the Nightmare Mode difficulty, you actually get champion pieces off it. Now, the thing that I am unsure yet, and the person who I asked said they weren't sure either, like they didn't look into this, is this an alternative to Delves? Like, are you still limited to basically 6 champion pieces a week from Delves or Prey? Or is it like, Delves give you 6 pieces of champion gear, and then you could do Prey for like other pieces of champion gear? I don't know yet. I will obviously continue testing, and I will make sure that information is ready for you by the time that, like, you know, the expansion comes out. But I'm not sure. And, like, I know barely anybody who has actually tested the system, so, like, I'm kind of on my own here, because most people tested this for, like, 5 minutes, and then just said, wow, this sucks, and gave up. So, I'm gonna have to be the one who grinds this shit to give you the answers. You're welcome, by the way. Okay, so we filled the progress bar. At best, when you outgrow the champion gear, this is obsolete. Yeah, there's collectibles and stuff. So if you want like housing decor and transmog and whatever, like as with a lot of stuff like that, that's one of the main reasons to farm it. You're going to have to grind your ass off to get like all of those fancy collectibles. But if you're like me and you don't give a shit about that, then you probably will never need to touch this again. For better or worse. Okay, so we've completed the like hunt stage of the prey. This is the final battle. Are you ready? I'm also gonna Emerald Slumber to get some CDR here. This is just a Druid ability. I've never realized that like Emerald Slumber doesn't trigger combat. I did not know that. That was not intentional, but that's an interesting oversight on Blizzard's end. Right. I don't know what Gift of the Bloom does, but I'm going to interrupt it, and I don't really want to find out. And I'm taking damage over time. And that's Prey. That has been every single hunt that I've done so far, except the normal ones are like, believe it or not, the normal Preys are even less interesting than that. Like, most of those mechanics do not happen in a normal Prey. That's only if it's on hard mode. Hey, Boominer. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Good to see you. Think you're a bit ahead of me. You have 0 interest in housing, didn't buy a spot, won't even visit it, and hunts are outdoor shit, which won't matter in a month. So what's in this expansion? 1 boss raids? Not much, I'll give you that. Yeah, if you're not into housing, like, it is definitely fair to say that housing is like a major pull of Midnight, outside of like endgame Mythic Plus and raid content, which obviously we always get. But yeah, that is definitely a fair point if you don't like housing. I happen to think housing is cool. I like housing, but you are valid for not wanting it. Just as a, you know, since I'm here, right? These are the vendors. So there's like some pets, some mounts, some transmog. Whatever that is, backpack. Transmog appearance. This Coalesced Anguish, you have to, like, farm this by doing hunts. So, I've done 4 hunts so far, and I'm up to 800. So, there's a frame of reference. Cosmetic Hearthstone. I guess I can buy this toy. Let's see what it does. Nature's Embrace enchant. So, that actually... I wonder if that will be required. Like, if that's a really good... Farstrader's Hunt, I think that's, like, Scout's March. But for Midnight. So, that actually might be an important enchant. So, yeah, maybe you'll need to do that. There's, like, decor recipes here. And then this is the main reason to do Prey, by the way. Look at all of this decor. Look at how much there is. All of these statues. Look at how much there... I actually didn't even realize how much fucking decor there is just from Prey. Oh, from a corpse. Okay, I didn't read this carefully. So I assume this is like the knife set from Tiller's, where you, like, use it on your friend's body, and it's like... So you probably just, like, draw the blood out of them, I'm guessing. Alright, whatever. But yeah, like, the vendors don't actually give any player power rewards. That's all from, like, the hunts themselves. But, like, here's the problem, right? Like, I'm looking at this stuff, and I'm getting 50 Prey Seeker's Journey, and the, like, only good rewards come after I've hit 4K of this. So, like, am I going to grind this out at some point, literally just so I can test it for you guys? Sure. But if this is how it launches, this is dog shit. Not only is the content bad, but imagine having to grind that content just to unlock the mode where people say the actual rewards are. That is horrible. This is a randomized hunt, by the way, so I'm going to do this. I have to spend Remnant of Anguish to do this. And this gives me, still, 50 Prey Seeker's Journey. Slightly better rewards than the manually selected hunts. And from what I can tell, I don't want to say this for sure, because I haven't done enough to say this with any, like, strong confidence. From what I can tell, that you can do an infinite number of random hunts. It's just you have to, like, pay the currency to start it. But you make more currency than you pay. So, like, in theory, you can just infinitely farm this, I think. But, like... Have I opened my... Okay, no, I haven't opened the week. But, I mean, it's bad. It's really bad. So, that's Prey. Like, I'm not going to bother showing you this thing again, because it's literally the exact same thing. Like, you can see here, defeat enemies to lure your prey. I'm going to go here, I'm going to kill mobs to fill a progress bar and click on traps. And then eventually, it's going to tell me where my prey is located. And sometimes he's going to ambush me, and I'm going to use this and one-shot him. That's Prey. I know I'm a pretty cynical person, right? Like... Exactly why you play Druid, click fly away, exactly. Thank you for your service, no problem. All the decor that looks almost identical more than a foot away. I will say, so, before I go on my little rant, the one thing that I think actually could be cool about this decor, hear me out, chess set. You could build a chess set. Like, imagine if you use, like, different, like, the troll is, like, this troll is, like, the king or something like that. And then, like, the female troll is, like, the queen. And then, I don't know. But, like, doesn't this seem like you could make, like, a cool Blood Elf-themed chess set with it? That's the only thing that I think, like, okay, I could see that. Like, I have a giant chessboard in my house, but I'm using, like, lampposts as the pieces. This kind of works. So, that's the only thing that I think looks kind of interesting about the decor pieces. Otherwise, yeah, you're right. They do kind of look basically exactly the same. Don't get me wrong, housing looks cool beyond belief. The thing is, it's not something that can carry the game through the years. I disagree. I've talked about why I disagree, but I think I disagree if Blizzard plays their cards right. It absolutely can carry the game throughout the years if Blizzard actually tries to develop it into, like, basically, my vision for housing is, somebody put it best when they said earlier, like, Forge and Halo. Basically, housing should be like a level creator. You should be able to build whatever the fuck you want. And, like, housing is just the label slapped onto that. Right now, I already have been able to build a 7-level jumping puzzle in my house that, like, I mean, I think at least is pretty fucking fun. And that is, like, at least a game mode that I have built from scratch just because I think it's a cool thing, and the tools let me build that. And that's with fairly minimal, like, options available to us right now. If they actually expand the tools that we can work with for, like, level creators, we have, like, World of Warcraft's version of Mario Maker. That could be absolutely crazy. That could end up being bigger than Raid, M+, PvP, etc. That stuff is not for you, and that's totally fine, right? Like, not everybody has to like that, for sure. But if the argument is that, like, you can't see how that would carry the game for a long period of time, that I think would be a little bit close-minded, right? Like, given that knowledge, if you're just thinking about it as, like, everybody compares it to The Sims, right? If all you're viewing housing is like, I collect stuff and I put it in a room and it looks pretty, yeah, I can understand why you might think that can't carry it. But the tools that we already have are kind of crazy, and they could keep expanding it. Talking about making your own dungeon/raid, I'm not necessarily going that far. I'm talking about making your own, like, skywriting course. Talking about making your own, like, fun mini-games or something like that. That's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Like, designing dungeon and raid bosses, okay, not that would be cool, but I don't think they need to go that crazy with it. But they could just give us, like, a little bit more tools, and there would be, like, near infinite creativity possibility. And again, it's not for everybody, but if you can't understand how, like, that wouldn't work, then I beg you to go look at, like, any sort of mode like that in other games, or Mario Maker, which, like, So, I don't know how much I've ever talked about this, but I actually really like watching Mario Maker videos. It's not a game that I've ever really played myself, but I really, really, really like watching other people play it and just seeing, like, people play through some of, like, the really cool levels. As somebody who's never even been super into Mario, it's just really cool to see that. And it's really cool to see somebody play, like, an endless super expert run, and there's, like, a little Timmy level where some dude just slapped, like, a bunch of the big enemies scaled up to the max in one room, and then hid, like, a little star in a hidden block that you have to find to kill all the enemies, and, like, that's something that you just need to deal with sometimes. But, like, the fact that people can still create that is interesting, and then you have, like, the super intricate Kaizo level with all these, like, really precise jumps, and, like, I'm not even playing it. It's just cool to watch. So, seeing creativity expressed that way is something that I've always just really liked. And being able to do that myself by making my own jumping puzzle course in housing has been really fun. And seeing the creations that other people have made, even if it's like mazes or like their own jumping puzzles, or just things like the Howl's Moving Castle house, which was in the housing contest neighborhood. Like, that has been very, very, very cool for me. So I already, like, I am definitely a little bit more biased having, like, did the housing contest thing and interacted with, like, a bunch of absolutely nuts people at this system who have done, like, some super crazy stuff. So, like, I have seen firsthand the potential of this system, and I am convinced. And I know that it is not going to be for everybody, but I hope that at least people can see that stuff and acknowledge this is actually a really cool feature for the game that could massively expand the player base. And guess what? If it expands the player base and those people pay for subscriptions and keep playing this game, then presumably the game will be able to live for longer and we'll get more dungeons and more raids. It's that simple. So, like, I mean, it's just a positive. Now, that being said, the fact that a lot of the other features of Midnight are undercooked, that sucks. Like, I wish that we could have housing and not have shit like the prey system, which is just bad. That's a bit of a bummer, yeah. But the problem with the prey system is just that it's made by somebody who lacks any sort of creativity whatsoever. Like, the existence of housing doesn't make the prey system dogshit. The existence of housing is a triumph of the housing team. The existence of the prey system is just whoever interned whatever intern made this, like, they just need to be fired because they are fucking shit at their job. Like, the fact that they cooked this up, they had enough time to, like, create, like, because, like, so this is not just, like, some generic feature, right? They are advertising this as a core feature of Midnight, and it's just dog shit. Like, whoever made this had some sort of drawing board idea months ago, and with all of this time on their hands, couldn't make anything more than a shitty world quest. That person is bad at their job and deserves to be fired. Plain and simple. But that has nothing to do with housing. That's just the developer who was assigned to make Prey is dog shit at their job. Like, so it's unfortunate, but there's clearly some people at Blizzard who are very talented, and then clearly some people who are really fucking bad and are just a waste of space. So, whoever made Prey, get them out of there and spend that money anywhere else. Maybe on the people who are making the other world events, because what I'm going to show you later on, it's not all doom and gloom. The Void Storm meta event, where is it? The meta event here, Stormarian Assault, like, this is one of the coolest meta events I've seen from Blizzard in a really long time. So, like, they can still do cool stuff. There's still potential here. But, like, the person who made this and the person who made Prey, not even remotely the same person. And it makes me sad because, like, this is a really cool event that we're probably only going to interact with for, like, the first week of the expansion. And if the ideas in here were expanded onto, like, an expansion feature-wide level, people would fucking love it. But instead, we're stuck with this slop. This is the headlining feature? What? So that, yeah, it kind of annoys me. Let's see how much this new thing makes people sub for longer or buy future expansions. Watching the state of Housecraft, you lost all faith in retail. Well, to be fair, right? That, like, state of Azeroth or whatever thing was dog shit. Like, I really like housing, and I actually think the housing features they announced in that video were pretty good, but it should have been a blue post. Like, the way that they advertised and marketed that state of Azeroth thing was just shit. Like, they just did a shit job, they misled people, I'm pissed off about it, and I liked the information that they shared in that. And I was still pissed off. I was, like, as a retail player, I liked the info, but I was also pissed off as a Classic player who was told, like, we are going to get more information about the Classic roadmap. I like Classic. I wanted information about the Classic roadmap. I knew they weren't going to announce Classic Plus, but the fact that they literally gave zero new info for Classic is like, why the fuck did you say there's going to be Classic info in here? So, I've seen a lot of Classic players basically said, like, we got baited into watching retail slop, and, like, I don't blame them, because this never should have been marketed as a Classic thing. It was 100% just, we want to bait the Classic players into watching this so that we can try and get them to sub to retail, which is just scummy. As somebody who loves retail and also loves Classic, it's just really, really scummy business tactics to, like, mislead in your advertising of this thing, say absolutely nothing about Classic, but string them along for 30 minutes to show them all the cool housing stuff. Housing's cool. They are not your target audience. What the fuck are you doing? Because now, that's the sad part, right? I don't even think you're wrong for saying, watching the state of Housecraft, you lost all faith in retail. Like, you are not wrong for thinking that that was a real slap in the face, that video. But, like, they could have just not done it. They set themselves up for that. They marketed it at Classic players and then gave a giant middle finger to Classic players in that video. Presumably in the hopes that some of them will subscribe to retail. And it's like, is the money worth it? Because it pissed me off. I'm actively subscribed. Well, I'm actively playing both. I haven't logged on to Classic in a little bit just because I'm busy with this stuff. But, like, I actively play both versions of the game, and it pissed me off, so you sure as hell can bet it pissed off dedicated Classic players. So, yeah, it's just... The way they handled that stream was really bad. They just did a really shit job. And also, I just hate having my time wasted. The information in there was interesting, and another thing, right? So, I probably more than, like, the vast majority of people was, like, in a position to enjoy that stream, but the way it was done was so fucking shit. So, I've mentioned this a few times, but just, like, for people who don't know, like, there was a WoW housing contest back in December. I joined. I didn't win anything. I'm a little bit salty about it, but whatever. We're not going to touch upon that. The important thing, though, is that I met a lot of cool people in that event, and like I visited basically everybody's house. I talked to like almost everybody there. All of them are like super cool, super nice. They made some crazy stuff. They did a great job. And in that video, a lot of their houses got featured. So it was actually kind of cool whenever they did the 50th billionth housing segment of like, hey, here's like some clips that we took of houses in that neighborhood, houses that I visited, who I like talked to the owners, and they're cool people. And like I'm still in the Discord, and I got to see them be like, holy shit, I'm on the stream. And like, you know, that's cool, right? Like, they're nice. I'm excited for them. So on one hand, like the housing segments, at the very least, they were featuring people's houses. But even then, the way it was fucking executed is so shit, because they did like I saw a message from Max. I'm assuming he posted it in his stream or something, but it was just like something housing, something housing, something housing, like, and that's genuinely how it felt. It was like, we're going to tell you about this cool new feature, and now yet another clip of multiple housing things from the housing contest. And I'm just like, holy fuck, we get it. We get it. Like, they really fucked that up. If anything, they should have done all of the housing stuff up front. The constant back and forth between like housing and other stuff just pissed everybody off. Because it's like, yeah, we get it. Housing's the new main feature. You've said it like 50 fucking times. Anyways, so yeah, no, that stream was bad. But that stream was bad independent of anything else that we're talking about. Like, you know, I still like housing. I still like retail. I still like classic. They still fucked that stream up. So, yeah. Should have been an email, yeah. It's also scammy. They always release classic stuff just before retail, like TBC now before midnight. It's really weird because like they're fucking themselves over. Like if they didn't snipe midnight with TBC, I would have played TBC. I was really looking forward to TBC. And then I'm like, oh, it's coming out literally within the same month as midnight? I guess I just can't play TBC. Like, I don't have the time. I have to do all this beta testing. I have to make my videos and stuff like that. It's my job. I don't have a choice. If I have to pick one, I'm going to pick retail. But it pisses me off because, like, there's been fucking nothing going on in retail for the last, like, 3 months. If TBC came out in November, December, or whatever, you know, Remix was still happening. I still would have had to make my Remix videos, but I still had plenty of free time that I could have then sunk into, like, no-lifing TBC pre-patch and then the launch. And then I probably still would have taken a break for midnight, but I would have had time. But and I'm not the only person, right? I know a lot of other people who play retail who were, like, excited for TBC and are, like, kind of pissed off that they're not really going to have time to really play it. They do this to themselves all the time, and, like, they're the company who runs both IPs. Like, just why snipe your own releases? It's just nonsense. I'm pissing myself off. I'm working myself into a frenzy right now, but, like, yeah, it's... You happen to be touching upon topics that I am very frustrated about. So, but in a good way, I guess. 5 of your friends who quit retail are now coming back to TBC, and guess what? They're kind of thinking of trying midnight. Yeah, it's frustrating the way that it's all been handled. It can also be people like me. I'm old, and it feels like get off my lawn. I probably shift the kind of people playing the game. We quit new players who enjoy and prefer this takeover. I mean, I don't know. I still think I built a pretty cool house, and I'm in a Hall of Fame guild now. Like, I'm moving up. So I'm only doing more raiding and endgame stuff, and I still think housing's cool. So I think you can enjoy both. I don't really think housing's going to take away from any of the endgame content. If anything, right? Like, one of the advantages of housing is, like, look at the renown track. Notice how at, like, the highest levels of the renown, there's no, like, power gain. Like, this is appearance, decor, like, profession or whatever, toy, mounts, decor, appearance. There is some power level stuff at renown 9, but this is very easy to access. But notice how, like, so many of the renown track things are decor now. This is actually one of the nice benefits of housing. I am convinced that the only reason that they've removed significant power gain from the renown track is because they've realized that they no longer need to force people to do reputations purely to get player power, because people will now do it for decor. And if there is now, like, significant decor, like, cool stuff locked behind maxed out reputations, people are going to farm it anyway. So, because of that, we now no longer need to do, like, degenerate reputation grinds to get, like, the crafting items week 1, which, like, even as somebody who did that every single time, I'm kind of glad about. I did it because I had to, because it's there, right? So in that sense, Blizzard has kind of saved me from myself, which, I'm happy about that. And I would say that that is probably thanks to the fact that they can now stuff the renown track with a ton of decor, and they don't feel the need to do player power. So that's good. What else was I rambling about? Oh yeah, pray bad. I forget exactly what I was saying about Prey, other than, like, it's shit. I don't really think there's much that needs to be said about Prey, other than it's shit. Let's see. Have I unlocked Delves on this account? No. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go to the Voidstorm and I'll show that event, assuming it's up right now, and then I will hop over to, like, my endgame test server character, where I've been doing all my delve testing, and I'll show some delves there. Where's the Voidstorm? Oh yeah, the Voidstorm portal is here. Also, there's other events. I haven't tested the rest of them. Well, actually, I tested the Harrandar event, so the Harrandar world event is kind of shit. It's, like, it's fine, but the Harrandar world event is, like, just a slightly better version of Prey. It's, you go to a location, you do a world quest, and there's, like, a little lore event. And the one that I did, at least, there's, like, a bunch of them, so I don't know exactly what each one does. But the one I did, you, like, controlled a vehicle, and you, like, gathered food, and then whacked a bunch of, like, Fungarians in a battle or something like that. It was, like, it was like a world quest. Basically, the emissary quests, the ones where it's, like, complete 3 world quests to unlock, like, the fancy thing, it was basically like that, except it was, like, the meta event, technically. But they all give the same rewards, so, like, it's basically the same. One thing that was interesting is the Zul'jin emissary quest takes place in Atalamon, which Atalamon, this is the Zul'jin, like, raid. So this is the TBC raid. This is where it's located, outdoors in the zone. I guess, like, I could fly there, maybe. That's too much effort. Take my word for it. I mean, you could see on the map. It looks like that, right? And what was interesting is the meta quest for Zul'jin was basically, in this area, you have to go to one of the shrines, like, where the bosses were in the raid, and you take control of, like, an avatar of that god. Basically, you become the raid boss of, like, either any of the different elements. They all have, like, unique movesets and stuff like that. And then you have to kill, like, ghosts of Zul'jin raiders. And you run around, kill them, and then you have to, the final thing is, like, kill a raid leader or something like that. I will admit, that was cute, right? It was, like, cool, like, the different movesets, and, like, they were, like, built into the vehicles and stuff. And, like, the obviously, when you kill the ghosts of the raid leaders, they're like, tank cold aggro, or whatever, like, that kind of thing. It's like, alright, okay. Like, is it the craziest thing I've ever seen? No, but it's, like, it's cute for a world event. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. And there's this thing called defending a runestone. I don't know how to activate this. Like, I have a quest that tells me to go here and talk to an NPC, and, like, I don't know. There might be, like, an intro quest I'm missing, but I'm not sure. And then there's a separate event called Abundance, which is supposed to be unlocked somewhere around here, and the quest is bugged. I can't finish it. So there is a meta event for both of these zones that I have not been able to test yet, so it could be good, it could be bad, I don't know. But Voidstorm is actually pretty cool. I did a bunch of testing for it the other day, and I actually, like, I can see myself basically spending, like, the vast majority of my time on, like, launch week just in Voidstorm doing random shit, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I will show you why when this endless loading screen finishes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so Stormarian Assault is... It says it's going to begin shortly. I don't know what that means. I'm going to just fly over there. First off, the zone looks kind of sick. I'll be honest. Visually, this zone is pretty cool. One thing I've noticed is, so the outdoor area of, like, Stormarian Assault here, or Stormarian Keep, whatever it's called, there's a bunch of rare elites. I'm not seeing any of them up right now. I wonder if somebody, like, passed through and killed them all. But this outdoor area... When does this activate? I wonder if it's bugged. That would be really unfortunate, because I was really looking forward to showcasing this. I can also turn off war mode and see if it's working there in a little bit. Because sometimes it's, like, broken on one version. But yeah, I'm not seeing a timer. When I was doing this before, there was, like, a timer. The next assault will begin in however many minutes. I'm also... It's especially weird that I'm not seeing any of the rare mobs. So, when I was here before, there were, like, a bunch of different rare mobs around here. It's basically, like, if you remember, what was it? This place, the, not Dragonbane Keep, Obsidian Throne, this area. Where there were all, like, the different elite rares and stuff like that, and you had to kill them. I have no idea if there's, like, a high watermark system or anything like that for rares again. I kind of liked doing that in Dragonflight. It was kind of fun having to, like, hunt down all the super elites. That was neat. But there are a bunch of elites that do drop at least Adventurer track gear. So it's, like, good intro stuff here. And I don't know if it scales. I will continue testing it just to see if it does. Another really, really neat thing, just about... Oh, it is active. Okay, cool. I guess I'll do that then. So we have a 5-minute preparation timer. Okay. So, the event is basically, there's this singularity anchor here, and there's all of these, like, defensive positions scattered around. Now, from what I've gathered, you have to use these things, Stormarian cores, to power these defensives. This is supposed to be, like, a group event. You're supposed to do this with multiple people, so I'm guessing it's designed for, like, each person has enough currency to power, like, 1 or 2 turrets, and you're gonna have to, like, ration out your currency amongst multiple different people. Okay, that's cool. Okay, no, that I actually have to spend currency on. I don't want to do that. But it might let me get credit for other places too. We'll see. But yeah, I think the idea is you're supposed to, like, build all of the different defenses and, like, work together with other people. And, ooh, okay, that's actually decent random BOE. Yeah, I didn't get anything like that. The one thing that I'm unsure about is I don't really know how to get that many Stormarian cores. From what I can tell, like, the event rewards it, and there's some one-time quests, or, like, daily quests, or weekly quests, maybe? I don't know. I'm guessing they're weeklies, because I didn't get them again today. And they give you a certain amount of these Stormarian cores, but they're only used for one event, so, like, there's not much of an advantage if you want to farm this multiple times, which maybe it's not worth farming multiple times, but, like, I thought it was really fun. I'd definitely be willing to farm this multiple times if the rewards were good enough. The one thing I worry about is, although I think this is really fun, when I'm doing it solo, I feel like the tuning might be such a place where if you do it with other people, it's actually just really easy. But I'll show you. So, I can pick a different power-up to drop here. Each one costs 10 Stormarian cores. Right now I have 26, so I can make 2 of these things. I can get a Black Eye, which does single target damage. I can get a Shock Pylon, which does area of effect damage and slows and weakens enemies that pass through it. And these can't be damaged, so they're just like turrets that will shoot at enemies. And then a barricade will like slow down enemies, I guess. I have not built this one. I'm going to build the Black Eye because this is the one that I built the first time around and it seemed really good. But what I did last time is I put 2 Black Eyes here. What I'm going to try to do now, different strategy, I'm going to put 1 Black Eye on each side. Because what I ended up doing a lot of times is, because I'm playing this solo, I just rounded up mobs from like both sides and kind of held them here in the middle so that I could easily reach them before they ran into the core. If they reach this zone, they get dragged into the Singularity Anchor and then they explode and deal damage to it. Some mobs deal 1 damage, some deal like 5. There was like a big elite in the final wave that did 20 to it. When I beat this event, I had 5 health left on the Singularity Anchor. So it's decently well tuned in terms of like, it's not easy, at least if you're doing it solo. Also, while I wait for the final minute for this event to start, so one thing that's pretty cool, so you see all of these like cosmetic little void orbs and stuff scattered around the zone. If I fly into this, it's actually a portal, and it will chuck me out at a different one of these void orb things. And every single one of them. And, like, it's not always the same. So, where am I even? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I don't know what just happened. I don't know what that is. I want out. I want out. Okay, so now it actually dropped me off through a random rift far away from the storm area assaulting. So I have to fly back. But that's, like, that's pretty cool. I've never seen them do anything like that, where there's, like, this random decor thing that's actually just, like, a random teleport. Infinitely usable random teleport. That just drops you off somewhere. So there's like theoretical speedrun tech of, I want to get across the zone, I'm going to hop into a random black hole and hope it spits me out at like a black hole on the other end of the zone. That's kind of cool. I really like that. Okay. So wave 1. I think I'm the only player here still, yeah. I'm not seeing anybody else. Okay, so I want to... If I get threat on these guys before they reach the center, then they'll chase me down and they won't, like, kamikaze it. But I need to make sure that I stop them. So what I'm trying to do is just make sure I hit Moonfire on all of these. But if I go too far, you can see they evade. So that's why I kind of need to do this here. And, like, this guy, none of the NPCs are going to stop him, so he's going to go into the center. And he's going to do damage to the Singularity Anchor. There's not really a whole lot I can do about that. But as long as I kind of hold the fort down on, like, 1/2 of the event, and, like, these little eyes do enough single-target damage to help me out, I should be fine. I should be able to win this again. So I want to make sure I get these void guys. Shit, I missed an ooze. I also really want to get these guys. But I need to be careful because if this mob is chasing me and I accidentally path it through the center, it will just run into the Singularity Anchor and it will do damage. So I actually have to maneuver them pretty well. Okay, an NPC picked up that mob. Taking damage on the other end. Okay, I think it's that Ramul, yeah. Ramul's going to stop that. Shit. Okay, I think one slime went in. You can also, by the way, you technically can CC these mobs, but... Like, I'd imagine with a full party, if you wanted to crowd control, like, Typhoon mobs away from the core when they get close, like, you probably could do that. It's just not worth it for me to do that because I don't have enough damage, like, solo. If a mob is already getting dragged into the core, no amount of, like, slows or stuns or whatever can really let me kill it in time before it hits the center. Shit! Okay, I missed that one. So that's wave 1. And that's where it says, like, prepare additional defenses, and it's like, I'd love to prepare additional defenses. Unfortunately, I don't have any more Stormarian cores. I don't really know how many I'm supposed to have, like, how I'm supposed to farm it. I'm guessing there's supposed to be, like, ways for me to get more. And... oh, shit. I gotta... it says, like, the wave is over, but there's technically still more mobs coming. I have to get to the front entrance before the... there's always, like, a big wave at the front. Yep. Shit. Okay. Okay, so these guys are casters, which is really awkward, because I can't really stack them up. My turret's kind of doing good damage, though. So as long as they're still in range of this, which I think they are, they might be slightly out of range. I think I barely got that out of the circle. I missed a few on that side. It's a bunch here. I have a lot of mobs on me right now. This is not good. The amount of casters that are hitting me is potentially a problem. I'm going to try to typhoon them into range of my turret. I think it should hit here. I can reach. Yes. I missed a sapper over there. Really get them all. Trying to hit the nameplate of this guy, and it's not working. Okay, I need frenzied regen. I wish I could see, like, the damage breakdown for the turrets, but I feel like they've been contributing a good amount. I can't make it. I couldn't stop that sapper in time. Okay, I'm at way more health than I was in the last one, so I'm probably fine as long as I don't fuck this up. There are, like, these big Voidwalker mobs. Yeah, these fucking guys. Okay. And I need to make sure they don't get close. One of them, there's like a giant Voidwalker, and that one, I remember, did like 20 points of health. That one is less common, though. Okay, my turret can reach from here, so that's good. Okay, where's the giant Voidwalker? There it is, there it is. There's the big fucker. This is the guy. I'm assuming, like... I might not be able to stop him. This might be like just a damage check thing, and I shouldn't even bother if I can't just DPS him down. And I should just focus on getting the actual, like, regular enemies that I can hold threat on down. Yeah, I tagged him, but he doesn't seem to be doing anything. So he's gonna do, I think, 20 points of damage. Come on. Yeah, stop that one. Nice. Yeah, that was 20 points. But I have the health to spare. And the last time I did this event, I could have sworn I tagged him, and I thought I just missed. But it looks like, no, you cannot get his attention. It is just a pure DPS check. I think we win. 6 seconds to 1. Nice. Yeah, this event is fun. I like this. Now, the tower defense thing is novel. Admittedly, I haven't been able to play into it super heavily, just because I don't have the Stormarian cores required. But just as like a concept, having like, I mean, it's basically a tower defense game. There's increasingly difficult waves with different types of enemies, and like imagine a version of this that was like tuned around 5 players, where you actually had to really interact with the towers like a real tower defense game, and the waves were actually like really brutally hard. Like there are some NPCs here that help out. So imagine if there were no NPCs and you just had to make like a 5-man party. Like this is a really cool concept. There's like a lot of potential here. So is this like the craziest event ever? No, but this is really, really cool. This is way more original than anything that they have done in any open world event in like the last 5 years. So, okay, you get like some Stormarian cores just from winning. That's neat, but we need more of this shit. Way more stuff like this and less stuff like Prey. Because you can tell, like, whether the tuning lands or not, you can tell the person who made this, they must like tower defense games, because there was a lot of thought put into like the waves and the towers and stuff like that, and like having different setup periods. The person who made this likes games like this and built a mini game like that in WoW, and that's cool. The person who made the Prey system is an unimaginative moron who doesn't deserve a job. It's that simple. Take the person who made this and put them in charge of the next Prey system, next headline feature, because it definitely was not the same person. But overall, I really, really like this. I'm really hoping there's like some more difficult versions of this or something like that. I don't know, I've only done it twice. Oh, so here we go. Maybe the elites spawn after you complete the event. Maybe that's how it works. You have to complete it, and depending on how well you do, you get more elites. Because they all popped up now. That's neat. There's also, so these portals, I think this works the same. Okay, no, it's a different portal. Where was the, there was an area that I flew past that looked really cool. And I haven't done the Voidstorm campaign yet, so I don't know if this is, like, relevant at all. Yeah, this area. So I saw, like, these giant purple things in the ground, and I'm like, oh, that seems neat. I wonder, like, if they do damage if I fly into them. So I flew into them, and it just launches you into the sky. Okay, this is actually part of a world quest, it seems. When I did this before, this world quest wasn't up. So I wonder if these are just, like, always here. And even when the world quest isn't here, it still just launches you. But I did not get a slow fall thing, so when I did this before and there was no world quest, they just shot me into the air and then I had to flight form quickly to not die, which I thought was pretty cool. The other thing that I want to show, because that event, like, that's cool, right? And I really hope they do more with this, but admittedly, it does seem like it's meant to just be like, this is the meta event and it's fairly, like, simple. What is really cool, that I did not think I would find as interesting as I do, is Slayer's Rise. So this is a PvP thing that they're adding, and this is basically like a new perma Wintergrasp, is kind of the best way that I can describe it. Instead of all of the different open world PvP stuff being scattered across all of the different zones, it's all concentrated here. All of the PvP world quests are in this area. There's like basically a permanent little Eye of the Storm thing going on, where there's like these little objectives spread out that you can capture. There's war supply crates that drop here really often. There's some like special chests that I've seen. I wonder if I can find any right now flying around. I think the war supply crate is just a regular crate. I'll open it just so you can see the rewards and stuff like that. And then, so it says next Slayer's Rise event will begin. So when this happens, like, at a random location, there will be, like, basically a 4-minute event or something. I forget exactly how long it is, but it's fast. Where it's, like, a mini, basically, like, a speedrun version of Eye of the Storm or, like, a Wrathy or something like that. Where you have to, like, capture the points, and then, I don't really know what the rewards are, but I think it's just, like, honor or conquest or whatever for, like, basically a mini pop-up battleground at, like, some place within this. So it's an open-world PvP zone with, like, all these different capture points, and, frankly, pretty good rewards. That's kind of the interesting thing, right? Like, obviously, doing PvP world quests has always been, like, debatable whether or not you should do them. I've usually done them because they're good rep, and sometimes they give, like, veteran track pieces, which early on can be kind of nice. But you get, like, a lot of honor and conquest just by fucking around here, so if you actually get decent, like, bloody tokens, etc., like, enough to buy some champion, some veteran items early on in the season, this could be, like, a pretty cool way to just farm it out with a bunch of friends. If you don't like doing instance PvP, which, like, I'll be honest, lately in retail, I haven't. I think it's just been kind of pretty lame recently. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of world PvP, like, the spontaneous, we're just going to camp the war supply crate, like, wherever it drops in the zone type of PvP, but in this area, when everybody's, like, forced into one location, there's going to be some wild fights. And I used to do a lot of PvP. Like, I know that pretty much the entire time that I have been making YouTube videos, nobody has associated me at all with world PvP. But, you know, back in my day, I used to play on a server called Emerald Dream. And on Emerald Dream, before War Mode was introduced, and basically world PvP as we knew it was killed, there were, like, these gigantic, like, guild versus guild wars where people would have, like, 120 players versus 120 players just meet up in some random location and duke it out. And I was in one of those guilds for Legion. I was on the raid team, I was in there to raid, but basically was like, I was on Emerald Dream with some friends, and they were building, like, one of the big guilds called Warsong Battalion was building a raid team, and I didn't know anything about them, and, like, a bunch of my friends at the time were kind of like, eh, whatever, but they offered us, like, raid leader positions and officer positions and stuff like that, and I was like, you know, look, if we basically get to build our own raid team in, like, a 1,000-person guild that has, like, an established reputation, like, fuck it, why not? Like, I was not a high-level raider back then, I just wanted to get cutting edge, that's it, that was my only goal, and I also wanted to play with my friends, right? So I said, fuck it. I joined this guild for the sole purpose of building a raid team. I was like, I ended up being the co-raid leader with this other chick who was, like, one of the PvP organizers. We never got along, and that was one of the reasons why that raid team imploded. But that's a whole different story. But while I was in the guild, before, like, I stopped seeing eye to eye with the other co-raid leader, which, by the way, like, this is, like, in hindsight, I can tell you that is, like, not a good idea, but, you know, it should be pretty obvious that just the concept of a co-raid lead is just so fucking stupid. I cannot believe I ever even agreed to be in that, like, role. because it was just miserable. It was bad. Like I said, different story. I could rant about that guild for a while. The guild was not good. The point is, because they did all of these world PvP events, Guardian Druid, which is what I played back then too, was really, 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 really strong. And one of the things that made Guardian Druid really strong is it has crazy amounts of leech, and Thrash hit like the entire universe and did really good damage. So I had raid gear, right? So raid gear still mattered in world PvP. So every now and then, when they were in like these fights where they were struggling, they would ask the raiders to come help them. And initially I'm like, yeah, this seems kind of stupid. I don't really want to join. But then they like dragged me along a few times. And I'll be honest, it was kind of fun. Especially, there's one time in particular that I remember where they were doing like a South Shore versus Terran Mill thing. And the Alliance team apparently like wiped them at Terran Mill and was like celebrating in South Shore. And they had a team of 80 players. And our raid had just ended, and we were getting spam whispered by the PvPers of like, hey, you guys are like out of raid, come help us. So I went over there, and I dropped out of the sky, like, you know, I'm playing Guardian Druid, right? So I drop out of flight form, do this, I take a bit of damage, but then I immediately press like all my cooldowns, Berserk, Rage the Sleeper, I forget what else we had, but honestly, that was kind of it. And I just start pressing Thrash over and over, Thrash, 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 Thrash. I erased the entire raid of 80 people. Mind you, they were all relatively stacked, right? So Thrash has a really wide hitbox, but when there's like 80 people in like a relatively condensed space, my Thrash was hitting all of them, and they all tried to kill me, but Rage of the Sleeper made it so you were completely immune to crowd control, and it also gave you crazy leech. So they could not stun me. I think I pressed Survival Instinct, so I was taking massively reduced damage, and I was getting so much leech from the Thrashes hitting 80 players that I was unkillable. So I'm just sitting there as all of like 80 players are focusing my bear, unable to kill me, just spamming Thrash on the entire raid, and then the rest of the guild dropped in on top of them and just mowed them down. And the final damage meter for that entire fight, we had, I don't remember how many, it was like within the range of 40 to 60 players, less than their amount. The total damage meter of our 60-ish player raid group, I did 40% of the overall. Just me, just Guardian Druid. That's how broken it was. And as Legion continued, that was basically every single world PvP meta. It was really just how many Guardian Druids do you have? And I mean, I could go on about like the Emerald Dream war stories for a long time. I'm sure I've told some of them in the past on my channel, but like I actually really enjoyed that, and I was never a big world PvPer, but for like that expansion, at least for what was kind of like from Emerald Nightmare through Tomb of Sargeras, I guess. I left Emerald Dream in Tomb of Sargeras. I'm still, I should note, still very good friends with basically every single person in that guild. Like out of like all of the people who have moderator on my YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure like 90% of them are friends from that guild who I've, you know, stayed friends with to this day. So it's it's a lot of fun memories, right? So even though I don't actively PvP like at all anymore, every time I see something like this, I remember the like Emerald Dream stuff, and I'm like, I could totally see this being really cool. Especially considering like I have not enjoyed a lot of the world PvP stuff they've added in recent expansions. I don't think it has been terribly interesting, and this is the first time I've looked at this and been like, yeah, this is sick. I could see myself like asking like 10 different guildies like, hey, let's party up and just fuck shit up. We're gonna roll around here and we're just gonna kill a bunch of people and farm conquest and then buy like a champion track piece before raid. I could totally see that, and I think it could be really fun. I don't know. It's kind of hard to test a world PvP event when there's nobody online. Like, I captured all 3 of these points 24 hours ago, and they're still Alliance, so literally nobody has come here on the beta servers in the last 24 hours. So, like, you can't really test a player versus player event as one player. But I can at least look around to get a general sense for what it looks like, and it looks pretty cool. Also, what is this? I'd never noticed that this was a vehicle. Oh, wait, you can... I'm guessing, so this is a targeted, dismounted enemy player for... Okay, that's sick. Oh, that's sick. I didn't even know this was a thing. Wait, so this does 20% and 289k? That's like my entire health pool. As a bear. Admittedly, I'm not shifted into bear form. But does this work on mobs too? Oh, yeah. Oh my god! Even in bear form, that would almost one-shot me. So you can have people just sitting in these cannons, just non-stop dismounting people and just firing random pot shots and trying to kill people. Oh, okay. This just got even better. This looks really cool. There's also, like, buffs that you can pick up. Like, there was, where was it? There was an ethereal tool rack where there's, like, different buffs that you can get. And there's, like, these low-gravity things that can, like, launch you into the air. It just looks cool, right? Like, what else can I say? Oh, I should take this. Hello, Tweak. Good to see you. There's a war supply crate. It says there's an event starting in, like, 1 minute. So I want to at least show this. Oh, the chest is up. This is the one I was talking about. Down here. So this is not a war supply crate. But this seems to spawn, like, every 30 minutes. And the rewards from this thing are really nuts. I don't know if... Yeah, oh, it's still pretty good. Yeah. So I've already looted this twice. And getting this thing, like, this sells for a decent amount. Or at least back in War Within, it sold for a decent amount. And, like, Bloody Tokens, Conquest Honor. Pretty good. The first time I did this, where is it? I got this thing. Galactic Jeweler setting. So the fact that you can get a free socket item from opening that chest, that's pretty nice. So there's, like, some actual good rewards from this. Where, like, early season, the worst thing, absolute worst thing that Blizzard could do is, oh, I don't want players to engage with this on launch, so I'm going to make it so all of the rewards are time-gated, so nobody will have any reason to go here on launch week. If they make it, like, the rewards don't need to be overpowered, they just need to be solid. They need to be worth engaging with. And if they do that, if they make it so the rewards, like, just make this a good way to get veteran gear or something. A good way to farm conquest, farm honor, stuff like that. If they just do that, make it at least worthwhile, this place will be popping off. And it will be really fun, because World PvP is always more fun when there's more players engaging with it. And that's the thing, right? Like, would it maybe be a little bit, like, overtuned for gearing? Could you maybe argue that some, like, PvE players who really hate PvP would be, like, forced to do this, kind of? Maybe? But as somebody who is a PvE player that generally hates PvP, even I think this looks cool. The thing that I don't like to do is I don't like to be forced into arenas and battlegrounds. I think that's lame. Especially because I'm a tank main, right? Like, whenever I have to do arenas or battlegrounds, I'm basically forced to play a different spec, and I don't like that. But tanks are actually really good in World PvP. Okay, so this is a different event, by the way. When I said earlier that, like, the event that pops up, see, it lasts for, I think, 4 minutes. Okay, yeah, so... Like, the one that popped up before, when I tested, it was like Eye of the Storm. It was in this area, the Shenzhou refinery, and there were, like, objectives around here that you had to capture. And it looks like this one's completely different. It's like a capture the flag, basically. This reminds me of Warsong Scramble, where you have to, like, run in, there's, like, 3 flags and whatever. Or kind of like the Silithist events. Either way, like, as a pop-up event for 4 minutes, like, quickly go do this, and I don't know what the rewards are. I guess we'll see what the rewards are, but that's pretty cool. World PvP is fun sometimes, but skewed faction population makes it impossible to play. To this day, you haven't seen a war supply chest as Horde during War Within. Yeah, that's something that, like, again, I don't know exactly how they're going to handle it. Like, obviously, it still shows Horde Alliance, so I don't know if they're going to try and balance it. But you are correct that, yeah, that would make it very unfun. What I'm hoping is that there'll be some, like, mercenary mode here, where you can just, like, outdoor play for the other faction. Have they implemented that? I have no idea. I have not looked that deep into it. I just kind of flew around and was like, huh, this is pretty cool. There's also just a bunch of random chests here that give, like, potions, copper key shards. Like, obviously these are capped, but it's just still cool that it's a thing. Let's see. I'm gonna wait until this event ends, so 1 minute 30 seconds, give or take. There's also a dungeon here. Looks neat. This is not in the Season 1 pool, though. That's actually displayed on here. I guess I haven't done that quest on the beta. So the last thing that I'm gonna quickly show is I'm gonna switch beta accounts and quickly, like, what variants are active today? It might be different depending on the server. So one note about delves, just in general, obviously, like, all of this will be covered in my inevitable delve guide, but the general delve rotation is the same pretty much as we can expect from the War Within. So you'll notice really quickly that there's one bountiful delve in every single zone. Isle of Quel'Danas, by the way, is, like, effectively a sub-zone of Eversong Woods. Even though they're separate on the map, this is Eversong Woods. So there's one delve on Isle of Quel'Danas per Helium Plaza. This, I don't know why it says 3 days, 1 hour. This story variant, by the way, March of the Arcane Brigade, is, like, the worst shit ever. Okay, I got 55 honor and 50 bloody tokens. Okay, neat. I wonder if that scales depending on, like, your score or something. But yeah, this is, like, the really, really, really bad one. I'm not seeing... Yeah, it doesn't say time left on any of the other delves. So... I have no idea what the time left is even supposed to mean. That, like, doesn't track with how delves are supposed to work. So I don't know what that is. But yeah, so you'll notice that there is one bountiful delve in every single zone. This is important because Eversong Woods has 4 delves. It has Shadow Enclave. It has 2 in Silvermoon, Collegiate Calamity, Darkway. Darkway is just the Arkway dungeon from Siramar, but a delve. And then Parhelion Plaza, which counts as Eversong Woods. And then Zul'jin has Talamon and Twilight Crypts. Voidstorm has Sunkiller Sanctum, Shadowguard Point. And Harandar has Gulf of Memory and Grudge Pit. Gulf of Memory is this one over here. So, who am I talking to? You? Anybody watching? I'm just talking about delves. Just yapping about delves in general. Not really talking to anybody specifically. It's, just, I'm explaining how the system works. What's the main city? Well, Silvermoon. But yeah, okay, so delves. Right. The way that it's going to work is... You can see here, one bountiful in every single zone. But since there's only 2 delves in these zones, it will always bounce back and forth. So this is kind of neat, because in War Within, this was the case for Ringing Deeps at the start, where we only had Waterworks and Dreadpit as options. So it was really easy to predict at least one of the bountiful delves back when it worked like this. Okay. I mean, look, if you're going to be weird... then you don't have to watch my stream. I just cringe. So, the way that it worked at the start of War Within, the way that it has worked based on how I have observed the pattern over the last few days, it is going to always alternate between these two. So, Today, it's Bountiful Sunkiller Sanctum. Tomorrow, it's going to be Shadowguard Point, Bountiful. The fact that we can always predict that means that for at least 3 of the zones, it is really, really easy to tell, okay, what delve are we going to have available tomorrow? So when we are doing like our day 1 delve push to unlock tier 11, it's going to be a lot easier to predict at least one of the possible delves that are active. It helps that out of the really, really bad delves, so far, the 2 worst delves I've tested have been Parhelion Plaza and Darkway. So I do not like either one of those. Also, Shadow Enclave is one of the slower ones too. Collegiate Calamity is good. But this means that of the delves, the ones in Eversong are the most unreliable for day 1 spamming like that. And we don't need to worry about them anyway, because you're never going to do Parhelion Plaza or, you're never going to do this. Maybe Darkway or Shadow Enclave. I still need to test those more. There's like one variant for both that is like moderately okay, that maybe I can optimize it. We'll see. But Voidstorm has 2 pretty good delves. Harrandar has 2 pretty good delves. And for Zul'jin, I like Atalamon. Some of the variants are slow. And then Twilight Crypts I don't like. It's kind of slow. But it's also not as bad as the other ones. So, we'll see. How do you actually get to Harrandar and Voidstorm? So, right now, I am on an endgame character, an endgame template character. So, I already unlocked the portals. So, if you have the portals, they're here in Silvermoon. So, there is a route way to Harrandar and portal to Voidstorm. And then there's also portals to each other in the zones. So, Voidstorm has... Here, Voidstorm has a portal to Silvermoon and Harrandar. They're like right next to each other. And then obviously that means Harrandar has 2 connecting portals to Voidstorm and Silvermoon. But you have to unlock them as you're doing the campaign. So midway through the campaign, you'll be directed to Fairbreeze Village. And the original portal that leads to Harrandar starts over here. I believe it's still active in Harrandar even after that, but then eventually you open up a portal in Silvermoon. So, I still need to test delves a lot more before I can say anything conclusive about like what we're going to try and spam to get to tier 11. It's also going to heavily depend on like what the active variant is. Another thing, so if you look at the current variants here, so Shadow Enclave is Shadowy Supplies, Twilight Crypts is Trapped, Sunkiller Sanctum Gravitational Effect, and Grudge Pit Arena Champion. Now, if we look at the stories, so Delves, Midnight, stories here, what you'll notice is, what's it called? Sunkiller Sanctum Gravitational Effect, that is the B variant. So 1, A, B, C. And then, what's it called? What were the other ones I showcased? Shadow Enclave, Traders Do, B Enclave, or B variant, blah. I'm getting tired, I can't talk anymore. B variant is Shadowy Supplies, that's the one we saw. Parhelion Plaza, March of the Arcane Brigade, B variant. Arena Champion, B variant. So, the same trends that we saw in War Within, where all of the variants are synced together and rotate on a cycle, that is the same thing here. I've watched it for enough days to know 100%, like without a shadow of a doubt, that is how it works. So, if, let's say, Shadowy Supplies is active in Shadow Enclave, then Leyline Technician will be active in Darkway. And if we look at the map, and look at Darkway, what do you know? It's Leyline Technician. So, that general rotation is exactly the same as it was before, which means it's going to be much easier to predict the next delve. It also means that for the purposes of day 1 speed, well, not day 1, but for the purposes of alt speed leveling, the general idea for picking out the best delves is going to be a lot easier. Now, I don't yet know exactly what the fastest variant cycle will be. I don't know if you're going to want to do A, B, C. Can't say yet. Got to do further testing. But we will be able to conclusively say, this is the day that is the best for running delves. And because they're all linked together, it's a lot easier. Another thing that we had in War Within is there were 3 variant delves and 4 variant delves that were all in independent cycles. So you had to wait for like their cycles to line up like at the correct time. And like also I would say 99% of people never actually did that. So I'm more talking about like for my speedruns, this is what I will have to do. And like that is a me problem, admittedly. But I have to imagine that at least one other person out there finds this as interesting as I do. So you know what? This rant's for you. So for the person who asked who am I talking to, it's to you, mystery person, who also enjoys like the super OCD research shit that I do for delve variants. And I've just been spending like the last week of my time doing delve testing, and this is what I found, and I just want to share it. So yeah, there you go. Let's do some delves though. It's unlocked on my other account though, so let me hop over real quick. The screen is black. Just a heads up. That is not you going crazy or anything. You might still be going crazy, but independent of my screen not showing. Where's Midnight Beta? There we go. Alright, that should pop up in OBS any second now. Yeah, okay, there we go. And then Realms. Salatats Endgame. I'm still inside Skyreach. Oh boy. Yeah, so there was a bug during M+ testing that constantly caused the game to crash. So my guild, or well, me and my like guild's dungeon testing team, we got to the last boss and we were just crashing every pull. So we just said like, fuck it, we've seen this dungeon already. We were just testing it the second time. Oh. We have enough information. Okay. So, is it the same delve pool? It might not be between the leveling servers. Ritual interrupted, trapped. Okay, it is the same pool as before. So... Okay, yeah, I want to show this one. Is there another delve I can show? Is Calamitous active? I think Calamitous should be active. Yeah. Okay, so out of the current delve variants, like I could show all of them. Yeah, fuck it. You know, I'll be honest. I'm really tired. I wanted to show a few of them. There's still going to be plenty of time to do delve testing and future stuff. I'm just going to show what happens to be active right now. My favorite delve variant that I've tested so far. It's also one of the faster ones. This is definitely a contender for like a speedrun delve. Shit. There's no, like, safe zone around this delve, which is really annoying. Because sometimes, if it takes too long to load you in, you get yeeted out to Stormwind, you have to run back again. Just kind of annoying. So, like I said, I've tested every single variant. This variant of Sunkiller Sanctum, so far, is easily my favorite variant of the entire expansion. And I think you'll see why. This place is really fucking cool. First, before I go into it, since I haven't shown any of this stuff, these are the utility and combat curios. So utility right now, there's only one that's worth using, and it's Mandate of Sacred Death. You'll see why. It does a shitload of damage. It's really that simple. It does really good damage. There's like this basically mini Bloodlust one. That would be cool if this one didn't do crazy damage. This one's terrible. This one's terrible, standing still. Lamau. This one is a good amount of agility. Also, like, it's solid. Is it as good as Mandate of Sacred Death? Not even close. This one, I tested some stuff. I could not get Nether Entropic Chris or Holy Bouncing Hand Grenade to do, like, anything remotely decent. At the very least, this stuns. So, this doesn't do great damage, but the fact that it stuns enemies is, like, okay. This is terrible. This is just, like, well, terrible's maybe a bit much. It's a cheat death ability, but it just doesn't really do a whole lot. It's just not worth using. Then this just gives you, like, a stacking buff, and I don't know exactly how the shield works. I couldn't really, like, track the buff well. But then, also, we have this thing again. So if you played Season 1 of Delves and you remember Porcelain Arrowhead Idol, we just have that, but with a different name. You get 25% crit chance. So this is the most broken curio by far, Mandate of Sacred Death, and I've just been running with the flat 25% crit one because I know what this does. The other stuff, I can't really... It doesn't feel like it's doing anything useful for me. Maybe it's good and I'm just not noticing it, but I know for a fact this one's giving me 25% crit, so I'm running with the one that gives 25% crit. Also, Damage Valera is really strong. I've heard that Valera in general, so I haven't tested Tank Valera, but I've seen some posts like on the feedback forums saying that Tank Valera feels really good. So generally now it seems like Valera is just better than Bran. Also, the music here is going crazy. When I tested this, it's not a music yet. But Damage Valera is also very strong. Healer Valera, I don't know. I'll have to see, but I mean, from what I can tell, it's just she does less damage, but her attacks heal you. Which, like, if you need healing, then it's probably pretty good. But the best way to run Delves has always been set Bran as DPS and play a tank. You know, if you don't do that, like, you're wrong. Like, it's not necessarily... You don't have to do that, but, like, I've seen people vehemently argue with me that, like, no! Like, Healer Bran with, you know, a DPS spec is better. And it's like, I mean, technically speaking, maybe? But also, there's some DPS specs that could just run Damage Bran and have enough survivability to live on their own. Like, you don't need Healer Bran, so... It's like... I'm basically shadowboxing YouTube commenters from, like, months ago. But that's... that's basically my thoughts on it. And I've tested Damage Valera enough to know that she just kind of fucking shreds, so... You will probably use her for most stuff. I'm gonna put enchants and stuff on. And now we can see... Oh, yeah, also the campfire. The buff is really fast now. You don't need to wait the whole 10 seconds. Alright, so now let's do this delve. So I'm gonna start. We're gonna try to go just as quick as possible. So there's some mobs here. I'm gonna ignore them. I'm gonna jump into the sky. And now I'm floating, and I have to collect this stuff up in the air. I can use these gravity coils to, like, drag myself around. I can't use Frenzied Regen while floating, though, which is a little bit awkward. There's something on the ground over there, but I need to go down here and grab this. Now I can... activate this without having to get in combat with that mob, so that's pretty good. I think I can do the same thing here. I'm pretty sure if I'm fast enough. Ah, no. Oh, but I'm stealthed. Okay. That's good. Okay. And now I just have to kill stuff. I have to kill stuff and activate these consoles, but there's consoles spread out all over the place. So the fastest way to activate a lot of these consoles is by using the gravity mechanic. Which is cool. I like the gravity mechanic. Let's see, what's my damage looking like? Yeah, I need to stack up Mandate. So one of the things about Mandate is, if we look here, it doesn't seem like it's doing a lot of damage. The thing about Mandate, though, is when you collect resources, so like here, it's still good damage, by the way. Like, compare this to some other Delve things. At a baseline, this is still really strong. But then, like, this gave me 2 stacks. I think there was something else that Valera picked up. So I got 2 stacks from doing that. And this stacks up to 5. So if I can find some other resources somewhere, then we'll be able to showcase what it's like at maximum power. Oh shit, I did not mean to click on that. I wanted to click on that. And... okay. So I'm stealthed for a few seconds after exiting. Nice. Do that. Now I still need to kill mobs at some point. Where is this? So there's no getting around that per se. But because I can interact with most of these consoles without actually having to... okay, this is... I'm going to have to do like an intermediary jump. Something like this. And now I've done all the stabilizers. So now, this is why I think this delve has really good speedrun potential. I have not run it enough times to know for sure, but all we have to do is fill the progress bar. Obviously, if it didn't have this, it would just be, like, incredibly fast. You'd just speedrun the objectives. But once I figure out, like, okay, what is the most efficient set of mobs to kill for % completion, then we can just ignore all the stuff that isn't worth doing, beeline straight to the objectives by doing, like, the gravity slingshot thing. And then after this, you unlock the final boss. Is this as fast as Pheromone Fury? No. Is it cool as hell? Yeah. Let's... I can do the gravity stuff here. So there's mobs out there. Are they worth killing? Like, my best bet here is probably just to kill... this is one of the Nemesis packs. You can see them on the map, by the way. So these little crowns, these are Nemesis packs. Also, now Mandate is up to 4 stacks. And if I look at my damage breakdown, yeah, you can see Mandate popping off. The thing about Mandate, though, is it does really good single target damage, but it also has, like, a small chance to instantly kill any non-boss enemy. So, like, there, I got kind of unlucky, and I didn't get any procs. But I've had a few times where I just pull a pack of mobs, and Mandate just instantly kills everything, which is really good. That is very, very, very strong. So the chance to, like, the fact that at a baseline, it just does good damage, and it has a chance to high roll and just insta-delete packs of enemies, that's really, really, really good. Oh, sorry, Werewolf. I answered your question, I guess, if you didn't see until that. But yeah, no, Alliance players can enter Silvermoon. So I'll show on the map. This entire area of Silvermoon, like from here onwards, is neutral. So basically the Walker of Elders, Court of Blood, and Royal Exchange, this stuff is Horde only. So there is like a Horde only, actually Walker of Elders I think is neutral as well. But definitely Royal Exchange and Court of Blood, this is Horde. So this little section, like 1/3-ish of the city, that's Horde only. But the rest is all neutral. Alright, so we filled the progress bar, and now we kill the boss. But I feel like this delve can be done really, really, really quickly. Like, once I figure out, like, the optimal pulls to do 4% completion, I feel like you could definitely speedrun this place. The final boss is also, like, not very hard. Nice. And then if we look at my damage breakdown, of course it's not working properly. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Mandate of Sacred Death. And it's actually showing up twice. And that is lower than I've seen it usually. So if you stack it up high, it does really, really, really good damage. It's like second to none right now for all the Delve Curios. Okay, this is the weekly Delve item. This is like the scroll that you get from Delves. Nemesis Strongbox. Exactly what you'd come to expect. Bountiful Chest. This is... I have that appearance, okay. And so I got a champion piece, as you may expect. The interesting thing here, though, is so this is the Delve vendor. This guy was in Season 3, and he sold trinkets. But now, he sells still champion items and hero track items. The Untainted Mana Crystal system is the same as it was before, but he sells multiple different kinds of hero items. So, in addition to just trinkets, if you really need hero track pants, you can buy that off this guy. That is a very, very, very big change. Now, admittedly, this is, like, pretty deep into the unlock track. Let's see. Yeah, like, this is... I think this tier 9. I'm trying to read this. Yeah, or you get Untainted Mana Crystals. The notable thing here, though, tier 11 coffers can now just straight up give you a hero track piece. I have actually not gotten one yet. I also haven't been Renown 10 for that long. But you get guaranteed mana crystals, but sometimes just a raw hero track piece for free from that, like, end chest bountiful coffer. Not the Delver's Bounty, just the end chest. So when I said earlier that Delves look absolutely nuts for mid-season catch-up gearing, this is what I'm talking about. You can theoretically farm hero track gear from Delves. And worst case scenario, if you don't get these guaranteed hero pieces, or these, like, RNG hero pieces, you get currency that you can then buy targeted hero track pieces from the vendor with to get a very specific spot that you need. So if there's, like, a really good trinket that you really want, you can buy that. That's really good. So overall, Delves are going to be amazing for gearing. And a lot of the new variants like this one. This one has been my favorite so far. I love the gravity slingshot thing. Really fucking cool. Not only do vendor items rotate, it's at the end of every single delve. So in theory, you could just spam a delve over and over really quickly until he rolls the items that you want. So it is a random selection of items at the end of each run. Which, like, technically speaking, can, like, if you get really unlucky, it can be annoying to farm it, but eventually he is guaranteed to show up. Like, well, statistically guaranteed to show up with the item that you want. And because you can just farm it as many times as you want, you're likely to get the thing that you need. That is a very, very, very good change. More deterministic gearing is something this game desperately needs, and this is a great step in the right direction. Anyways, so we're hitting the 9-hour mark. The speedrun ended like hours and hours ago, and I've done a lot of yapping, and I showcased a good amount of bonus stuff. This was like not originally planned, but I don't really stream like beta testing usually, but I thought some of the stuff was pretty cool. I will probably stream some delve testing at some point in the future. I don't know when. Probably like when we're much closer to midnight launch, I will showcase like a lot of like the summary of my findings on delves, and maybe I'll like stream it, and then I'll turn that stream into like a quick second channel video. We'll see. But obviously I think there's like enough interest generally in delves that, well, my guides on it have done pretty well, and I think it still looks like a very interesting gearing option in midnight. I am going to, at some point, suffer through the rest of the prey system unlock process to at least showcase what the rewards are like. But yeah, that is it for today. Am I going to stream some beta leveling? Yes. I am going to stream my first full 80 to 90 run, I guess technically tomorrow. It's on Sunday, right? So today it's like Saturday morning, but like on Sunday during the day, that is the first 80 to 90 run. And then, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of speedruns, there's going to be a guide, there's a video guide, written guide, and add-on guide. So you get extra this time compared to usual. I will put out like a reminder on my Discord. If you're not on my Discord server, the link should be there. You're welcome to join. Everybody can. And I post updates for like stream schedule stuff and videos and whatnot. But yeah, that's the plan for streams. This music is going crazy. The Delve music is way better than I thought it would be. But anyways, I will end it there. I'm very tired. I have food in the fridge that I haven't eaten that got here like hours ago. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's been hours ago at this point, but the summary of this entire stream was just to show, hey, leveling is still really fast, and we got to show that Horde 1080, what was the final time? 2 hours, 34 minutes? That's really good. So, it was so fast that I had time to showcase all this bonus beta stuff at the end of the stream, because I didn't want it to be like a 5-hour stream. You're amazing, have appreciated your work throughout the last expansions. No problem. Appreciate the kind words, and I'm glad that you found it helpful. But yeah, I will stop it there. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you for the 80 to 90 run on Sunday. Peace. And goodbye, YouTube. I'm